co-host as well.
Yes, yes, yes.
So actually, I'm recording.
दोनों को
It's
बना.
okay. It's recording.
हाँ?
Do you know how to record in
मैं ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ
HD?
स्पेशली मैसेज भेजा ਸੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਲਾਲ ਔਰ ਕਾਲਾ ਪਾ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ.
I thought you guys are wearing. You didn't tell me. Can you please request also? Acha, listen, Abanti, do you know where the how to make the HD recording or something, or is it how is it recorded?
It's normal recording.
It's normal recording, sir.
You cannot control what format you're recording.
No, at least we don't know.
No, I don't know, ma'am, if you could just check the panel because you're the host. So maybe if you can just check.
नहीं नहीं मेरे को अभी
Yes,
कुछ
sir.
चेक मत कराओ प्लीज. मेरा हो गया.
Yes, sir.
बहुत कुछ कर लिया मैंने इसलिए. अकेले काम किया मैंने. सारे मेरे बच्चे गायब थे. आज सुबह से बनती लगी है बस मेरे साथ.
And how do you record the speaker, or is it the whole window which will be recorded?
Is Upasana coming in? Why is she late?
She's coming.
No, that आप gallery view और speaker view कह रहे हो?
Yeah. In the recording.
Possible.
तो वो मैं कंट्रोल करूंगी. कि रिकॉर्डिंग में कौन दिख रहा है और FB लाइव पे कौन दिख रहा है मैं कंट्रोल करूंगी.
All right.
So I sent you some. The only thing that I wasn't ready and एक मिनट रह गया. I sent you some suggestions about the poems, and I was wondering which one will you read or which one should I read.
You choose which ones you want to read and you tell me and I'll...
Which ones नहीं है तुसी पढ़नी है ए माँ मैं ही जिंदगी हाँ टीवी पर आपकी माँ दी. I want you to read this. And मारिया वाली मैं भेजी है ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਉਹਦਾ written हैगा ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ?
ਕਿਹੜੀ ਮਾਰਿਆ?
मैं तो वॉइस भेजी है ना. माँ वाली तो बाद में मारिया वाली भेजी है. Shall I read? All poems are half yours, half mine, and you read it in Punjabi.
It could have been done earlier, no? BBS.
6 बज गए. Are we making it 5 minutes late? In your typical style?
I have no styles, madam.
देर वाला तो आपका ही स्टाइल है. हम तो
Don't smear my good name in public.
हाँ?
Nothing. I said nothing. I'm a very innocent fellow. अच्छा की सेगा?
मैं कह रही थी एक तो माँ वाली पढ़ सकते हो. एक मारिया दी ਜਿਹੜੀ मैं भेजी है पर वो वॉइस रिकॉर्डिंग है. ਉਹਦਾ ਜੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ टेक्स्ट मिल जाए ਤਾਂ. You want to read बूंद वाली जे मैं अपनी पढ़ा तुसी अपनी पढ़ो. You want to do that?
Yeah. Thanks, Maritza. Very kind of you. I got a nice cup of tea. You want to say hello to these folks? Say hello to Avanti.
Hi.
Company.
Hello.
Please pray for us that it goes well.
Don't.
Of course it will.
Don't.
What's the problem?
Tika, you're saying of course it will. You're not praying.
Many hours of trying to learn and do it. So please pray for us.
Look at that. Well, she's taking the compliment already herself.
Very nice. Good. All the best.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Which one do you want me to read? Yes, I bathed in moonshine that
don't
night,
think-
or shall I read the shall I read the AC नहीं बंद हो सकता आज. ना नहीं हो सकता.
I've got Boond here. Chan. Gosh, कहाँ फंस गया मैं? नहीं मालूम मुझे कहाँ फंसा हूँ. मालूम होना चाहिए डार्लिंग, तुम कहाँ फंसे हो? अरे नहीं, मुझे नहीं पता करना कहाँ फंसा हूँ मैं. कमलियों के बाजार में एक साथ फंस गया. कमलियों के बाजार में एक साथ फंस गया. वो पूछे कौन हो जी, मैं ना जानू कौन मैं. Acha, I've got Boond, I've got that and this and that, and we were talking about Maria Grazie Calatone. Machhar. छोटे जन में मच्छर. माँ वो जो सुपने विच है आमदी, that one, no? माँ मैं सद के जावा जी आया नु. That one. I can't hear you. तेरी
I have
आवाज.
sent you. I've sent you माँ तू ही जिंदगी है तू माँ जिंदगी माँ something. I've sent you that. उदा text ते मैं भेज चुकी हाँ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ. Why hasn't Upasana come?
Ma'am, I'm right here.
She's here. Yeah, I just.
Hello.
Upasana, please questions
Hi.
भेज देना.
Pasna just didn't want to say hello to me, and she wanted to
Oh,
hide.
she never does.
Oh, I do. You're busy, so yeah.
Upasana has been vanishing morning से. कोई मेरी help नहीं की. बहुत कम. अभी questions भेजना मेरे को अच्छे से.
Yeah.
And why didn't you help me these 2 days? You should have been just standing by my side. You know what a big hasti I'm interviewing today. Huh?
Ma'am, am I supposed to answer or is Bhai Baldeep Singh going to answer?
Hi, Baldeep Singh ji cannot answer. This is a question to you. Baldeep ji,
Oh.
can I start? It's 6:05.
I never told you not to start. Who told you not to start?
You looking at your poems? Are you ready with your
How is
poems?
it? I can chat and talk like this. What's the problem?
No, that's fine. But are you ready with your poems?
Yeah, I've been ready. I'm ready with what poems? I'm not a poet.
मैं ए वाली कह रही हूँ. मैं ही जिंदगी हाँ टीवी पर आपकी माँ दी बेटी भी अपने पिता दी. ये वाली कह रही हूँ मैं.
This one was typed already by me.
I've sent you in WhatsApp.
I'm just don't. If I'm asking a question, I can't open more windows. I've got papers in my hands. If you say yes, then I know which folder to look at.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I have sent you in WhatsApp.
Sending now, na.
I have sent you already at 5:35. It's
Yeah,
6
but then
past 6 now.
5:35. I'm doing other things also. I have to say there's nobody here. You've got all the barat, you know.
I didn't have the barat with me. Ask them. I've been working alone.
Yeah, I have nobody here.
Have to be quiet and be ready. Are you saying good evening, Abanti? Kya Are you ready with your opening?
Yes.
Welcome note.
Yes.
Then I will start after that. चले फिर? Are you ready, Baldeep ji?
Yeah,
Which one are we reading? That one drop of water, बूंद पढ़नी है या
ठीक है,
moonshine पढ़नी है? बूंद is fine. ठीक है? And then all poems are half yours. I'll read the English tarjama ਜਿਹੜੇ ਦੋਨੋਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਹੀ हैं. हिंदी भी पंजाबी भी ਤੁਹਾਡਾ and English भी ਤੁਹਾਡਾ.
Which one?
So अद्धा तेरा अद्धा मेरा. One is that and one is that one drop of water.
Okay.
बूंद and अद्धा तेरा and माँ. and Maria. Have you got it?
वो मैं लब रहे हैं यार करेक्ट आता मेरा
कई लोग ऐना क्यों सौंदे हैं?
गाइस मैं जा रहा हूँ हाँ?
नहीं नहीं प्लीज.
मेरे से पंगा ले रही है तुम मतलब जाती हो रही है मेरे साथ That starts with जगमग है जिंदगी ना
जगमग है जिंदगी. No. It's called Zindagi Nama. मैं ही जिंदगी हाँ. It's typed and it's sent in your WhatsApp, boss. You're so good at it. और मैं विच किते पूछना है ना बारे.
ठीक है
पर इतनी लेट करांगे फिर कुछ नहीं कर पावांगे.
चल मूव ऑन चलती बन
ओके हाले मैं बड़े अच्छे बड़ा कुछ संभालना है मेरे तो इतनी आसान नाल थोड़ी हो जाना है. I have to figure out how to do it. Banti, I have to be ready before I start all the tam sham. Now, how do I come back? Full screen.
Arturo no jawab.
That's Arturo.
Arturo वाला नहीं मारिया वाली है इसको ऊपर वाली. Oh God, Banti, ये तो कुछ गड़बड़ हो गई.
कौन सी गड़बड़?
How do I handle this now?
क्या है
When
ये?
I'm going to, it's going to the minimization, exit full screen. So how do I see that?
जैसे
Pradeep
normally
ji,
आप
can you help me?
No, I'm totally somewhere else.
Technical problem आ गई है मेरे को. Full screen कर रही हूँ तो पूरी आ रही है. I'm unable to. अच्छा maybe. How do I do this? It's either going to very small size or very big. The medium size is not coming. Shall I just start and see whatever happens?
Yeah, please do that.
Okay, Baldeep ji, can we start? I'm
Huh?
just preparing the live on Facebook now. Baldeep ji, this says this endpoint is deprecated and will not be accessible once the next Graph API version is released. Please use the live API instead. Ki kara?
I don't know about Zoom. I have no idea.
No, this is Facebook. Or must be coming from Zoom actually. Yeah, you're right. So shall I press that? Now how do I go here? Anyway, if this goes, let me go to the older version only. And if this goes off, then we anyway have the recording, right? Baldeep ji, I need your help, please.
Yeah, recording's happening here at my end. So whatever.
Recording will be there and everything will be there. So even if for some reason it goes off from Facebook, it's okay.
Facebook, it automatically gets transferred. You have to just go live in Zoom and it should connect there automatically.
Yeah.
No, that's what's happening. But you all are not understanding what I'm saying. But Koini, let me just do it now. All the best, team.
Same to
मेरे
you
को
and
भी
thank
कह
you,
दो.
ma'am. Same to you and thank you, ma'am.
All the best, ma'am.
यार ये बार यही दिखा रहा है. Please use the live API instead. I can't do it because वो तो कुछ और ही मेरे को लेके जा रहा है. I'm just going to do what I do. Okay, this is ready. I'm about to go live, and you will start the good evening now, Avanti.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Oh,
Good evening and a warm welcome to all from TCAA in the second episode of Arts Alive, the Art, the Artist and the Times, in conversation with Maestro Bhai Baldeep Singh, celebrating and sharing on his journey of 1 year of YaarAnād Virtual Series. I now request Ramanjit ma'am, our founder director and the moderator, to take over the event. Thank you. Have a great evening.
good evening, everyone, and a very warm welcome to the Creative Arts Academy once again. Today is a very special evening for all of us as we celebrate the 1 year of YaarAnād Virtual Baithak Series, which has been curated and executed by Bhai Baldeep Singh ji. Welcome, Bhai Baldeep Singh ji, and thank you for accepting our invitation to be here with us and share your long and wonderful journey of creating and curating such a phenomenal archive of um, cultural heritage, I would say, and processes of so many artists from all over the world. But before we embark on this journey,
Thank
I
you.
would like to, yes,
You're only kind. I do not really deserve um, such affection. I'm still trying to earn some, but it's only your kindness. And everyone at the Creative Arts whom I have now um, gotten to know some of whom have also worked with me a bit now. So I'm only grateful.
thank you so much. Um, I would take this moment, Baldeep ji, to introduce the project which we launched a few days ago with my Guru, Padma Shri Neelam Man Singh Chaudhary. The project is called Arts Alive, and that's what brings us together today again. This is the episode 2 of Arts Alive. So, what is Arts Alive?
Oh, I
It's a
think
project.
you mean this is. Thank you very much, Aniket. I've now been freed from all the illusion. I thought this was about celebrating YaarAnād series' 1 year. This is about your
Yes.
second episode. How wonderful! How wonderful!
But once you know what it is about, I'm sure you will understand
I
that
want to know about it, but then
where it meets.
I'm only a quarter obliged, maybe even less.
All right. So, Arts Alive is a project that aims to map the journey of the creators and the curators. And one of them is here with us today. The challenges, the overcoming, and the expressions henceforth during the time of pandemic. It proposes to focus on envisioning the possibilities of arts and its agency in the wake of facing and living the global pandemic. When mobility and gathering of people in a space has become subject to menace, we pause. We pause to question the ways in which the arts community would adapt the indefinite new normal. There's a second wave now, and we don't know how long this one is going to go, and we don't know what the new normal will be and how long will we have to live like that. That, like some people say, that masks are going to be a part of your lifestyle. This global health crisis has resulted in significant decrease of creative production and has made everyone reflect on restructuring methods of performing a performance, observing a performance, and receiving funds for the same. As the normative and liminal has started working in one hybrid space, the TCA plans to launch Arts Alive, a webinar series to investigate and analyze the ongoing artistic activity. worldwide. This series would look into the dialogic intersection of different artistic mediums in the context of different disciplines used to create and curate performances and interventions. One of those we're going to talk about today. Arts Alive aims to study the process of transition using interaction method to understand the persistent adaptation taken up by the arts and cultural sector within India and the global context recently. It will also lay emphasis on mapping the journey of arts, artists, art practices, and its impact on the community to observe and understand the pathways to recovery through arts. The webinars will be documented and promoted all over the virtual media and made accessible for artists, scholars, and art lovers with the purpose of empowering the arts and cultural sector. It is vital that at this point, we engage in a dialogue with art practitioners. And someone like Baldeep ji has really paved the way and given us an example by executing one of the longest um, and the widely spread Bathak series and map their journeys as a retrospective point for the contemporaries and future artists. It shall also delve into discussions of probable possibilities that the cultural sector can provide for the artists. Cultural sector receives scarce funding in comparison to other sectors. And now that the economy is already going through recession, it is crucial to examine its impact in the arts scene. I think arts is something that has saved us during this time. If we didn't have a series like this, the webinars that have been happening, the entertainment that has been happening, what you watch on Netflix, what you watch on your phones, we would have lost our sanity during these challenging times. So how about thinking about supporting this sector financially and making it into a necessary sector and discover the survival strategy for the artists to produce and sustain within the arts and cultural sector. This is about our project. And now, with great pleasure, I would like to formally introduce Bhai Baldeep Singh ji to our audiences. He is many people in one person, or many artists within this form and body. That's how I see him. A classical vocalist, percussionist, luthier, music poet, photographer, ex-aviator, aeromodeler and designer, archivist, filmmaker, and founder, chairman of the Anād Foundation. Proficient in the tabla, he studied the Gurbāni Sangeet Parampara from his granduncles. Upon realizing the gradual extinction of the GurSikh tradition, he renounced a career as a fighter pilot to engage in the revival of GurSikh heritage. Embodying the civilizational harvests and oral histories of 27 grand maestros, both celebrated and neglected since partition, Bhai Baldeep Singh became a treasury of GurSikhi with a panoramic vantage and performative elan unmatched today. There are rarely any parallels to his work. His efforts have safeguarded from the brink of extinction many original musical masterpieces whereby revelation graced the GurSikh Gurus, musical instruments, and playing techniques of their endowment, and indigenous pedagogical processes through which rising generations of custodians are being nurtured once again. His articles on Gurbani Sangeet have been published all over the world. Some of them with Routledge publication, like What is Kirtan? Observations, Interventions, and Personal Reflections, and Memory and Pedagogy of Gurbani Sangeet and Autoethnographic Udasi. Both these are Routledge publications, if I'm right. He's presently working on Gurbani Sangeet Prachin Riti Mala, which I feel would be a document to be cherished for centuries. He connected with the last living bearers of GurSikh excellence and assimilated their oral narratives and musical knowledge, and his establishment of the Anand Foundation. While quarantined in Rome in 2020, and as he would like to express, in the silenced streets of Rome, he set out to engage the custodians of culture around the world through his ongoing YaarAnād Virtual Baithak Series. He has served as a member of the Advisory Council of the Punjab Languages Department 2008 to 10, and helped the Punjab government form the Sultanpur Lodi Development Board in 2007. From 2009 to 2014, he represented the state of Punjab in the General Council of the National Academy of Music, Dance and Drama, that is the Sangeet Natak Academy in New Delhi, where he also served in the executive board, in the advisory committees for music, archives and documentation, and in the advisory committee for grants. Wow, that's great. And we feel honored that he's here with us at the Creative Arts Academy today. I would go on to talk about the Anand Foundation. The Anand Foundation is a non-profit, non-government, literary, cultural, charitable organization constituted for the purpose of service, promotion, and preservation of the traditional human values and heritage in general, and in the devotional music of the GurSikh tradition in particular. The trust is dedicated to the phenomena of great maestros, through whom the evolving human values attained a high point of articulation. In order to resuscitate the connection to the continuum that is our cultural past, Anand Foundation works to provide a structure of support and nourishment to that continuum through creating interactive spaces for traditional, spiritually enriching cultural activity like the practice of visual and performing arts, storytelling, singing, handcrafting, and playing musical instruments, painting, spinning the wheel, pottery making, or even growing one's own food. And I would also like to take this moment that the work that the foundation is doing is phenomenal. Many generations are going to benefit from this work, and I appeal to the audience from the Creative Arts Academy to kindly support the work of the foundation financially, morally, emotionally, in spreading the word in whatever way you can. And that's where you will be supporting arts all over the world, and you will be supporting the Gurbāni Sangeet Parampara of the Gurus. Now coming to the YaarAnād Virtual Baithak Series, completing 1 year on 19th April. What is the series all about? As an extension of the World Music Heritage Series conceived and produced by Bhai Baldeep Singh for Anand Records, the YaarAnād Virtual Baithak Series aims to celebrate excellence in the field of music, arts, dance, theatre, and literature. It was created intending to get acquainted with artists' work, their heritage, thoughts, art processes, and practices, how they were dealing with the pandemic, and what new ways they are embracing during these challenging times. The Baithak series, which celebrates its 1 year this month, has successfully completed a year and around 192 episodes, more than 1,000 hours of discourse, and more than 2 million views. It has featured numerous prominent and remarkable personalities across the world participating in engaging discussions associated with their creative journeys, present times, the pandemic, sharing their personal experiences, and sometimes influencing the audience through their virtual performances. The first season of the series marked the 550th birth anniversary of Guru Nanak Dev, the first Guru of the Sikhs. The second season marked the 400th birth anniversary of Guru Tegh Bahadur, the ninth Guru of the Sikhs, a martyr in history and a prolific Pakhavaj exponent whose contributions include Rag Jajavanti. That's really amazing, Baldeep ji. And I would like to start with the point that where did it all start? You were in Rome and you were hosted by ISAS, and I hope Dr. Tiziana Lorenzetti is here today, who were hosting you at that point of time. Uh, and the whole pandemic took over the whole world, and the whole world was locked down. And Rome was one of the first places, Italy was one of the first country that got hit very badly. You were there. What happened to you? What were your thoughts? And how did this journey start? Over to you.
Well, I think many people are sort of the silent contributors. I wouldn't normally, like people sometimes who inspire are in the category of forgotten founders. But in this project, there are many silent founders, and they're not forgotten because I remember them, and I'm always very mindful of every contribution, everyone who knowingly, unknowingly, inadvertently contributes. Now, uh, the Indian embassy Rome was headed by Ambassador Reenath Sandhu at the time, and the conversations had been on. In fact, Professor Francesca Casio is the one who also spoke of her. I knew her, I mean, within the circles, I knew of her. But then I was, brought in a conversation. There was supposed to be Francesca's vision was idea was to do something at the Vatican to have me sing, and mark Guru Nanak's 550th. It was a brilliant idea.
Wow.
And then, of course, there are small circles, small world in the end. So there were the conversations with the then ambassador to Italy, India's ambassador, Mrs. Reenath Sandhu. Uh, it began, and I started plotting. Well, what can I do? How can I contribute? So I thought of a concert, and then Museo delle Civiltà, the Museum of Civilizations, headed by Dr. Massimiliano Polighetti. He also is an old friend. So everything combined together. Then I called Dr. Tiziana Lorenzetti. I said, hey, we are doing something to mark Guru Nanak's 550th birth anniversary. And because she heads the Institute of South Asian Studies, and many of our common friends. So they're always, wonderful partners in anything that I do in Europe. And she had marked the Great War commemoration of the Sikh armies, Sikh regiments that helped liberate Italy. That was done in 2015. So I had already done a concert at the Biblioteca Angelica where a fantastic exhibition had been mounted. So I basically, if I was doing something in Rome, it was obvious that I was to call everybody with a BU wala buddy in Italy, in fact, beyond Italy. I called Czeslaw Bala Singh. So then I set up the Anad ensemble because I wanted to do something, a concert with a difference, something which I've been wanting to do for ages. It's just that people are not romantic enough. They want a shortcut always, even in romance. And when you talk of civilizational celebrations, etc., they are they've always been achieved by marathon runners. I mean, civilizations are not a produce of short, you know, short length runners. Those are all needed. Technical perspectives are all necessary, but a cultural perspective is needed. So I was there in Rome, hosted by Tiziana, her husband, Valerio, and then their sister Federica, and everybody. It was wonderful sort of an environment. Then this pandemic hit, and the visits to the embassy. Fortunately, I was very close, 10-minute walk from there. So even in the the letters, if the cops stop you, you have to show a letter, your travel to the embassy card kind of a thing. And I was sort of um, so consumed in setting up the Anad ensemble, the project that I mentioned, I wanted to do for a long time. When I spoke of the romance and that people are not romantic enough, just to underscore that. The idea was to identify instruments because Guru Nanak traveled. He is, if you discount the Vatican visit, which many scholars and historians believe he did, but the church, the Vatican at the time wouldn't want to, the Pope wouldn't want to tell what was the conversation with Guru Nanak, because then he'll have to tell what were the questions and what were the answers. So it's a silent visit, not spoken about much. Um, but my idea, my sort of dream was to walk along with Baba Nanak to hear the kind of music he would have heard, to hear the languages he would have heard, to hear the interactions that he would have had. And so I formed the Anad ensemble with instruments from the times of Guru Nanak's travels. So if I looked at Viola da Gamba, the idea was to look at the Gamba from that era, from the first quarter of the 16th century. When we looked at Lira di Braccio, when we looked at piccolo, etc., so flutes and all that, the harpsichord, etc., the clavichord versus which keyboard instrument was there, where Czesław came in. So I started writing music for the first time, perhaps with zero adaptation of the chords or the harmony concepts that the Western music has. So I said, no, I'm gonna because we do polyphonic ideas in Indian classical music. Because from if I were to argue from a musicological perspective, with a pinch of anthropological perspective as well, even the tanpura. I mean, there are two notes. There's either a sa ma or sa pa. There are two lines. There are two notes already, and then you sing a raga. That's already the third, and then you have the percussion, for example. This is four lines, and then you have sometimes a string instrument. Some who are following you, chasing you. Others within the mandali who already know exactly what you. There's a perfect millet. So that's already six, seven, eight lines. And if you have got two or three or four singers, or like until my great grandfather Baba Narayan Singh, there were four Pakhavjis with my ancestors who would play. And there was a Taus player, the Saranda player, a Rabab player, and so on and so forth. There's an entire mandali. And these guys, would have lands and swords and shastras, and they would also sing in the evening. And everybody within their, domains, the lands they had, they would all come and celebrate every night, whatever they did. And they all sang together and they all jammed together. And they would sing Hari Ki Sifat. So I was writing that, and we were to do a concert on the 7th of March at the Museo delle Civiltà, and then with the Indian Embassy. And it got postponed and then eventually perhaps cancelled because there's been no conversation. The ambassador has changed, the people come and go, opportunities come
Right.
and go. And then in that time, in the pandemic, the idea was, of course, I did on the 6th of March, we did the last event without the audience, was for the Italian radio, Rai 3. And thanks to friends like Nello Delgato, one of the top journalists, Monica Donofrio and Stefano Roffi and others, at the radio, who were so kind to invite and celebrate Guru Nanak Jayanti. For the first time, Gurbani was read on the national radio and
Oh,
television.
wonderful.
And then Maria Grazia Calandrone, the Roman poet, she translated 6 shabads of Guru Nanak into Italian.
And you've done transcreation. Yeah.
Yes, and a lot of translation. They were read in I was singing in Gurmukhi, of course, the original songs, and then Stefano Roffi was reading Maria Grazia Calandrone's translations stanza by stanza. Every stanza, the translation would be read with the music going on in the background, and I would improvise kind of a thing, but it was very well received. After that, when the pandemic really set in, people were wanting to know, how do you contribute? People were asking for concerts. I was little iffy because I was busy writing, and then I thought that, okay, um, um, let me, how can I contribute? Since March, I had been reporting on COVID from the lockdown, and the first monologue that I did went over 10 million views. I went on Rosanna Spokesman was about 1.8 million.
That's true.
My page, it was about 800,000 views, and so many channels. Journalists took I was receiving calls from people whom I didn't even know. They said, oh, your one 30-40 minute monologue has given us 5 episodes. We've just expanded it. Thank you so much. You don't know us. People are calling.
Right.
So when I was busy reporting on COVID and observing and talking to scientists and doctors and people in Europe, knowing about it, and speaking in Punjabi to folks in Punjab, even now situation is bad, but at that time I was doing that. So I was very busy from writing to reporting, and then the requests I didn't like, so I thought, why not? On the 17th of April, which will be tomorrow, the idea was in meditation, and when I got up, this idea came, and I called Maestro Luigi Polsini. I said, "Hey Luigi, what are you doing on Sunday?" Day after tomorrow. He says, "Nothing. I'm in lockdown in my farm." I said, "Would you come live? I have an idea." And as I was talking to him, the idea was forming. It was just so fresh. And he said yes. Then I called Juliana Sosha, the jazz pianist from Rome, and she was available on Monday. Then I called Dr. Giusy Caruso. She was in Brussels. And she said, yes, of course, I'm also logged. I said, you got your piano? She says, no, I've got my electronic keyboard, which is piano simulation to keep her muscles and fingers ready, and when she travels. I said, don't worry, we'll plan with that only. And the fourth call I made within the next 8-10 minutes was Zhenya Strigolev, the jazz saxophonist from London, the Russian jazz saxophonist in London from the Royal Academy of Music. 4 calls, 4 confirmations, and I had from Sunday till Wednesday, and I clapped. I said, "Well, here we go." And then I was working with Japinder and Gundeep on the software, what to use, improvisation, signals. We had Valerio Tiziana's husband running around trying to get me a better connection. Because it was not expected. People just use connections for emails. Anyway, that is how it began, and it's been a marathon ever since. Yeah. But thank you for asking. Long narration, but
No, this was
really,
very much required for the audience to know, because
go round. Yes.
yeah, where were we? And that's what you shared with us before the pandemic started. What was that point? What were we doing at that point of time? And then what happened, and how did we negotiate with our thoughts and the things that were happening?
Yeah, yeah.
So
My pleasure, really.
if you can, yeah, hear me, then my next question would be that you have been documenting since past 35 years in different methods. You've gone to the maestros, you've learned from them. So you have taken the oral tradition and, taken it in the sense, learned it. So you also become a prodigy and the person who takes it forward and gives it forward to the generations. So it's an in-person document that you have created of yourself. You've recorded things, audio recordings, film recordings. You have also written huge articles, and now you're documenting it in a book form. Your films, which is Sikh Kirtan, Maryada Te Parampara, Let Us Talk Rubbish, Sacred Musics of the Sikhs, Luthiers of East Punjab on Gurdyal Singh, Luthiers of East Punjab on Guru Kishan Singh, Luthiers,
Kyani Kishan Singh.
yes, Gyani Krishan Singh, I'm so sorry. Luthiers of East Punjab Part 3, Hansraj, and Gurbani Sangeet Past, Present and Future. These were your films. And now, during the pandemic, you took another form, which was the webinar form, the Baithak series form, the virtual and the live, where you decided to document not only the Gurbani Sangeet Parampara and its exponents, which also you have included a lot of them in the Baithak series, but you made the canvas much bigger to other art forms, and the canvas very widespread in terms of having discourse with artists from all over the world. And yet, this documentation was taking place live in front of a live audience. So, how do you look at it? Either I can put in a lot of questions together and you can, answer them. That how do you look at it, and what has been your experience? You've shared the beginning with us. What has been your experience of executing the whole thing? I know your team was there to get some technicals going, but those of us who have seen you closely, and when the webinars were happening almost every day, you've not slept for months and you've handled it single-handedly. It's like Guru Gobind Singh Ji says that sawa lakh se ek ladaun. So, it was really like that, that one of you was good enough as sawa lakh people working on this huge series. And what were the challenges that you were facing of technicalities, funds, less manpower, doing it alone? What were the joys? What were the narratives that stay, or what are the narratives that stand out for you? If you could share everything with us about the medium, about the process, the sleepless nights. Yeah, over to you.
So the well, that's quite a packed question, loaded question. The How do I begin?
How do you see this medium? From the books to the films to the audio recording, and then a live medium with live audience. How was this experience for you?
So you see, one is that the live versus recording. Using some of the finest technology as an archivist, as a conservator. We're looking at you know uh, always the finest equipment that there is, the technology. You don't want the coming generations to point an accusatory finger that, oh, kanjusi kar gaye, such a miserly work, or it could have been done better. This technology is always available. So I, as a very sort of a conservator of a very particular fanaticism, if I may. We think
Yes, you are
ahead
right.
that if you want to use technology which is the most proven. Everything new is not right. I mean, we in conservation, in restoration, audio, etc. We always use technology which is almost like a year or 2 years old, because all the plugins, etc., they're out and tested. We don't want to be guinea pigs. So there's a blend of technology which is the latest, but which is also tested and proven. Formats which are now there to stay, even if it is for 10 years, etc., like digital audio tapes. They came in some time back. Then now we don't have DATs. But there was nearly 10, 12, 15 years where we concentrated on them. Mini DV technology. Now things have gone, hard drives have come in, SSD hard drives have come in, which are, who would have believed, when I first got my the first computer laptop that I got, which had a mini DV, firewire actually, connectivity. You know, it was a sensation in Delhi that, oh, Bhai Baldeep has a laptop, something which Sony made F390. It has 18 gigabyte hard drive. That was like in the year 2000. And now this small gadget is 2 terabyte SSD, right? You just throw it like a biscuit. Who would have thought? And so technology changes, mediums change, and so on and so forth. So for me personally, in terms of quality, always looking at lenses, even the lens that is being used to bring is, given by Zeiss, for example. Zeiss India, or Umendra Shah heads that. So idea is about the glass, etc. Whereas on internet, when I began doing the pixelation, what is the resolution? It is barely, not even 720 pixels. You're getting 240 or whatever. But the idea, from that perspective, is to document the times of the day. So it's not just conversations, not just connecting and engaging in a conversation, not just in a not engaging in tokenism. That okay, showcase a concert. That is okay. Many people were doing that. I didn't want to do it because I've never done things that way. If you want to have a concert, I argued last year that please invite a singer or a theater person or a writer or a poet virtually. Give them some honorarium so that they have support systems. One musician would have many allied artists who are connected, and that's how funds flow and so on and so forth. So I was inspiring. I said, don't ask me to host a concert. I'm going to be, yes, there will be music, but it will be as part of a conversation and trying to learn the process. So yes, the technological handicap was there. I had to look at how to stream, and once you are good at technology, it helps you choose newer technology. You can transition very quickly, and you don't lose layers. You're always making an up, in the sense that okay, I need this, but it's not available. What is the best available in that medium? So the key was to identify which software to use. Choices were made. Zoom was discounted. I did not. I immediately, when I realized that it cuts down audio and everything to 32 kilohertz, I said I can't use it. So Skype, for example, was the medium which we used because the 48 kilohertz was there. So small decisions like that, in which people, many conversations began, etc., being unplugged, and that it was even possible to have long conversations, etc. So this was becoming quite sensational, and people were suddenly realizing that the potential. I was almost like a test pilot as an ex-aviator. I was like a test pilot showing the how much you can stretch, even
Yes.
attention, how much you can hold, cajole, and then ruthlessly say, how dare you go? You have to sit here. You can't eat. Sit here. Get your food on the table.
Yes.
You have to watch. So these are the kind of initial conversations that I had either with close aides and friends and my students who were part of the close.
So you did have
YaarAnād,
discussions about the length of
pardon?
it. You were having discussions about the length of it
Well, with the artists,
with
with
everything.
the
Yes.
people I was concerned, because they'll say, "Oh, acha, how much is your time? How long?" Like my argument with Chote Ghulam Ali, we even ended up with a very, on a bad note. I was fighting with him. I said, "How dare you?" We go a long way back. His ustads have known my elders and so on and so forth. But the point is that the idea was, okay, I'll come for 15 minutes. I said, this is not possible. 15, what do you talk in 15 minutes? Hello, how are you? And what is your kache banana size? I'm not interested in that. What perfume you use, or what, shaving blade you use, and what color you dye your hair with. I'm not interested in that. I'm going to talk about your journey. So at least give me an hour and a half minimum and more. Why do we need to end? I mean, don't you want to? Wouldn't you want to be in a conversation which maps your journey? Then people would say, well, why to map our journey? Then I would speak about how inspiring it could be. This conversation would inspire how you are you, how you became you, who all made you what you are today. That's a conversation I'm interested in. What is your art form? I'm going to ask some very basic, ordinary questions which a commoner would ask. I'm not going to sit in front of you as the connoisseur, as the knowledgeable one. Oh, I know what Bharatnatyam, I know. I mean, having an opinion about everything. Just because I've been to many concerts and read a few things here and there, that I know enough about Kathak and so on and so forth. No, I'm going to sit and ask you basic questions. Who the heck are you? What do you do? What is this instrument? How do you play it? Acha, what is this on your face? Is this a makeup? How is this makeup different than Kathak or Kathakali or Odissi, etc.? I mean, what are the, if you're singing, what is your basis? Where does your singing come from, etc.? basic questions, but they are again aimed as a pedagogue, as a grammarian. My questions would be basic, but they would seem basic, but they are foundational. They're fundamental
Yes.
questions. These will open up the theorems that protagonists have held close to their heart knowingly and even unknowingly. Because when you sit with when you're sitting with your masters, you have no idea at times what you heard, what is its worth. Like day before yesterday, right, I came across my granduncle's recording, and what was in it? I've sung the composition always, and I've sung with my granduncle so much. But then the recording from 1971, which one of my close cousins, Sukhi Chana, had sent from England, the recording from England, but sent from Canada, from Toronto, and it was a Rag Bihagra composition. My voice is all dead. I haven't slept, but I'm just humming it. तुझ बिन कौन करे, तुझ बिन कौन करे, तुझ बिन कौन करे, सीलाल तुझ बिन कौन करे. And goes on. I came on to record like day before yesterday that it was sung in Vilambit Punjabi Theka, Tintal. And then when it comes back with the Asthai, it'll become the Vadi Tintal, and it will be sung, the Asthai will be sung in the Dugan. Then I said, oh gosh, yes. But I had been told that, 4 years back, I had forgotten.
Right.
There's so much knowledge. When you are especially belonging in a parampara, you have no idea what comes and goes. Then suddenly a memory recall comes, something hits you, and it goes, ऐसीलाल तुझ बिन कौन करे. धा धा धी धा धा धी धा धा धी ता ता धी धा धा धी धा धा. ऐसी लाल तुझ बिन कौन करे, तुझ बिन कौन करे, ऐसी लाल तुझ बिन कौन करे, जी ऐसी लाल तुझ बिन कौन करे, गरीब निवाज गुसैया मेरा, माथे छतर धरे, लाल तुझ बिन कौन करे. And then the abhog. नाम देव कबीर तिलोचन, Sadhana Sanatarai Karavidas Sonore Santo. I mean, it goes on. It's something that I discovered even 2 days back. So the idea is in conversations with the protagonists, people who are achievers, who mean something to so many people. But my conversations are aimed at doing the katha of that something. What is that? Why do they mean something, or even more than something, to so many people? What is it that makes a Neelam Mansingh a Neelam Mansingh? I mean, who's Raghu Rai? I mean, what is it? I mean, he's just a camera wielding guy. Just another dude, tall, lanky, handsome dude, right? But what was
And
unique? His capacity to utilize technology which just about anybody with a few bucks in a pocket can buy. But how do you get that eye? When to shoot? How do you get that trigger, a trigger shy finger? Joe, which is not, over enthusiastic at clicking pictures. I mean, he's a photographer with a sniper's eye, with a sniper's patience, who would maybe hit the trigger once in a blue moon, but then that image is forever. So that's the process which was my intent to sort of. I had the privilege of knowing so many people, but then to bring them, it's like the shikhar, of a Sumeru or
and
a,
it's
or
really
an Everest,
certain.
to bring that close to someone who's deep in a ditch sometimes, or just
Yeah.
on the plains. How do you take them, connect them with those masters? How, people who've reached on the top, people like Captain MS Coley, who led the team, the first Indian expedition which conquered Everest. He asked me to write a book. I was still pending, etc. There's so many things on the desk, but 19 years he held the record on the maximum guys who, first walked on the Everest after Edmund Hillary. I mean, these are achievers. I mean, how does Mother Nature, give birth to such fantastic men and women?
And you've really set an example, Baldeepji, in terms of that we do not have to have fixed rules and this is how things will be done. If our search is much deeper, if it's something else that we are looking for. On the web, we all thought, and including me, 1 hour and that's it because it's online. Let's just do it this way. And everyone went ahead and did it. Even the television programs or any program that you see. But you showed us the way that, and the fact is that the live audience lapped it up. There have been people like us who've been watching the Batted series for 5, 8, 9 hours. So it is possible to engage the people for so long. And yet, of course, there'll be discussions about, what more can we do? I will request Abanti, the Creative Arts team has created a small video, and I think this might be a good moment to share that, just few glimpses or just a congratulations note. Abanti, if you're ready,
Am I
then
to be afraid of that? जी सतकरतार दोस्तों, वाहिगुरू जी का खालसा, वाहिगुरू जी की फतेह, अस्सलाम वालेकुम, नमस्कार ते आदाब, तुहानू बहुत बहुत सत श्री अकाल। Hey, let's hit the pranayama, the discipline of breath. What happens when it comes in? What happens when you hold it?
What happens when you let it go without realizing, as Nanak says, Hum aadmi hai ek dami. You're worth one breath. They all are in your agya, they're your desire. Oh Creator, oh Creatore, tutti sono e tu hai fatto. Bring the song back. We need to allow it to flourish, allow it to be happy. The water will be happy, the airs will be happy. We must learn how to remain within the confines of our souls. Very good night, buonanotte Italia, and Varji ka Khalsa, Varji ki Fateh. Satkartal. Wow, that was very moving, very nostalgic. Thank you, everyone. I mean, that's
Yes.
amazing. I'm so grateful.
Yeah, I must tell you that this young team has been very enthusiastic, from Upasna, Swastisha, Abanti, the guy who made the video at Violet Lab, Vikash, all of them, and Megha and Umang pitching in, all of them. First, they worked for a month during the Guru Nanak Dev Ji's this thing to understand the whole project. And this time, it was brought together in a much faster manner, because now their understanding of the whole project has grown, and they are very enthusiastic to meet you at the end of today's event. Baldeep ji, this during this time, and then we already have our senior artist, Dr. Prem Singh has already joined the webinar, and Bandeep ji is also here. But before we make them come on as panelists at around 7:15, and I'm still waiting for Rabindra Vasavra ji. So if he's watching us on the Facebook, kindly join us here at the webinar, or I'll send Abanti the phone number if you can call him. I would like to ask you that, apart from this phenomenal work that you've done, what drives you? There've been sleepless nights. There's no funding. I know you are not earning millions, and so it's not the financial allure that's driving you nuts, not sleeping, working 24/7, and there is no support system that you have, and yet you carry on working. And even within that, you were mentioning Maria, you have transcreated her poems, you have transcreated Manglesh the Bral's poems, you've been writing poems yourself, you've been singing, you've been teaching. A couple of lines about your passion what drives you? What is the secret that youngsters can learn and, create that kind of crazy passion? Or you can say it just happens to some of the rare ones. And then we would like you to share a couple of poems before we invite Dr. Prem Singh ji and Bandeep ji and Ravinder ji.
Sure. Well, I mean, sifting through my old diaries. I've been a diary keeper since I was in aviation. Um, and I don't know where I got it or what inspired. There was a single line written, "My passion is my fashion." So
Right?
I found that, old diary of mine. So I really don't know. I don't want to set myself as an example because I'm a renunciate. I renounced my career, but it
Right.
was renounced at the time when I knew that the vidya I was trying to recover and save from extinction, to try and create a bit, to be the bridge between the memory bearing elders at the time in the late 80s, and of course early 90s. That was most crucial, most important time, those 10 years, 12 years rather, from 85 onwards till 97. um, and then it has been consolidation efforts and reiteration process, but those were the very, very important years. um, I renounced because I realized that I couldn't, I was selected to fly, to be a flying pilot for the Indian Air Force. And I decided not to join at the last moment. That one was the realization that I had access to knowledge which ordinary folks wouldn't have, by way of my elders and so many, and those whom they were connected with, that someone was needed at that time. And so I don't want people to now renounce things, because yes, there are times when you see that it's not possible to do it while you're doing something else, with a number of hours. It's all mathematics in the sense, all naptol. You have to measure how much work is required and how many hours are required and so on and so forth. So at that time, being split with so many masters and elders at the same, I've been simultaneously taught, a week with one, then 2 weeks with another, a few days with another, like, and I would be in rotation, and they would all, I was also the cross pollinator. So here, if I'm training the voice with Ustad Faimuddin Khan of the Dagrwani, introduced by Dr. Sumati Mutatkar, he is, taking ideas given by Pai Arjan Singh Tarangad about Zinda Kitab and this and that. So I was like looking at that, the idea of them, and there is Pai Arjan Singh Tarangad, because the term Dagar was only used in the 50s. Before that, it was Vani. It was not a family name of anyone. Nobody had the right to use that. I mean, it was a system. People were not creators, like the family which is now known as the Dagar family. They're students of Dagarwani. They're not the creators of Dagarwani as a system. So I would be shocked that how is it, when Pai Arjan Singh asked me in 92, what are you doing in Delhi? Why do you go to Delhi? I said, well, Dr. Sumati Mutatkar has introduced me. That she says that my granduncles and your style and the style of Ustad Alawad Rahimuddin Khan is the only one that matches. If you go to somebody else, your originality will be changed. So she introduced me to this elderly man called Ustad Faimuddin Khan Dagar. He says, who Dagar? And I was like shocked here. Ustad by Arjan Singh Tarangad, who's like everywhere before partition. He was the mega star. No percussionist would want to play in front of him. All the big Panditjis and Khasabs and Paijis and everybody, he was like that, because there was the era of duels and nobody would want to be there, because then it would be a duel. And that he doesn't know Dagar. Then I learned from Professor S.K. Saxena that, oh, it was a term, it was a suffix, as a added on in 52, and Pai Arjan Singh Tarangad knew the word before 47. So
So,
that part of my journey is not something that is like a copy paste table, if I may. But the work and the kind of findings that have, the kind of connections that I've been able to make, bridges that I've been able to make, I understand, and people are now acknowledging, because as a conservator, it's a thankless work. The world doesn't know you. You're not a popular name, but you're doing the most crucial work, or among those who do the most crucial work, is because you're saving civilizations. A chunk, it's like a part of the brain. It's not even a limb. It's not even like losing a limb. Losing a civilization It's like losing a part of your brain.
Right.
I'm told there was a United Nations or UNESCO's finding yesterday. I read out of the 7,000 languages by 2050 or so, a quarter of the languages would have died. Cultures are dying. They're just becoming extinct. People and civilizations are dying. So my work has been more of that, and yes, the it takes a madman or a mad person, mad woman to do it. I'm glad that I was, I had my madness tanks filled the way they are. You don't do this for remuneration because there's no time to even market yourself. There's
Yes.
no time to tell your story. There's so much to do. You're just constantly doing it. And it's a pity that I've not been, sort of been buddies with people who are also billionaires, multi-billionaires, with a concern for heritage, who are sifting out who are the people who are the most active in the unknown sphere, but those without whom there will be a future for civilization, for several civilizational assets. So those combinations, I'm still looking for that synergy, and try to create as part of the consolidation work is also to try and craft modules and processes, methods by which the indigenous pedagogical processes and art forms, which are pure and untouched, untainted by sort of the so-called ideas of evolution and change, because they are always changing. Change and evolution is something which is to be very, very carefully, very wisely employed or deployed, a strategy or a tactic, because you don't need to change rag malcons. You can change, you can bring in microphones to record it. You can bring in better cameras. And so there's a boundary between what is the parampara, what is originality, and what is the change. I mean, you can now already try and connect with artificial intelligence, for example. Try to dig out. So that's a way you utilize technology, but you do not need to change the way you teach or the systems have been taught. No, those are interventions which only half baked potatoes will venture. So that's a kind of I think the lessons that need to be drawn is perhaps in being measured. I hope those who are versed with technology and also who are dedicated to learning traditions, if I can contribute in terms of ideas that you need to be very measured in the way you enter into the era that is today, and bringing assets from yesterday, and in preparing very responsibly for the tomorrow that is knocking at the door.
Right. And I had told our senior artists that we'll be starting their segment at 7:15, but I am greedy to request you, and I'll be inviting them in another 3-4 minutes. If you could read the transcreation of Maria's poem, if it's ready with you, it will be lovely, because that's another thing that was happening during this, serious search for the cultural heritage truth that you were just talking about, and digging so deep. And not only those 5 or 9 hours that you were doing the discourse with the artists. I know, for that matter, for my Baithak, we spend days rehearsing the live performance with my co-actors, and you, and so many hours that you spend putting all the PDFs together and everything together. It's like, work of 30-40 hours behind every Baithak. So thank you for sharing those feelings with us. And if you could share a couple of poems with us, short ones, and then we start our discussion with the senior artists.
Yeah, the one that you mentioned of Maria Grazia Calandrone, um, um, is a very beautiful poem that I wrote. It's called Zindagi Nama, is the one that I think you were referring to.
No, Zindagi Nama is the one that you wrote for the Women's Day, when we were talking about the women empowerment and everything.
That's true. Yeah.
Maria's was, I think, on love or something. If you have the text with you, if not, then we can come back to it after some time.
Yeah. So which one? Which one was that? Do you have a? Do you have?
I have the audio of it. I can send it on
What did
WhatsApp.
it start with? I mean, do you have any memory?
Um,
It was one was Jagmag Hai Zindagi. Yeah, maybe I'll just read that one. It's okay. Um, um, it says the one which Maria Grazia Calandron is from her book Remembering Her Mother.
it was like that was like, oh, ਐ ਵੀ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਕਹਿਣ ਨੂੰ ਕਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਿਆਰ ਹੈ ਤੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ, something like that it went. The transcreation of Maria's poem.
Anyway, well,
Whichever one you have, whatever, and then we can come back to that. Yeah.
so it goes like this one. So Maria said, poetic transcreation, it's not translation. Mind, I hope everyone notes that. Jagmag hai zindagi, jagmag kivang zindagi, jagmagaandi kite chup chupite, jivang supn dubya mast badan, kite lishak di muskan wakan. पर धरती नहीं है चमकदी ते ना ही स्वाह किसे दी वाकई मां सानू सियाण नहीं है कोई ਅਸੀਂ ਹਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਪਰ ਬਸ ਇੱਕ ਜਿਸਮ ਤੇ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਬਾਅਦ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੁਝ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿਤੇ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਤੇ ਆਹ ਅੱਖਰ ਡਕ ਡਕ ਸਰਜਿਆ ਹਿਮਾਲਾ ਤੈਂਡੜੀ ਮੁਸਕਾਨ ਦਾ ਕਣ ਤੱਕ ਵੀ ਨਾ ਤੇਰਾ ਬਦਨ ਜਗਮਗ ਸੀ ਦਿਲ ਧੜਕੰਤ ਨਬਜ਼ ਚਲਦੀ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਅਵਾਕ ਤੱਕ ਰਿਹਾ ਸਾਂ ਐਨ ਉਵੇਂ ਹੀ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਸਾਂਝ ਵੇਲੇ ਰਘੂ ਲਾਲ ਗ੍ਰਹੀ ਅਸਤ ਸੁਮੇਰੂ ਗੋਦ ਹੈ ਸਮਾਵਦਾ ਰਾਗ ਸਿਰੀ ਮਾਰਵਾ ਪੂਰੀਆ ਆਲਾਪ ਦਾ ਅੰਤਕਾਲ ਬਹੁ ਮੁਸੱਕਤ ਵੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਪਰ ਤੁਝ ਤੱਕ ਪੁੱਜਣਾ ਸੰਭਵ ਨਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਪਰ ਤੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਮੇਰੀ ਧੜਕਣ ਸੀ ਹੁਣ ਮੇਰਾ ਵਰਤਮਾਨ ਤੇ ਮੇਰਾ ਭਵਿੱਖ ਤੇ ਵੇਲਾ ਸੀ ਆਨ ਖੜੋਤਾ ਤੇਰੀ ਡੋਲੀ ਤੋਰਨ ਦਾ ਤੇਰੀ ਵਿਦਾਈ ਦਾ ਅਲਵਿਦਾ ਮਾਂ ਅਲਵਿਦਾ ਹੈ ਮੇਰੇ ਜੀਵਨ ਗੁਰੂ ਬਿਨ ਢਾਲ ਬਿਨ ਛਲ ਹੈ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਤੂੰ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗਾਨੀ ਜਗਮਗਾਉਂਦੀ ਲਾਚਾਰ ਭਾਵੇਂ ਬੇਬਸ ਭਾਵੇਂ ਤੇਰੀ ਮਮਤਾ ਝਾਤੀ ਮੁਝ ਵੱਲ ਮਾਰਦੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ ਮੈਂ ਰਾਹੇ ਛੱਡੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ ਜੋ ਸਭਨਾ ਦੀ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੁੜ ਮੁੜ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਸਭਨ ਘਟ ਭੀਤਰ ਬਿਨ ਆਵਿਆਂ ਹਰੀ ਜਸ ਗਾਵਿਆਂ ਰਹਿ ਨਾ ਸਕੰਦੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ
Beautiful. I mean, as you have been mentioning, you know, that these are transcreations and not translations. That has been a wonderful experience for us listeners. And now I'll take this moment to bring in, you know, Baldeep ji and Prem Singh ji. I hope it's happening. It happens.
You need some background music?
Yeah, why not, please? We were hoping that you will do live performance for us today and get you refrained from it, because I know, and we are very grateful that, you know, you agreed to do this today, because we know that you've had a very bad back issue thanks to 4 days of I don't know why
My
this
computer
is.
died, you know. It's just a the operating system upgrade. It took away 3 days of my, month.
Yeah,
That was crazy.
I'm trying to bring them. Are they there?
Throw.
Oh, they are all here. So welcome everyone, and may I request all of you to switch on your videos so that we can start our session with you.
Thank you. My goodness, what a surprise. I can Professor Savara, my goodness. Professor Prem Singh, my goodness. That's amazing.
Yeah, and we also have Prem Singh ji, and I am still looking for Bandeep. Bandeep, are you there?
Deep also. That's fantastic. He hates me very much.
Yes. And Bandeep, if I may request you for the landscape mode, it will just help all of you, all of us, in fact. So very warm welcome. And
Bring them on the
before,
screen. You don't want to
sorry,
bring them on the screen? I can only see myself on the screen.
no, I have to remove the spotlight from you.
Because at times
Now
when
you
you're
can
not
see
there, I don't
everyone.
mind talking. See,
Yes,
you're so
now
bad.
you can see. So warm welcome, Cheslav, all the way from London, Rabindra Vasavra ji, Prem Singh ji, and Bandeep ji. It gives me great pleasure to have all of you on the screen with me, and not just
They're not
Baldeep
on the
Singh
screen
ji.
yet, Raman. They're not on the screen yet. It's you.
No, we can all see each other. Can you all see me
And on Facebook Live.
and
Yes.
everyone?
Yep, I can see
Yes.
you. Yeah.
Now that will take a little bit of time. It just takes few seconds. I think if you give us few seconds, you will see all of us. Otherwise, I'll check. No worries. No worries about that. I'll just check the Facebook a little later. And I would like to take this moment to, um, formally introduce all our panelists here who are here to share their insights about the Baithak series, how they have been looking at it, what are their point of views, how they have engaged with it as artists, and uh, what do they think, where should it go, from this point onwards, just to begin a conversation about it. First and foremost, I have the great pleasure of welcoming Dr. Prem Singh ji, who I have known as a child. He's been the principal of Government College of Fine Arts in Chandigarh, and we've always looked up to him as the principal, quite an iconic figure. He was born in 1943 in Punjab, former principal of Government College of Art, Chandigarh. He's been the ex-member of General Council, Lalit Kala Academy, New Delhi, ex-member Advisory Committee, National Gallery of Modern Art, New Delhi. He has done 31 man shows since 1966. He's participated in several national and international art exhibitions and art camps held in India and abroad. He's received many awards and honors, including Trinale India International Award, the Saatchi Gallery London Yo Studio Award, Punjab Kala Ratan, Punjab Lalit Kala Academy Award, Amrita Sher Gil Samman from Chandigarh Lalit Kala Academy, Sri Guru Nanak Dev Ji Achievers Award, Government of Punjab, and Amrita Imroz Samman, Punjabi Sahit Academy, Ludhiana. He's been a jury at LKA National Exhibition of Art 2001-2011, commissioner at 11th Trinale India, LKA, New Delhi, commissioner and curator Art India Exhibition, Colombo, Sri Lanka in 2006. And he's been regularly writing on art for several newspapers and art journals, works in permanent collections. His works that are in permanent collections of the galleries or museums are at National Gallery of Modern Art, New Delhi, Lalit Kala Academy, New Delhi, Rashtrapati Bhavan, New Delhi, State Museum, Chennai in Tamil Nadu, Government Museum and Art Gallery in Chandigarh, Museum of Fine Arts, Punjab University, Chandigarh, Fine Arts Museum, Punjabi University, Patiala, Raleigh House Museum, Shrewsbury, United Kingdom, and several public and private collections in India and abroad. A very warm welcome, Dr. Prem Singh ji, and thank you for taking out time. Over to Rabindra Vasavra ji, who is the former founder, professor, and head postgraduate program in architecture and settlement conservation, Faculty of Architecture, and head Center for Conservation Studies, CEPT University in Ahmedabad. He has been in his private practice as an architect and works in the area of architecture and heritage conservation. He has also been extensively involved in academics since 1976, primarily with CEPT Ahmedabad and many other institutions in India. He was head of the technical committee of Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation for preparing the World Heritage City nomination dossier for historic city of Ahmedabad from 2011 to 2018. And the historic city of Ahmedabad was inscribed on 12th of July 2017 on the World Heritage List by the UNESCO at their 41st session of the World Heritage Committee in Krakow, Poland. Ahmedabad is the first Indian city to be so recognized. He has been a founder and an advisor to Ahmedabad World Heritage City Trust, set up by the Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation for World City Heritage Management. He has been an advisor to National Monuments Authority of the Ministry of Culture. He was also a consultant to World Resource Institute, Washington, D.C. for their urban development projects in Hubli and Dharwad through EMBARQ Bombay. He has been a project consultant for Archaeological Survey of India for their documentation and conservation projects, a member of the National Committee on Conservation Policy appointed by the PMO in 2009 for reviewing the ASI Act. He is life member and a consultant to INTAC and is on the advisory council of INTAC Heritage Academy and National Museum Institute, New Delhi. He has been invited by prestigious institutes in India and abroad to teach and also to present his research works. A warm welcome, Rabindra ji, and thank you for being here with us.
Thank you very much.
Over to Baldeep Singh, whose work I have come to greatly admire. I mean, I admire his works in photography and painting he's been talking about. So I would read his formal introduction. Baldeep Singh is a reputed editorial and fine art photographer. He's currently working as the group photo editor of the India Today group. His messages have been published in Time, Fortune, the New York Times, Business Week, Forbes, and numerous other publications. Singh's personal photographic work is more conceptual and exploratory. His work is deeply influenced by his cultural leanings and his deep interest in Indology, mysticism, Sufi poetry, and music. He works in diverse genres, ranging from documentary photography, portraiture, eroticism, and conceptual still life photography. And I still cannot get over the work that you recently shared with me, Bandeep. And I hope to have a long discussion about that with you soon. A keen student of photography and visual communication, Bandeep has been on the jury of the India Habitat Center grant for photography since 2005. His images were displayed at the 2007 SARC Summit in Delhi. In 2004, he was the recipient of the Charles Wallace India Trust Award in photography. Okay, I got the Charles Wallace in 2003, Bandeep. His works are in the permanent collection of Isle Museum, Vienna, and the Nirankari Museum of Faith, Delhi. He lives in and works in Delhi presently. Welcome, Bandeep, and thank you for joining us.
Ma'am, he is an attendee, so he needs to be promoted to panelist.
He hasn't yet. Okay, I've been trying. I'll just try it after finishing the introduction. Cheslav Singh is a Canadian-born pianist based in London who studied under eminent maestros. As a soloist, he has performed all over the world, including New York, Rome, Paris, Toronto, and in several venues in Europe. He also has experience as a studio artist. He, as an educator, aside from having international teaching experience, he is the author of 2 academic courses on music appreciation based on the methodology set out by Dr. Craig White of Yale University. As a composer, he has written for different solo instruments spanning to a full symphony orchestra. In 2015, he co-founded our Plus Foundation, a non-profit based out of Poland, dedicated to disseminating high art in all its forms, effectively and extensively to audiences, as well as encouraging cultural exchange and blossoming of multidisciplinary art. The foundation has pursued a steady course of inviting artists to Poland and sending Polish artists abroad. Among its most recent achievements are the curation and production of an international audiovisual festival, whose name Cheslav is going to pronounce, which had its 5th edition in 2020, and the composition and production of an interdisciplinary spectacle entitled, the name again Cheslav will pronounce, dedicated to the victims of the first Nazi concentration camp on occupied Polish territory, which was honored by being made into a full television production. Welcome, Cheslav. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
being here with us. And I'm
Thank
going
you
to
very much for the
try and
invitation.
promote Bandeep ji. He came here, and then how did we again lose him? And he is an attendee. So my question to all of you, or the engagement that I want to have with all of you, is you've all been aware and have been involved in Bhai Baldeep Singh Ji's work since many years. You know about the work, you have been a participatory in the work, and also you have been you've participated as artists, as audiences in this huge, phenomenal virtual Baithak series that he has created. And I personally have been on the web, I think, the longest, apart from many others who must have been, but I also, and I know of no other series that goes on for so many hours and has done more than 192 episodes, has engaged with so many different art forms and artists from all over the world, and has dug deep into the art processes, the intention behind the process, the journeys, the challenges, the cultural heritage that the artists bring with them. I have not seen any other parallel. So how do you look at a series like this? What has been your experience of engaging with it as an artist and as an audience? And as Bandeep suggested, that we must talk about the way forward. I think I would start this conversation with Dr. Prem Singh ji. So over to you. Welcome, Bandeep. Finally, we have you here. You're muted, Prem Singh ji.
Sir, you have to unmute yourself. Prem Singh sir, you have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, he's looking for the button.
Oh, this is his style. He wants everybody to beg, please, can you please get your microphone up and running? See that? That's art, isn't it?
So this is the difference in two hosts. I go silent, and a host like Baldeep ji will have three jokes in the meantime.
Do you hear
So
me
he
now?
entertains us also. Over to you, Prem Singh ji.
Do you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
We can all lip read, sir. As a pundit.
ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਭਾਈ ਬਲਦੀਪ ਸਿੰਘ ਨੂੰ ਤਹਿ ਦਿਲ ਤੋਂ ਮੁਬਾਰਕਬਾਦ ਦੇਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਜੋ ਕਾਰਜ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਗੁਰੂਆਂ ਦੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਨਾਲ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀ, ਤੇ ਉਸ ਨੂੰ ਬੜੀ ਮਤਲਬ ਸ਼ਿੱਦਤ ਤੇ ਬੜੇ ਨਿਸ਼ਚੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਿਭਾਇਆ ਜਿਹੜਾ, ਤੇ ਇਸ ਇੱਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ 192 ਬੈਠਕਸ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ, ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਤਕਰੀਬਨ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਬੈਠਕਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ਿਰਕਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ। ਤੇ ਬਤੌਰ ਆਰਟਿਸਟ ਮੈਂ ਦੇਖਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਦੋਂ ਸਾਡਾ ਇੱਕ ਐਂਸ਼ੀਅੰਟ ਟੈਕਸਟ ਹੈਗਾ, ਉਸ ਟੈਕਸਟ 'ਚ ਇਹ ਮੈਂਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਬਈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਲਾਕਾਰ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਚੰਗੇ ਕੱਪੜੇ ਪਹਿਨੇ, ਚੰਗੇ ਬੰਦਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਸੰਗਤ ਕਰੇ, ਫਿਰ ਉਹ ਚੜ੍ਹਦੇ ਵੱਲ ਬੈਠ ਕੇ ਜੋ ਵੀ ਉਸਨੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਸਿਰਜਣਾ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਨੂੰ ਧਿਆਵੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ। ਸੋ ਮੈਂ ਸੋਚਦਾ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਭਾਈ ਬਲਦੀਪ ਸਿੰਘ 'ਚ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਪੈਂਦੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ। ਸੋ ਦੂਸਰੀ ਗੱਲ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਬਈ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬੈਠਕ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੱਭਿਆਚਾਰ ਦਾ, ਸਾਡੀ ਸੰਸਕ੍ਰਿਤੀ ਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਅਹਿਮ ਅੰਗ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਗੈਰ ਜੀਣਾ, ਸੋਚਣਾ ਜਾਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਵਧਣਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਸੋਚਦਾ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਮਤਲਬ ਅਸੰਭਵ ਹੈ। ਤੇ ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਲਾਈਫ ਅਸੀਂ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ ਮਤਲਬ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਨੇਚਰ ਤੋਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਲਾਂਭੇ ਹੋ ਰਹੇ ਹੈ। ਫਿਰ ਇੱਕ ਵਕਤ ਆਇਆ ਜਦੋਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਲੇ ਦੁਆਲੇ ਤੋਂ ਵੀ ਲਾਂਭੇ ਹੋ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ। ਤੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਸ ਸਿਚੁਏਸ਼ਨ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਕ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦਾ ਸੰਘਰਸ਼ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਉਸੇ ਸੰਘਰਸ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਮਹਾਮਾਰੀ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ COVID-19 ਕਰਕੇ ਅੱਜ ਜਾਣਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਉਸਨੇ ਹਮਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਸਾਡੇ ਤੇ। ਇਸ ਹਮਲੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਜਦੋਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਇਕਾਂਤਵਾਸ 'ਚ ਜਾਣਾ ਪਿਆ ਤੇ ਸੋਸ਼ਲ ਡਿਸਟੈਂਸਿੰਗ ਰੱਖਣੀ ਪਈ ਤੇ ਉਦੋਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਹੈ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਭੁੱਲ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਸੀ ਜਾਂ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਦੂਰ ਜਾ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਸੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ 'ਚ ਇੱਕ ਬੈਠਕ ਵੀ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਉਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਦੀ ਮਹੱਤਤਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਇਹ ਹੈਗਾ ਕਿ ਲੱਕੀਲੀ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਸ ਯੁੱਗ 'ਚ ਰਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਕਿ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਟ ਵਰਗੀ ਫੈਸਿਲਿਟੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਮਤਲਬ ਰੀਅਲ ਵਰਲਡ ਤੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਇਕਾਂਤਵਾਸ 'ਚ ਚਲੇ ਗਏ ਤੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਕੋਈ ਸਾਧਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀਗਾ ਸਿਵਾਏ ਇਸਦੇ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਮਤਲਬ ਇੱਕ ਵਰਚੁਅਲ ਵਰਲਡ 'ਚ ਜਾਈਏ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕ ਸਾਡਾ ਸਮਾਜਿਕ ਰਿਸ਼ਤਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਸਮਾਜ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਾਂ ਸੋਸਾਇਟੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਨੂੰ ਕਾਇਮ ਰੱਖੀਏ। ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਸੋਚਦਾ ਕਿ ਇਸ ਸਿਚੁਏਸ਼ਨ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਜਾਂ ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜੀਵਨ ਦੀ ਰਫ਼ਤਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਜੋ ਭਾਈ ਬਲਦੀਪ ਸਿੰਘ ਨੇ ਉਪਰਾਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਉਸ ਉਪਰਾਲੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੋ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਮਤਲਬ ਇੱਕ ਕ੍ਰੀਏਟਿਵ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਨੂੰ ਜੋੜ ਕੇ ਫਿਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰਕੇ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰਸ਼ੰਸਕਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਜੋੜਿਆ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਸੋਚਦਾ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਬਹੁਤ ਇਹ ਇੱਕ ਇਤਿਹਾਸਕ ਕਦਮ ਸੀਗਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ। ਤੇ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਕ੍ਰੀਏਟਿਵ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇਹ ਕ੍ਰੀਏਟਿਵ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਮਤਲਬ ਗੁਰੇਜ਼ ਕਰਦੀ ਹੈ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰਨ ਤੋਂ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੇ ਮਾਧਿਅਮ ਦੇ ਥਰੂ ਐਕਸਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹਨ। ਤੇ ਭਾਈ ਬਲਦੀਪ ਸਿੰਘ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਇਨੀਸ਼ੀਏਟਿਵ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਡਾਇਲੌਗ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਕਨਵਰਸੇਸ਼ਨ ਵਿੱਚ ਐਨਗੇਜ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ। ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਮਿਸਿਸ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਜਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਬੈਠਕ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਬੈਠੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵਧੀਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਲੱਗੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿੰਨੀਆਂ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਬੈਠਕਸ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਉਹ ਇੱਕ ਬੜੇ ਇਨਫੋਰਮਲ ਐਟਮੋਸਫੀਅਰ 'ਚ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਤੇ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਉਸ ਨਾਲ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਦਰਸ਼ਕ ਨੂੰ ਜੁੜਨ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਵੀ ਕੋਈ ਦਿੱਕਤ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਤੇ ਦੂਸਰਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਮਤਲਬ ਆਪਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਇੱਕ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵਾਰਮਥ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਮਤਲਬ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਇੱਕ ਦੇਖਣ ਵਾਲਾ ਸੁਣਨ ਵਾਲਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਮਹਿਸੂਸ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ। ਤੋ ਇਹ ਦੂਸਰੀ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕ੍ਰੀਏਟਿਵ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਿ ਬੋਲਣ ਤੋਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਗੁਰੇਜ਼ ਕਰਦੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਜਾਂ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਵਿਜ਼ੂਅਲ ਆਰਟਸ ਜਾਂ ਪਰਫਾਰਮਿੰਗ ਆਰਟਸ ਦੇ ਥਰੂ ਐਕਸਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਰਨ 'ਚ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਕੰਫਰਟੇਬਲ ਮਹਿਸੂਸ ਕਰਦੇ ਤੇ ਇਸ ਲਈ ਮੈਂ ਸੋਚ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਬਈ ਜੋ ਭਾਈ ਬਲਦੀਪ ਸਿੰਘ ਨੇ ਔਰ ਜਿਸ ਸਿਚੁਏਸ਼ਨ 'ਚ ਜਦੋਂ ਕਿ ਮਤਲਬ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਮਹਿਸੂਸ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਵੀ ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਘਰ 'ਚ ਰਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ ਪਰ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਦਰਵਾਜ਼ੇ ਨਹੀਂ, ਘਰ ਦੀਆਂ ਖਿੜਕੀਆਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਬੰਦ। ਸੋ ਐਸੀ ਸਿਚੁਏਸ਼ਨ 'ਚ ਇੱਕ ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਸਾਡੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਦੀ ਸਿਰਜਣਾ ਹੋ ਜਾਣੀ ਤੇ ਔਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਮਤਲਬ ਪਾਰਟਿਸਿਪੈਂਟ ਬਣ ਜਾਓ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਪਾਰਟਿਸਿਪੈਂਟ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੋ ਮਤਲਬ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੋ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਵਟਾਂਦਰਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੋ ਇੱਕ ਮਨਾਂ 'ਚ ਚਾਨਣਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਤੇ ਚਾਨਣਾ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੋ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਸਾਨੀਅਤ ਸਾਂਝ ਬਣਦੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ तो मैं सोचदा कि ये बहुत मतलब अच्छा कदम सीगा ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ। ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਦੂਸਰੀ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਭਾਈ ਬਲਦੀਪ ਸਿੰਘ ਹੈ, ਜਦੋਂ ਤੱਕ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ એનર્ਜੀ ਦਾ ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਅਨਲਿਮਿਟਿਡ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ। ਮੈਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀਗੀ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਹੈਗਾ ਕਿ 192 ਬੈਠਕ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਹਰ ਇੱਕ ਬੈਠਕ ਲਈ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਟੱਡੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ, ਜੋ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲ ਰਿਸਰਚ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ। ਫਿਰ ਰਿਸਰਚ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਾਲ ਜੋ ਉਸ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਮਤਲਬ ਆਊਟਪੁੱਟ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਨਪੁਟਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈ ਮਤਲਬ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਸੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ, ਤੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੋਰ ਵੀ ਮਤਲਬ ਐਨਹਾਂਸਮੈਂਟ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਸੀ, ਇੱਕ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਐਨਰਿਚਮੈਂਟ ਵੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਸੀ, ਐਨਲਾਈਟਨਮੈਂਟ ਵੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਸੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ। ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਮਤਲਬ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਈ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਤੋਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਹੀ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵਾਰਤਾਲਾਪ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇਹ ਮਤਲਬ ਵਾਰਤਾਲਾਪ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਇਨੀਸ਼ੀਏਟਿਵ ਤਾਂ ਭਾਈ ਬਲਦੀਪ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਵੀ ਕੌਣ ਕਿਸ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ। ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਸਾਰਤਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਸ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਵਿੱਚ ਲੱਗੀ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਅੱਛੀ ਲੱਗੀ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਭੁੱਲ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਕੌਣ ਕਿਸ ਨੂੰ ਇੰਟਰਵਿਊ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਮੈਂ ਇਹ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮਤਲਬ ਇੱਕ ਮਤਲਬ ਇਸ ਬੈਠਕ ਦੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਅੱਛੀ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤੀ ਲੱਗੀ। ਕਿ ਦੂਸਰਾ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਬੈਠਕ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਜਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਬੈਠਕ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਜਾਂ ਜੋ ਵੀ ਸਾਡਾ ਵਿਰਸਾ ਤੇ ਵਿਰਾਸਤ ਵਿੱਚ ਬੈਠਕਾਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਹੈਗੀਆਂ ਤੇ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਇੱਕ ਫਿਜ਼ੀਕਲ ਸਪੇਸ ਦੀ ਲਿਮਿਟੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇੰਨੇ ਆਡੀਅנס ਆ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ, ਇੰਨੇ ਬੈਠ ਸਕਦੇ। ਤੇ ਇਹ ਇੱਕ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੀ ਬੈਠਕ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਸ ਦੀ ਕੋਈ ਫਿਜ਼ੀਕਲ ਸਪੇਸ ਦੀ ਕੋਈ ਮਤਲਬ ਕਿਸੇ ਕਿਸਮ ਦੀ ਲਿਮਿਟੇਸ਼ਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੀ। ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਰਮਨਜੀਤ ਨੇ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਅੱਜ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਇਹ ਰਮਨਜੀਤ ਦਾ ਹੀ ਇਨੀਸ਼ੀਏਟਿਵ ਹੈਗਾ ਤੇ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਬਲਦੀਪ ਸਿੰਘ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹਿੱਸਾ ਪਾਇਆ ਹੈਗਾ। ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਸੋਚਦਾ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਅੱਛਾ ਇਨੀਸ਼ੀਏਟਿਵ ਹੈ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਮਤਲਬ ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਕਹਿ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਸਾਂਝ, ਉਸ ਸਾਂਝ 'ਚ ਇੰਨਾ ਸੋਝ ਦੇਣ ਵਾਲਾ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਉਹ ਅਗਰ ਮਤਲਬ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਅਣਗੌਲਿਆ ਚਲਾ ਜਾਏ ਮਤਲਬ ਇਕਾਂਤਵਾਸ ਔਰ ਸੋਸ਼ਲ ਡਿਸਟੈਂਸਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਮੈਂ ਸੋਚਦਾ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਇੱਕ ਬੜੀ ਵੱਡੀ ਮਤਲਬ ਸਮਾਜ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜਾਂ ਮਨੁੱਖਤਾ ਨਾਲ ਜਾਤੀ ਹੋਏਗੀ। ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਅੱਛਾ ਲੱਗਿਆ। ਤੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨਾਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅੱਛੀ ਗੱਲ ਮੈਂ ਉਹ ਕਹੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕਈ ਵਾਰੀ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀ ਕੌਣ ਕਿਸ ਦੀ ਇੰਟਰਵਿਊ ਲੈ ਰਿਹਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ, ਕੋਈ ਇੰਨਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਆਨੰਦ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਸੀ ਜਦੋਂ ਦੋ ਕ੍ਰੀਏਟਿਵ ਮਾਈਂਡਸ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਇੰਟਰੈਕਟ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਨ ਤੇ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਜੋ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਵਾਰਤਾਲਾਪ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਸੁਣਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਨੂੰ ਮਤਲਬ ਫਿਜ਼ੀਕਲ ਸਪੇਸ ਤੋਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਹੋਰ ਹੀ ਸਪੇਸ ਵਿੱਚ ਲੈ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਮਤਲਬ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਮਤਲਬ ਆਨੰਦ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਿਲਦਾ ਬਲਕਿ ਪਰਮਾਨੰਦ ਦੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਮਤਲਬ ਉਹ ਮਹਿਸੂਸ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ। ਮੈਂ ਮਤਲਬ ਇਹ ਹਾਂਜੀ
ਇਟਸ ਲਾਈਕ ਇੱਕ ਵਿਦਵਾਨ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਵਾਰਤਾਲਾਪ, ਇੱਕ ਕਲਾਕਾਰ ਦੇ ਕਲਾਕਾਰ ਨਾਲ ਬਾਤਚੀਤ, ਉਹਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਐਗਜ਼ਾਮਪਲ ਸੈਟ ਹੋਇਆ ਔਰ ਆਪਣਾਤ ਵਾਲੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ। ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਆਲ ਦਿਸ ਕੰਬੀਨੇਸ਼ਨ ਵਰਕਡ ਵੈਰੀ ਵੈਲ ਫॉर द people who were being interviewed and also for the audience।
ਹਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਹੋਰ ਵੀ ਅੱਛਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮਤਲਬ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਵਾਰਤਾਲਾਪ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਰਹੀ ਬੈਠਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਮਤਲਬ ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੇ ਲੋਕੀ ਫਰਮ ਆਲ ਪਾਰਟਸ ਆਫ ਦੀ ਵਰਲਡ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਮਤਲਬ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੇ ਹੋਏ ਸੀਗੇ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਇਨਸਾਈਟਫੁਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈ ਕੁਐਸਚਨਸ ਉਦੋਂ ਮਤਲਬ ਪੁੱਛੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਸੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ, ਤੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਮਤਲਬ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਕਹਿ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਵਿਦਵਤਾ ਨਾਲ ਜਾਂ ਔਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਵਾਬ ਮਿਲਦਾ ਸੀ। ਤੇ ਉਹ ਮਤਲਬ ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਸੋਚਦੇ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਵਰਚੁਅਲ ਵਰਲਡ 'ਚ ਬਟ ਅਸੀਂ ਇੱਕ ਦੂਸਰੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਬੈਠੇ ਹਾਂ ਔਰ ਇੱਕ ਦੂਸਰੇ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵਾਰਮਥ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਨੂੰ ਮਹਿਸੂਸ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ। ਤੇ ਉਸ ਵਾਰਮਥ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਮਤਲਬ ਇੱਕ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦਾ ਚਾਨਣ ਮਿਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਮਾਨ ਰਹੇ ਹੈਗੇ। ਤੇ ਇਹ ਇੱਕ ਅੱਛੀ ਗੱਲ ਸੀਗੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗੀ। ਬਾਕੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਭਾਈ ਬਲਦੀਪ ਸਿੰਘ ਤਾਂ ਹੁਣ ਕੋਈ ਕਲਾਕਾਰ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਕਵੀ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਮੈਂ ਸੋਚਦਾ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਸਭ ਕੁਛ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਬਲਦੀਪ ਸਿੰਘ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਜਦੋਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਦੇ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਕਲਾਕਾਰ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ, ਤੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਕਵੀ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਦੇ ਸੀ ਤਾਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀ ਕਵੀ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਕਵੀ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ, ਜਦੋਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਸੰਗੀਤਕਾਰ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀ ਮੈਂ ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਹੀ ਜੇ ਕੋਈ ਮਤਲਬ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਕੀਰਤਨ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਜਾਂ ਸੰਗੀਤਕਾਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਤੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਉਹ ਆਪਸ 'ਚ ਇੰਟਰੈਕਟ ਕਰਦੇ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਭਈ ਇਹ ਕੋਈ ਮੁਲਾਕਾਤੀ ਮਤਲਬ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਸ਼ਖਸੀਅਤ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਤੇ ਨਾ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਕ੍ਰੀਏਟਿਵ ਪਰਸਨ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਕ੍ਰੀਏਟਿਵ ਪਰਸਨ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ।
It was a real conversation,
Yes.
digging deep into the heritage and the processes.
ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਟਰੂਥਫੁਲਨੈਸ ਸੀਗੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ। ਫਿਰ ਦੂਸਰਾ ਇਹ ਸੀਗਾ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਮਤਲਬ ਕ੍ਰੀਏਟਿਵ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਦੀਆਂ ਸ਼ਖਸੀਅਤਾਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਚੁਣੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਮਤਲਬ ਗ੍ਰਾਸ ਰੂਟ ਲੈਵਲ ਤੋਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਲ ਆਲ ਓਵਰ ਦ ਗਲੋਬ ਸੀ। ਇੱਕ ਇਹ ਬੜੀ ਅੱਛੀ ਗੱਲ ਸੀ। ਹਾਂ ਮਤਲਬ ਇਹਦੇ ਚ ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਕੋਈ ਫਾਰਮ ਆਫ ਆਰਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਮਤਲਬ ਓਵਰਸਾਈਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ। ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਹੋਰ ਵੀ ਅੱਛਾ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਵੀ ਜੋ ਅਗਰ ਕਿਸੇ ਰਿਮੋਟ ਏਰੀਆ 'ਚ ਬੈਠਾ ਅਗਰ ਕੋਈ ਸੰਗੀਤਕਾਰ ਕੋਈ ਅੱਛਾ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਉਹਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ।
Yeah, for example, I was very surprised to get a call from him for the battle. So that was very surprising. I would like to bring over Bandeep ji now at this point of time, Dr. Prem Singh ji, that Bandeep, you've had 2 long Baithaks and they've been such entertaining Baithaks. Some of the young team at the academy also, you know, your Baithak is also one of the favorite ones apart from many others. So my question to you would be your experience about it and how you already talking about the way forward, and similar questions to Ravinder ji and Cheslav after you. And over to you.
See, what I first of all, want to congratulate Bhai Baldeep ji. Bhai Baldeep ji, this is absolutely a joy, absolute delight to, be sitting over here and, celebrating a year of your Baithaks. In every which way, I feel these Baithaks have been no less than a metaphorical udasi that Bhai Baldeep Singh took. It is, from the virtual space, he was traveling across the world into the space of minds and space into creative endeavors. And I think, what a tribute to Guru Nanak Dev Ji's 550th year. What a tribute, that a person, in every possible way, look at it, it is, he took a journey, in his time, a virtual journey, engaging with the, practitioners of art and culture of his contemporary world, and created a kind of a archive of each and every person's Bani, if I may put the word. Bani in the sense their creativity, their own kathas, and their own processes. And it's like a humongous archive now. It's actually daunting to see, the work that has been created in this year. Universities take years, decades to do that,
And so much of funding, Bandeep, don't forget that goes behind it.
He has gone sharp into, delved into mind spaces and unearthed wisdom of a contemporary phase, a contemporary era of his time. And all that is now recorded and is documented. I think it's phenomenal. The work is phenomenal. And I am very keen, I am right now, while I'm talking about it and I'm hearing Prem Singh sir talk about it, I'm, a bit overwhelmed to, just realize and communicate the magnitude of this whole thing. We must acknowledge that. And Bhai Baldeep Singh, tode te meher hui hai that you have done it. And I salute that meher. I salute your effort, that sleepless nights, the hours that you put. And as Prem Singh sir says, it has been, you are no doubt a polymath, and you have put all that learning of yours, like if I may say, a sharpening stone for the people you have engaged with to sharpen their skill on it, and come across and reveal what is their true edge, in their performances. I feel it has been remarkable to unearth what you have unearthed, in the hours that you have put. It has not been an interview. It has not been a kind of a Q&A session. You have actively stepped into the people's mind spaces, with your insights, with your learning, with your meher, with your kripa that is there on you. You have stepped into the mind spaces of people and unearthed, their thoughts and their practices, then the knowledge of their practices. I think that for that it is this archive should be, this effort should be recognized, and it should be, I am completely overwhelmed to talk about it, but we must in our own spaces take a pause and look back on this and acknowledge all this effort. And while we do that, there is also a huge imperative to also use this forum, use this conversation to talk about what do we do with it next. Is this, where do we take this forward, and how do we do that? I think I'll come back to it once everybody has spoken, and then we can have the conversation around that. What do you say,
Sure.
Ramanjit?
Absolutely. So over to you, Rabindraji, if you are there, and if it's going to take a minute, then maybe, okay, you're right here.
I want to say one more thing. I want to say,
Yes.
it is the longest time that I've seen Bhai Baldeep Singh silent on the screen.
We do that. At the Creative Arts Academy, we do that.
I was holding back not to tell the entire world again how much he hates me. Because I'm from Pallavi's camp. I'm not the Bharati in his case. I'm the Sikh wala.
Well, Baldeep ji is from our camp
You have to spill the tea.
in your language. This is our camp today. Rabinder ji, thank you for joining us, and over to you. You've been associated with Baldeep ji's work earlier, and you've been an extremely active and one of the most important audiences who've engaged with the Baithak. How did you see it, and what do you think is the impact of the journey on the varied audience that have been watching it? For example, even me, who was an artist, I was introduced to it by a poet, Devinder Gilji, during the Har Sakhiyan Baithak. And then fortunately, Baldeep ji called me. He wasn't aware that I had seen a Baithak, and I got introduced to it. And there's been and thanks to my entering into it, there's a very varied group of people who've joined now and then as audiences. So what do you think of the impact of this series? How have you seen it as an audience? Over to you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes,
absolutely. We can hear you, we can see you, and
yes,
the lovely backdrop that you have.
Lovely to see you, Professor.
Which one is it?
Well, that is my beginning into the field of architecture. That is the sample yard, as we call it, which we constructed before we started the work on the Indian Institute of Management under Professor Louis Kahn. And these elements that you see are used in the structures of Indian Institute of Management. And they were actually constructed to educate masons, in brick masonry, and how to create different types of elements in brick masonry with precision. So this is something, which is very close to my heart. And I always keep that as my backdrop, because that is something which has made me what I am. So this is what it is. Well, one thing, I'm very thankful to Baldeep Singh ji for listening to us.
Baldeep ji, now I think the gang is going to turn over. They've said enough nice things. Yes.
No, I think he has been.
Okay, there he goes. Ravindraji, it's your turn completely.
I-
I request you
I
to
provoked
kindly
him.
start your talk.
I provoked him.
I can now. I know. I found the trick now. Everybody, whenever you speak,
Oh,
look,
I'm the host. I
I'll start.
forgot. I muted you.
No, we will protect you. We will, at least for the day.
Over to you, Ravindraji.
Yes. No, I think, I came to know about his Baitak just by a chance, I think also, as I remember, he sort of sent me a message when he was in Italy after the lockdown.
Right.
And I exchanged a message with him. I said, "Are you stuck in Italy?" So he said, "Yes, because of the lockdown, I am right now in Rome." And then started this Baitak. And then I think it really interested me because I think some of the early Baitaks had the musicians from Europe. And I was really extremely impressed, with his, this vast appreciation of music, starting from, his dedication to his own traditions. And the more I started attending, the more I really started developing a huge respect for him, for really opening up the field of music to us. Not only the field, but I think the life of musicians. Because, first I thought that it was some kind of introduction to music only, but then I realized that more than music, I think the creators were more important. And more than the creators themselves, I think he was actually establishing a dialogue with them as human beings and how they got into, this creative field of music. And this is something, which started revealing a deep insight into how musicians are made, how they really resolve themselves to this great art, and how they really find themselves and how they find the music. So then I understood the entire, approach that he had taken, which I thought was completely unparalleled in terms of these kind of interviews. More than that, what I also started getting from him, which I did not get so far because our contacts were, sort of not very frequent. Uh, but whenever we had contacts, I had the chance to know from him about his music, his instruments, the way he handled the making of instruments, all that, which has been a very inspirational, impression on me. But, getting into this kind of discussion with the other musician, the kind of flow which constantly came from him about his own traditions was astounding. Because if you're talking of 192 sessions,
Yeah.
I think more than 400 or 500 hours.
It's more than 1,000 hours.
No.
Ravindraji.
I'm saying more than 500 hours of his individual, talk
Yeah.
about his own traditions.
Right.
Yes.
Because this is something, which is
It's tremendous.
astounding, contribution, which is not witnessed, at least I have not really seen by any musician in my knowledge, But I think I may be right because I think that kind of, wealth of knowledge that he has delivered, in each session, you see, half of each session, he was talking about his tradition and there were no repetitions. I think every time he spoke, there was a new revelation about his own traditions. So the kind of understanding that I got was phenomenal. Unfortunately, I don't very well know Punjabi. I really understand it. I can understand at least 60% of what is spoken. And I think this is something, which to me, even not understanding the full language, was the kind of revelation So I'm sure those who understand the language must have found it like a fountainhead, of knowledge. So this is
Yes.
something, which was extremely impressive about Bhai Baldeep ji.
Right.
And, I have known him since, I think, 2008, because 2008 was the time when we really started working. And I was somebody who was recommended to him by his very close friend, Paolo Ceccarelli, to work with him in India, because Paolo used to live in Italy. And I think Baldeep Singh ji required some kind of, constant help in those days in order to sort of preserve the Killa in Sultanpur Lodi, which was also the place where Guru Nanak ji lived, before, his own realizations. So that was a kind of place of pilgrimage. So I traveled with him to this place, and we sort of, worked together subsequently for some time. And it was that period when I visited him. When I visited his house, I met his family. I family also came to Sultanpur Lodi for one or two Baithaks, which we had there. And I saw his fantastic studio in Nizamuddin. Also a kind of, place where which I have not seen anywhere else. I have seen many, many such studios in Bombay. I know many such
Wow.
people, you see. But this particular studio was extremely impressive for me. So even technically, I think his superiority in terms
Yes,
of,
it is.
recording and delivery of music is something, which is astounding. So I think Baldeep is some kind of a huge resource for us. And I think uh, he represents a heritage which is priceless. So in my view, first and foremost, something that needs to be conserved, uh, uh, as a treasure is he himself and the kind of tradition he, inherits with him. So it is my great fortune to have known him. I have been a recipient of his deep affection, which is also unparalleled. And I really feel very happy that, Ramanjit, you have taken this step to recognize this. And I am sure we can sort of continue this, uh, and make it bigger, in terms of now, as Bandeep Singh was talking about, how to take this forward. Because
think
this is something, where, he is doing his own contribution, and, we can sort of,
we
you know,
must.
uh, sort of, take it upon us to continue the heritage preservation, along with him. So this is what I would, in a primary sense, talk about. And I must also say that my association with Punjab started sometime in late 90s. And that's when I really read extensively about Guru Nanak Dev. And I read about Sikhism to a great degree. I also have recordings or the CDs, of the Gurbanis, which is also very impressive music. Before I sort of knew him, because I was actually working on Anandpur Sahib, at the time of the,
These are just destined meetings, as I would say. And, as I feel that it was destiny that I came across this Baithak, and I got so engrossed in it because having done masters in music, which of course Baldeep ji jokes about, and it is a joke because I haven't touched it since past 25 years, but the interest and the interest in the research of it, or knowing more about it, it's still alive because one does use it in theater, and it's a part and parcel of my life as an artist. So I just got sucked in, and I would be there every day. So the family, the friends, they would say every day. I said, I just I am getting a PhD sitting at home. So if you're a researcher, why would you not take that opportunity? So this effort is a very small drop. As you said, that we must, extend support. So it's not even support, because it's just a very small drop, a tiny token of appreciation or thank you note from all of us, or acknowledging this humongous effort that I feel that the papers should write about, funding agencies should come forward to support, because it is our collective heritage. It doesn't belong to an individual. It's a collective heritage from all over the world. Over to you, Cheslav, who has been waiting patiently. And I already know a few students who've joined us from America, and their session will be in another 5-10 minutes. But there's some important conversation with these panelists. Cheslav, what would you like to share about the Batak? And I think you should just start talking about the way forward also immediately, so that the conversation can flow in that direction.
Well, I'll try my best. It would be difficult anyway to add anything to the wonderful people that spoke before me, about the breadth and the scale.
If you can put
and
your a little down.
Yeah, the camera is saying if you could reduce the head space, we could see you more. Thank you.
Is that better?
Yes, much better.
Okay, so I was just saying that it would be difficult for me to add, and I wouldn't feel adequate in trying to add something to it. But I think,
Today?
Sorry?
You were not teaching today at this time?
No, I was practicing though.
Oh, okay.
So I guess that counts a little bit. I was teaching myself, but for me, this series, I like to think of it a little bit like about the story of it, because it comes from this place when we worked together just at the beginning of March 2020.
Did you already have lunch, Cheslav?
I did, yeah, actually. Thank you for asking.
Cheslav, continue talking. You only have to listen to me in this matter.
It's, Bhai Baldeep is a hard man to ignore.
You said it. Okay,
So
go ahead.
I was able to slip back to Poland just before everything was locked down. And as we know, Bhai Baldeep was stuck then in Rome. And so out of this place where nobody really understood or knew what was really going to happen, or what things were going to look like, and out of this kind of place of profound uncertainty, and all of a sudden, I hear, Bhai Sahib wrote to me on WhatsApp, I think it was. He says, "Oh, I'm going to be speaking with Pulsini, on Monday, and if you have some time, see what you think." And then I watched it, and I've always found that for me, one of the best ways of learning is observing at a master class, or when two professors meet, or something like that. And here, all of the ones that I've seen, and I admit I haven't seen all of them, and part of that is because I'm lazy, and the other part is because I don't understand some of the languages that are spoken. But the ones that I've seen have been those kinds of meetings which I would go searching for when I wanted to learn something, about a particular topic, and they're very rare to find. And I don't want to take too much time just talking about this, but if I could build on something that Mr. Baldeep said a little earlier about kind of the inefficiency of a lot of institutions. A lot of institutions, a lot of academia, and associations, composers associations and places like these. A lot of these kinds of councils exist for themselves, and it's like a very serious mistake, in my view, on the kind of work that they're trying to do. Because instead of trying to, I don't want to say promote, because it's kind of not the right word, but in trying to communicate, all of this culture that they're supposed to be representing, some tradition or some learning, they kind of spend their time writing papers about each other's works, or producing with their amazing infrastructure. You know, I appreciate the potential that some institutions have in terms of infrastructure, and of course in terms of the people that work there. But they're really individuals, and the infrastructure, you know, makes subpar or at the highest mediocre kind of productions that exist only for other people in other institutions, and doesn't exist for the people that are, you know, trying to learn something. And so I saw this, it was like a very positive endeavor when I began to understand what was going on, which took me a few months, I'll admit. Also, it was kind of like, it was so nice to see so many different kinds of people, you know, from the music that I've been learning my whole life, and from completely other traditions that I have no idea about, from even from places, you know, like Africa and things like this, and seeing people that didn't really share, you could say, a tradition, but they shared something to such a degree that they could talk about it, get excited about it together, and have a really meaningful exchange. So it's really become like this well of knowledge and inspiration that, at least in terms of inspiration, I think I would say that it's even unlimited, because inspiration, we can't really measure it. Now, in terms of the way forward, to listen to our host here, I mean, that's a very complicated question, isn't it? And I think particularly so in terms of Bhai Baldeep's tradition, which basically, you know, he kind of pulled out of extinction, almost, of near extinction, I should say. And it's a crisis, I think, that all art really, if we can say, or high art, or classical music, or whatever we want to call it, it's a crisis that it all suffers from. I mean, there's less and less people listening to it, and less people looking at it, and less people who understand it. And so I think a part of it has to do with trying to shorten the distance that, like the institutions that I said before, created between the practitioners and artists, let's call them generally, and the general public, which I think in a lot of ways, you know, their standards have been lowered just by having a you know, being too saturated with all of these, you know, subpar and, like I said, mediocre productions that don't have the same standards and don't have the same intentions as what Bhai Baldeep was doing for this whole year, you know, and of course beyond. But I mean, we're talking about the series in particular. So I think it's a very good example of that kind of trying to shorten the distance. And yeah. So that's if I could venture, I would say we could begin from something like that if we want to talk about a way forward.
See, it was very rightly pointed out by Bandeep when I was talking to him about that. I would like to have some students and audiences, you know, talk about the impact it has had, or the experience that we've all had collectively or individually. So, Bandeep, over to you. You had some very good points that you raised that day over our telephonic conversation. If you could share that with the audience, and in fact, Baldeep ji and all of us.
I would, going forward, I would say is a very, very important thing. You know, you have to take a step back and look at what has been created. You know, what has been created is a resource. You know, it's like a reservoir of information. Okay. And this reservoir of information now, I feel, needs to be made accessible to people. accessible not in just in terms of okay, here is a reservoir, come and see what you can get out of it, but to consciously take it to the people, just to emphasize what is the huge importance of this. And one such way to do that, I feel, is to also make it, let us, for the want of a better word, I would say, to make it, give it a modular structure, kind of a thing that allows people to access it at will, and access it even without the labor of getting into the long drawn conversations that happened. One thing, now this is where since it is an outcome, and since it is primarily we are outsiders looking at this thing, the primary interface is Bhai Baldeep only. He needs to these are all suggestions that I'm putting forward, and let us see how what Bhai Baldeep has to say to it. I first of all would like to say that it is like to use Dushyant Kumar's lines, पीर हो गई है पर्वत सी अब पिघलनी चाहिए, इस हिमालय से अब कोई गंगा निकलनी चाहिए. So there is, you need the reservoir, the glacier that has formed, now to come into a river form, so that people can access it. People can, and I feel for that, what needs to be done is this entire archive, there should be people who want to be associated with it, be it institutions, be it students, be it formal departments that want to, engage. I'm just throwing out ideas that are coming into my head randomly, that, departments, university departments that would like to take care of this archive and give it to research students. What people can do is, you can now begin to actively slice and dice this, this vast reservoir of information, and now make it nuggety and consumerable in a very, very, in a manner that, somebody who wants, 15 minutes of conversation, he should be able to get 15 minutes of conversation. Somebody who wants to delve into it and get more deep, he should be able to get into that in a more deep, even if it means taking a conversation and dividing it into parts,
segments.
Segment,
Whole episode, but divided
into segments.
Parts,
now and each segment having certain keywords. For example, let us say my field is photography. Let us say somebody wants to talk about, just like we do archiving of photographs, what we do is, in a picture agency, each photograph is keyworded. Whatever a picture represents, it is keyworded. So when you hit on a particular search engine and type a keyword, all those particular information that corresponds with the photograph, those images will show up. Now, like this, if this segmented and each segment is keyworded, now let us say somebody wants to know about, my favorite katha in this whole thing was this episode that Bhai Baldeep narrated about how, a courtier from Maharaja Patiala's court went to get a tawaf from Kolkata. And,
yes, I remember that.
And he sat and outside her door, and she would not want to.
The Rajguru, actually.
Yes.
Maharaja Patiala and the Guru of Patiala.
Yeah, and he sang Rag Vadhans, sitting at her doorstep. And she couldn't take it. And she had to come out. And it was a beautiful episode. Now, let us say it is keyworded Rag Vadhans.
Yeah.
You know, or
You get a
the name
story
of-
about it.
the name
Yeah.
of the Tawaf that is in question, the name of the Rajguru who sang that. Now, all these keywords go into that segment. You know,
Absolutely.
somebody wants to just look at the entire archive, search a particular reference point he can get that particular segment. He can reach that particular segment. That is one way to look at it.
Yeah.
Then another way I can think about is that this entire thing be, you know, edited for a online platform series.
Yes.
You know, like a Netflix or a Prime, Amazon Prime,
Yeah.
where, you know, this entire thing is taken there, and these conversations are again edited to, you know, to a particular time slot, made it in a some professional person edits it from all perspectives of making it.
It will have to be a lot of professionals
Yeah.
together in at least 50,000 hours of editing work, you know, that will be required.
But look at it from that perspective that, you know, you don't have to do anything now. You know, you sitting in one room can create an entire program out of the whole thing, an entire series out of it, and not just a series, seasons and seasons of those series. You know,
And
I think
also because, you know, the technical quality is quite good, Bandeep, except for some network issues a few times, but the eCam Live and the cameras that he's used and technical infrastructure that he has used is superior enough for it to be edited and reproduced again in smaller segments.
then I
Yeah, please, over to you, Aman.
I can also you know, I have certain more ideas than I can talk once everybody else has spoken. I think I'm taking too much.
No, that's absolutely fine, and we can all, it can be a roundtable thing.
If I may, I just wrote this, Bandeep, for you. I don't know if you can see it. Oh, not this one. This one.
It's written 2, 3.
And you know, Prem Singh ji would hate me, but this is also my doodle of Bandeep.
Who will hate you?
Prem Singh ji, the maestro.
He's been sharing such lovely paintings with us every day.
Prem Singh ji hates my, but I love his doodles. I mean,
Yes, I love it.
The greatest fan. That I'll challenge.
Wow.
To
Kya baat hai.
back to what Bandeep was saying, I wrote this. Bandeep, you spoke of, and I'm taking the liberty to read this. Chef, this is my response to you. Ganga, Jamuna, Satluj, Byasa, ਵਹਿੰਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਗ੍ਰੰਥਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗੰਗਾ ਜਮਨਾ ਸਤਲੁਜ ਬਿਆਸਾ ਵਹਿੰਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਗ੍ਰੰਥਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਿਆਹੀ ਬਣ ਬਣ ਅੱਖਰਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਅੱਖੀਆਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਦਿਲਾਂ ਦਿਮਾਗਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੰਗ ਲਗਾ ਆਕਾਸਾਂ ਮੰਡਲਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੇੜੇ ਭਰੇ ਖੂਹ ਤਲਾ ਬੰਜਰ ਹੋਏ ਜੋ ਕਰਦੇ ਆਬਾਦ
Wow, kya baat hai. You've been producing quite a lot of these on the spot, huh? That's excellent.
As conservators, the point is that, you know, we can be utopic ideas, you know, because it's important to do the katha what Bandeep is saying. Because Ganga, Yamuna, Satluj, they're big words like Rig, Veda, etc. They're written on the banks of, in the lap of Satluj and Byas. Right? Ganga and Jamuna, where the Vedas which are written in the 5 rivers in Punjab, they've been studied there as well. These are big names. But when we live in a small village, in a small town, from a conservator's perspective, if I'm here, my responsibility is to attend to knowledge which is here. I cannot be held to account for losing something, let's say, by a Native American, Native Indian tribe somewhere in Canada or there. I'm here. I have to look for the well, which is actually funding my body, which is actually, you know, feeding, which is actually my Pavan Guru and Pani Pita and Mata the Dharti, which is here and now, under my feet and in my heart, etc. So that is how one has to be very responsible. That we need to look in the in our periphery, in a close by, and see where you can attend to. And by attending to that which is here and now around you, you're contributing to the global structure, to the universe. It's just I just wanted to. It was a wonderful, wonderful idea. Of course, I've got many thoughts up and running, but I'm so grateful for the sharing that Bandeep and everybody else has been doing.
Over to you, Prem Singh ji, Cheslav or Rabindra Vasavra ji, that, if you would like to add something to what Bandeep said, and we could come to the culmination of this session, this panel.
Can I go first?
Absolutely.
No, I think whatever he spoke is extremely relevant. But I have also a feeling, that I think Baldeep Singh ji has to really, talk about his ideas of how to go forward. Because ultimately he is the person, who is responsible for all this. And wherever he needs any kind of help, I think organizations like yours should really come up and support him. But the ideas should really come from Baldeep Singh ji. That's what I feel.
Sure. This is something that some of the students who've already joined us also raised to me when I wrote to them that we need to know his intent and his ideas. I feel that, an artist creates something, and the piece, the culmination happens when the audience engages with it. There's a completion of that creative process. And then the audience also becomes the nurturer, the people who've absorbed it and they become participatory in taking the narrative further. They are the ones then, they question the creator. What was your intent? What do you want to do with it now? Is this just your baby till here? Or do you want it to grow? Do you want it to take different dimensions? Do you want it to go and travel different paths? So this, Rabindra ji, is just the beginning of a conversation that we are trying to have with him, maybe trigger a few thoughts, in fact, in his mind. And we would be very happy if during the course of the next 2 hours, he also shares if there are ideas that are already there in his mind or that have been triggered today or whatever he is thinking. You're absolutely right over there. Dr. Prem Singh ji, would you like to add something to that? You're muted. And yes, Cheslav, you told me I can help, but I can only ask him to unmute. That's the only option we have. Yes, Prem, over to you.
So Bhai Baldeep Singh has created an encyclopedia of creative sensibility, as enunciated by aesthetic practitioners all over the world. So I, in fact, agree 100% with Bhai Baldeep Singh and Bandeep Singh that this should be made accessible. And we must find out ways and means how we can make it accessible. This is my concern for the present.
Right. Cheslav, anything to add to that?
Well, I have one thing that maybe, because I think everything that Mr. Bandeep said was kind of like speaking about the form of what we can do with the material that's being created. And they're all very, very good, very competent things to do. But I think that there's a different, it's kind of like Bhai Baldeep Singh has made us, not just us, but for all of the people, a very tasty meal.
Yes.
And then now we're starting to talk about how we can package it. But packaging a meal is just one step. Now we also need to get people interested in eating it. And so there's this one, because, you know, there's 9 Beethoven symphonies, right? There was the 250th year of Beethoven's birth last year. There's 9 of them, and they're all great, and they've been around for 250 years. The issue isn't that they're not existed, and there's a lot of great information written about them. There's a lot of great recordings. There's a lot of people that know a lot, that can tell you a lot, but people still aren't listening to them. So that's the link here, because talking about how we can package or methodologize it and using keywords, I thought that was a great idea.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be so useful for somebody like me who have a searchable database when I want to, you know, if we could search up a raga, let's say, and hear it sung by Baldeep from the Baithak Series, that would be, you know, great. Or
you know, the stories about the raga, the heritage about the vivad that he has had. I had some, like your piece, I had queued up few pieces where the vivad is going on about the, you know, in Rag Bihag for that matter, the Shuddh Madhyam, Rag Basant, you know, where he is quoted from the ancient scriptures, and Vidyadhar Vyasji is saying something. So everything around that raga, that would be such a
treasure.
Yeah.
I mean, it already is a treasure, and it would make it easier to find it. But then the question, I think, you know, this is what things like music appreciation deal with, isn't just how to give it to people, but how to make them want it, how to make them want it again. Because, I mean, you know, all of Bhai Baldeep's work, you know, from the late 80s and with all of those wonderful people and all of those really like the top of the crème de la crème of the people, and all of this information that he was able to garner from them, that was necessary because people weren't attending to it, because people weren't listening to it. And there's a lot we can do, and there is a lot that has been done by Baldeep, for example, and teaching people in going to universities and speaking about this, and in writing and notating and all of these, recording, you know. But then, but the real issue is, how do we get people interested again? Or maybe not again, but how do we get people to attend to this once again?
Yeah, I think the first step has already been taken by the Bachchat series. The kind of people, if I give you the list, who had maybe nothing to do with arts, no music, nothing, but they've just been engaged in this kind of conversation and what's going on now and then, even if it's few minutes, then sometimes an hour, maybe 2, maybe 3. So I think the first step has already been taken. And now what do we do from here onwards? So Baldeep, you wanted to add something. You were waiting for others to finish, and then we culminate this session and bring on the students who've been waiting patiently. You muted.
What I'm saying is, again, to add to what Cheslav is saying, that it's not just packaging, Cheslav, it's making the packaging in a consumer friendly manner, so that
accessible
people actually engage with it, you know, to make the information nuggety, to make the information you know, as such that people can immediately engage with it. See, because as a modern day you know, consumer of information on the internet, I am drawn to information in a very varied form. You know, I am drawn to information for entertainment, I'm drawn to information for learning, and I'm also drawn to information for inspiration. And you know, I also I study quotes, I study poetry, I look at humor. I also look at irreverence. Yes. You know, I look at a lot of irreverence on the net, and you know, and I am also a consumer of clickbait information. So what I'm saying is that now to take this, you know, this lovely feast, which he's prepared in your terms, and make it accessible to people who not just want to feast, but also want fast food, or also want somebody who wants to, use this information just to get humor. There's so much humor in the conversations,
Right.
There is so much humor in the conversations, so much laughter in the conversations.
Yeah.
I think, even if you take clips of this, 30-second clips of it, of select things, select moments. For example, Abidaji singing something, just take a 30-second clip of it. Create an Instagram handle where, have Bhai Baldeep Singh talks. Just again, these are not certainties written in stone. I'm just throwing this
Just
for Bhai
ideas.
Baldeep
Very
Singh,
important to throw ideas.
for Bhai Baldeep only. These things are you take and create an Instagram handle out of it and start putting edited clips onto that. What you will do, you will create a system where this information is shared.
Yeah.
The more the sharing, the more the information about what is the archive, and I think the shareability of what of this entire resource is very, very important. Now, I look at my interview, I look at somebody's interview of somebody like Raghu Rai, I see 10,000 views, Now 10,000 views in present day and time is very minimal. Agreed that those 10,000 views are actually people who really, really have sat through the entire thing and listened to it. But here we are in a ocean that is so vast, and by making this into, let us say, an Instagram handle, by making this into a YouTube channel, and the more the shareability of the content, you will start getting money out of it. You will start making it commercial and have income coming out of it, which will self-fund
the further conservation
for this effort. So I think rather than looking at external sources, we should also aim to make this self-generative from the very content that has been created, and I think the content that is there, I am very, very confident of the content. I have sat, through 4 hours, 5 hours, and and have done that with absolute joy.
Yes.
No sense of compulsion, with no sense of tedium coming into me, and I enjoyed the conversations with Manjari Sinha ji. I enjoyed, what Sunanda Sharma had to, even though I have no formal...
You have yet to watch mine, Baldeep.
I have to watch it.
So, and I have told him 10 times, he just doesn't want to watch. Theatre walas are just a no-no.
No, make it shareable. Shareable.
We performed live. What more shareable?
Shareable again. Let it. That's exactly what this is also my suggestion, that it should come at you from so many directions, that you are not able to ignore it. You're not able to this thing.
Absolutely, very important.
Let us say that your performance, at the beginning of the talk, where you look into the mirror and start the performance.
Yeah.
Let us say that bit is just that clip is shared on a platform.
Yeah.
Well, I would look at that clip and then want to get into know more about the conversation. Even the most engaging programs that are there on on the platforms, on the OTT platforms, you don't see them.
Yeah. True.
You don't have time
if they don't reach you in the real way.
If they don't reach out to you. If you see the trailers of the films on YouTube get more hits than the actual film. you know,
True.
and
Absolutely.
that is because of the nuggety information, you know. And of late, I have found that, you know, when I look at the content on, say, a Netflix, you know, apart from watching a film, watching a 2-hour film, I find myself watching the trailers of 20 films sometimes.
True.
Because in a nugget, I get that entire, you know, what's this film about? What's the tone and tenor about the film? I get that information in a very, very compact form. Now, if that excites me, I go into the film, you know. But you put a conversation in front of me that is 6-hour long conversation, you know, I will always put it for when I will have time, you know, and that is invisibility.
Yes, absolutely. Very well said.
That thing, when I will have time, is invisible.
Absolutely true.
I just wanted to, my thoughts are about making this entire conversation, you know, dicing it in a manner and plating in a manner that anybody, it is accessible to a lot of people.
Yeah.
It's like creating a tasting menu out of it, so that you taste it and come to the feast, you know.
Absolutely.
So,
yeah, please.
so I just my thoughts are around that. So at another time and another this thing, we now have to also talk about how these thoughts can be realized. You know, these are just random things. There are more things with the this thing that you can do so many things nowadays. But then again, it depends what resource you're going to use to put on those. You know, while you know, putting the thing, creating the thing is also a matter of area that you are specialized in, which Bhai Baldeep Singh is, you know, having this knowledge base and having a deep conversation. But now to take that conversation out and slice and dice it differently, you need a different skill set. And I feel that skill set, Bhai Baldeep Singh needs to figure out and suggest to all of us, and to this thing, that how can that be done, you know. Based on that, will emerge a new way forward. And you know, like in a dialectic, you know, while there is a thesis, there is a counter, you know, antithesis, and then there is a synthesis, and that's how you move forward. And I feel this what Bhai Baldeep Singh has created is a very you know, important work, seminal work. And having said that, I feel let it be now, you know, we should look at how this information can be taken from this level to, you know, to different levels further.
Absolutely.
You know? I'm reminded of
whether it's academic or a OTT platform or research, or even, I mean, so many different kinds of you know, variables we can look into, as you said, that, you know, in what different ways this information can be taken forward.
You know, there is a famous Majaz ka sher which says, "Mere haath se nikli to sirf ek nazam thi."
Oh, I wanted you to say that. Yes.
मेरे हाथ से निकली तो सिर्फ एक नज़म बनी, तेरे हाथ में आई तो ये मशाल हुई. You know, I'm very, very.
Thank you for sharing that.
I hope and I pray that, you know, this reservoir that Bhai Baldeep has created, you know, lights so many fires, so many. It becomes like a movement.
Thank you so much for those wishes, Bandeep, and from us also they go to YaarAnād Foundation. And thank you for bringing forward such interesting. Sorry, Bandeep.
If I may, Bandeep, jad Shambhu sa hath trishul si jad jogi banaya, o te kaul khidya. जद सूरमा सा हथ मशाल सी जद जोगी बनया
All
सतलुज बही. So this paradox, of ambition at the hands of someone who has nowhere. If I may, I wrote something about Ajab Chorahe The. There's something like at crossroads, where I have reached, where you are, you know, there's no drive to achieve or to there's nowhere to go. You're there, right? But yet work has to be done. So it's that very interesting paradox, if I may, the oxymoron, if I may. It's in Punjabi. Professor Basavda, maaf kijiyega, but it's a bit of Urdu and bit of Braj and so on and so forth. So अजब जेहे चौराहे ते आन खड़ोता हाँ लगदा है. अगर पुरानी गुजराती भी देखें तो पंजाबी, there are many words which are similar. Now we think there are borders. Originally there were no borders. The languages were like birds. They could fly from here and like that. अजब जेहे चौराहे ते आन खड़ोता हाँ लगदा है. अड्डो अड हन.
Sorry, please continue.
Okay. अजब जहे चौराहे ते आन खड़ोता हाँ लगदा है. राह अड्डो अड हन पर मुझ विच क्षमता नहीं कि भेद करा. एक नू राह कहां ते होरना नू गुम राह. जद तुरना तरना इथे उथे एक होया. आवना जावना मुक्या. कदम पुटना धरना एक ही. जद होना होया की करा.
Lovely, beautiful. Thank you for sharing that, and thank you, Dr. Prem Singh ji, Rabindra Basavra ji, Cheslav, and Bandeep for taking out time and sharing this beautiful moment
Honored.
of Anad, YaarAnād Virtual Series with us. And also, it leaves us at a point where we are going to take our conversation further with the students, because that's exactly are my questions to all the students of Bhai Baldeep Singh, that how they felt and what is the way forward. A thought triggered by Bandeep, and such amazing ideas that
They're all going to tell
also
you how much they
I have
hate
enjoyed.
me, hate my work, and
They
hate
can
my
tell us now. That's why I've created a separate forum, apart from an art foundation, where they can come and say how much they hate you, what a bully you are. That's what he does to my students. So I'm just taking my revenge. So, okay. So thank you so much, Bandeep, and thank you, Cheslav. You're welcome to stay here and participate in the conversation. Cheslav, Bandeep, Premji, whosoever has the time. And I also take this moment to welcome Nihal, Nirvair, Niranjan, Francesca, and Harshdeep. Thank you so much for taking out time. I know we are running late, but well, these conversations are extremely important, and the thoughts that Bandeep and everyone brought forward, Premji, Jaslav, and Ravinderji, were extremely important for the journey
I will
forward.
take leave. I have just come from a photo shoot. I have
Yes,
to
I know.
sanitize and take bath. Pallavi is not letting me come beyond this door.
That's all right. I
Yes,
was
you
troubled by
shouldn't
your
be
presence
allowed.
anyway.
But
Sorry.
thank you so much for joining, and keep
It's all right.
walking
You can
after
go
you've
because
had
I
a
was
bath.
troubled by your presence anyway.
I couldn't hear Pairi what you said.
I said it's all right. Nobody's gonna miss you, and I was troubled by your presence anyway.
Bandeep, I'm going to miss you, and you must watch after you've had a bath.
Laya, Bandeep, she's not going to miss you.
Okay. All right.
Bandeep knows better, so thank you. So,
Before you go, Bandeep, Raman, just a moment, because when he was again talking, I was.
yes, I wanted you to share that.
It's
Yes,
just
yes,
something about
please.
one that Premji just, I mean, I know that he will shout at me, but this one has, it just began with the first letters of everyone on the panel.
Wow, lovely.
So it's Papa, Premji, and then Chacha is Cheslav, like that. Rara,
Wow,
Ramendra, and Rara Ramanjit, and Baba Baldeep. So like that. So, but in between
wow.
is again the YaarAnād, the Sat that today is, and some of the words that, in a way, it's like a summary of what all has been spotted by everyone who has so very kindly shared their insights and also suggestions and advice. Uh, the very first word is pyar, sukh, anand, alap, adab. eh? Um, so just I'll read. So pyar, sukh, anand, alap, adar, adab, ehsas,
Mhm.
shukr.
Hmm.
What is the last word?
Shukr,
Shukra.
gratitude, gratefulness.
नफरत भी तो लिखो.
ओ, नफरत तो मैं हूं ना. I'm the nafrat incarnate जो लिख रहा है जान.
Oh, you haven't written your initial in that.
It's no, I'm there in Babba, but I'm the writer. So Nafrat is the one who's a writer, no?
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
But thank you again.
So thank you so much. And now I would also like to take this moment to introduce the students who've joined us. Um, Francesca Cassio, thank you, Francesca, for coming in and joining on a working day. Dr. Francesca Cassio is an ethnomusicologist and singer specializing in South Asian music. Senior disciple of Bhai Baldeep Singh, she is currently full professor of music and the Sardani Harbans Chair in Sikh musicology at Hofstra University, New York, where she teaches Sikh musicology and Gurbāni Kīrtan classes at undergraduate and graduate level. MA and PhD in ethnomusicology from the University of Rome and from the Banaras Hindu University since the early 1990s. Dr. Cassio conducted long-term fieldwork in North India, where she also studied Drupad under Ustad Rahim Fahimuddin Khan Dagar and Pandit Ritvik Sanyal and Tumri with Dr. Vidhushi Girija Devi. Dr. Cassio is the author of essays published in edited volumes and academic journals, a monograph on Drupad, and is currently working on 2 book projects on Sikh musicology. Recipient of several grants and awards, Dr. Cassio was honored in 2019 by the Sri Guru Tegh Bahadur Khalsa College for outstanding contribution to the field of Sikh musicology in 2020. Musicology. In 2020 was the recipient of the Indian American Forum Outstanding Women's Achievement Award and is the recipient of the 2021 ICCR Distinguished Alumni Award. Welcome, Francesca. It's such a delight to have you here with us.
Thank you very much. Sabto pele, Sat Sri Akal, Namaskar, Assalamu alaikum, Buongiorno, and bonjour. And I don't know Polish actually, Czeslaw is one of the few languages I don't speak, but definitely, yes, a good morning and almost a good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting me.
So I will add in Bengali, Esho. That means welcome.
Bilkul.
Niranjan Kaur Khalsa is Senior Instructor of Theological Studies at Loyola Marymount University, specializes in Sikh studies, and has been a student of Bhai Baldeep Singh since 2000, who honored her as the first female exponent of the Jori Pakhavaj. Welcome, Niranjan. Wonderful to have you here with us. Nihal Singh from, yes. Welcome. Nihal Singh from Maryland is the founder of the Vital Anjan, a digital journal of GurSikh ideas, culture and affairs, a graduate of UC Berkeley in political philosophy. Nihal has been studying Gurbani Sangeet with Bhai Baldeep Singh for over a decade and tabla for more than 2 decades. Welcome, Nihal. And Nirvair Kaur Khalsa is the founder and director of Khalsa Montessori Schools in Tucson, Arizona, USA, and has studied Gurbani Sangeet with Bhai Baldeep Singh since 1997. Thank you so much, Nirvair ji, for joining us today and taking out time to be here with us. Harsh, now, Most welcome. Harshdeep's bio, I'm going to read in his words. It's in the first person, but it is such a delight that I haven't edited it at all. Harshdeep says, I'm an IT manager and an entrepreneur living near San Francisco region since 2016. My association with Bhai Baldeep Singh started in 2007 when I went for my first summer retreat with him. My search for a teacher ended with him. As after listening to Kirtan from Bhai Avtar Singh in prior years, there came a time that I knew that I had found my soul food through their Kirtan. Bhai Sahab has been my teacher, friend, philosopher, and a guide to me since then. My association with him has allowed me to not only become sensitized to Kirtan, but Bani and GurSikh as well, become aware of how to live Bani. Like he says that he doesn't teach how to sing, he teaches how to listen. As his students, we've come to value the ancient pedagogy and silsila of teaching. One has to go through that education process to understand how Kirtan Parampara is different from Bharatiya Shastra Sangeet and how they are not the same. As his students, we feel blessed and fortunate to have been to mm, know how to preserve the traditional compositions from Guru's times and some of them that have been composed by our Gurus themselves. I teach young children and Saint Jose Gurdwara to have them become aware of this rich heritage, and prior to that I was doing the same seva at Milford Gurdwara in Massachusetts. Japinder, I don't know whether he's joined us, but I will read anyway in case he joins us later, has been under the tutelage of Bhai Sahab Ji for a year and a half now. He and his wife live in New Jersey and contributed to the technical setup for the YaarAnād Virtual Baithak Series. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining. And it's such a delight to congratulate all of you for the work that Anath Foundation does, for the contribution that all of you are doing by engaging in Gurbāni Kīrtan and taking it forward to others. And you have been participating in the Baithak series as audiences and engaging in conversations. So today is about one of the longest running and one of the most intense virtual webinars that we have been watching about our cultural heritage from all over the world. What are your points of view? How do you feel about it? And what are the questions that you have that you would like to ask Baldeep ji, or ideas that you would like to suggest to him about the Baithak series? I think I will start with Francesca. Yeah, over to you, Francesca.
Thank you very much, Ramanjit, and thanks to you and to the Creative Arts Academy for hosting this event. That is a wonderful way to celebrate Bhai Baldeep Singh contribution, but it's also our turn to thank publicly Bhai Baldeep Singh ji for these huge efforts. I want to make some points, first of all, about how Bhai Baldeep Singh ji made available to public, this is public. These were public conversation, but a very high level. So he also showed his technique, how he interviews elders, he interviewed elders. I had the great privilege to know and observe Bhai Baldeep Singh since the early 1990s when I began my field work about Drupad in India with our common teacher, Ustad Rahim Faimuddin Khan of the Dagarbani. So I had the privilege to observe Bhai Baldeep Singh's technique of interviewing. And I must confess that at that time, as a young MA student, I was not able to grasp the vastity and the importance, the depth of what he was doing. And we are all earning today, after 30 years, the fruits of his long-term research. So I can talk from that standpoint, from my own personal experience. Bhai Baldeep Singh ji revived a process that it is at the core of Sikh practice, philosophy, and thinking. and also music literature. If you look at the Sri Guru Granth Sahib, and it is the ability to engage and converse with other traditions, like Guru Nanak Dev did in the past. And I like what actually Baldeep Singh said about the metaphorical udasis that Bhai Baldeep Singh did with these Baithaks.
Yes.
But it is not by chance that it happened. It began, this virtual udasis of Bhai Baldeep Singh began in the year 2019 and 2020 that celebrated the 550th birth anniversary of the founder of the Sikh faith. As a scholar, if I may, I would like just to add two aspects. One is the impact of these Baithaks and metaphorical udasis on South Asian music scholarship. So I can speak as a scholar, as someone who engages in that kind of academic conversations, and then as a student and as a teacher. So what these Baithaks, what kind of impact these Baithaks had on my students. And I will use a metaphor that I think will make it very easy and quick to understand. I think that Bhai Baldeep Singh with these Baithaks brought a deep shift in thinking about Gurbāni Sangeet, but also overall rethinking about South Asian musics, different genres, especially those voices that haven't been heard because we're silenced or neglected by modern forms and louder voices in the conversations that happened. And Bhai Baldeep Singh revealed the cross-pollinations that existed in pre-modern era, the era that predates the impact of colonialism. And by way of this approach, and with these metaphorical udasis, Bhai Baldeep Singh actually showed that the parampara is not just like a cut flower, a branch of something else. It's a tree. It's a huge tree with very deep roots. And this tree shares the soil with other beautiful trees that existed before the colonial era. And so I think this, to remain in the metaphor of the parampara, Gurbani parampara as a tree with deep roots, again, not a branch of khayal, not a branch of other forms. This is a tree that stood on its own and has been neglected by scholars, I mean, South Asian music scholars for a long, long time. So these Baithaks revealed that this tree is huge, has big branches and very deep roots, but also bear flowers and bear fruits. So I see, for instance, to come to the way forward. So we can think about all these episodes as beautiful flowers that will bear fruits. But we need also an audience, someone who look at these fruits, at these flowers. So did my students, for instance, who had the privilege, the great privilege to be in one of the first public conversations, one of the first Baithaks at the end of April last year. And they had the privilege to interview on a Facebook Live event by Baldeep Singh, asking their questions. Some of these students hail from Sikh families. We had 2 students from China. We had students hailing from different religious and ethnic background who deeply engage in Sikh now. And I trained, for instance, Michael Shurias with the help also of Parminder Singh Bamra, another senior student of Bhai Baldeep Singh, in Bhagats playing. Shaina, who sings now Gurbāni Shabads. So it's amazing what's happening with students. Believe me, this is just really Guru's Kirpa and Bhai Baldeep Singh's Kirpa. And we were planning to have Bhai Baldeep Singh at Hofstra University. Because of the pandemic, wasn't possible. Nevertheless, he very graciously made possible to meet the students and create a link. I think from my own experience, being also a student of other great masters like Faimuddin Dagar, Girija Devi, I believe that it is important to, however, have a contact, be in touch with a master. So I was glad that Bhai Baldeep Singh Ji was able to bless, to get in touch with my students, and believe me that from their reports, it really was a very strong experience for them, and something that will last. Just to conclude my thoughts, what can we do? What is the way forward? As a scholar, I think it's also now time for scholars, for my colleagues, to review, to carefully listen to these conversations. We have a lot of materials. These materials are public now. We're public. I also would like to point out that unfortunately during this year, we have lost some, masters of the traditions, and Baisab was so, in his vision, he was so wise to interview them. So this is documentation. And what I find incredible is that this was public. Everybody could access. And we have now to review, in retrospective, we have to review what has been done. I agree with Baldeep Singh that maybe a format that makes it easier could be a key to access, but scholars, this is the job of scholars, to go through sources as we go in archives and search and read. Now we have to go back and listen again and again and again and again. So I'm used to that. As I said, I had the great privilege to know Bhai Baldeep Singh since the early 1990s, and since then I have personally learned that things he said in the past, he was showing me in the past, and I was not able to grasp at that time or immediately, are things that now are so precious, and I have to re-listen, go back. So I'm used to that process with Bhai Baldeep Singh. So sometimes one needs to re-listen, reread things more than once. And I think, and this is what I'm planning to do with the Bhagats. Myself, what I will suggest to my colleagues and to my students. Thank you.
Very pertinent point brought forward, Francesca, the intervention of the scholars and how they are going to make their contribution now towards the work that has already been established, towards the whole archive that has already been created. So thank you so much for bringing that point forward. Nirvair ji, I would take this moment to welcome you to share your thoughts and ideas.
Thank you. I just have a few comments I was thinking of what hasn't already been said. So much has already been said about the benefit of what happened and the significance of bringing so many musicians and other people, from poets and other artists from across many different traditions together. And one of the things that I thought was so valuable is for me as a student is seeing Bible Deep outside of the context that we usually see him in, which is in the context of India or Gurbāni Kīrtan or Indian music, Sikh traditions, and to knowing that he travels and that he interacts, but to be a witness to that, of these conversations in depth with other musicians and people across the continent. One of the things that I enjoyed so much, as someone else pointed out earlier, is interviewing people, not just as musicians, but as human beings, but also as musicians, of how they learned. I enjoyed those conversations so much. As, well, tell me how you learned, who was your teacher, and how they practice. I remember, I think it was the cellist from France, and he shared what he did every day to practice and how he greeted his instrument in the morning and reconnected with this entity that was his instrument and began his practice. And it was just such a beautiful conversation. I personally became aware of genres of music that I didn't know about before, such as Indian saxophone. You know, I had no idea that was a thing. So that was really, really great. And it was just such a joyful engagement of spirit, of connecting on a spirit level. I recently heard a recording from Yo-Yo Ma, a famous cellist, and he quoted Pablo Casals, who had told him that he was a human being first, a musician second, and a cellist third. And it reminded me of these conversations, that connecting as human beings first, and as musicians across, there's something common about the experience of music and finding that spirit that all of these musicians came in contact with, regardless of their tradition, or whether it was a sacred tradition or a secular tradition. There was something in the music that reached very deep into, you know, the individual, and that was very beautiful too. But in addition to that, there was raising awareness of Sikh Kirtan and the Gurbāni Sangeet tradition in particular, and not just in the context of Indian music, but within the context of world music, was really important. And it was, but not only on the musical level, but the music of South Asia, and seeing South Asia, and eliminating the border between Pakistan and India, and the full Punjab of the cross-border. I think that was really important. So there was something political about it as well, that the border was erased in these conversations. And even Muslim, Sikh, Hindu, just like Guru Nanak, you know, there's no Muslim, there's no Sikh, there's no Hindu. Well, Guru Nanak didn't say there's no Sikh, but erasing those boundaries between people through that conversation and through sharing the music. And then also within this very current context of the COVID, when people were isolated, especially at the beginning when no one knew what was going to happen next, to give musicians an opportunity to share their music when people were just at odds with, when am I going to be able to perform again? To just from someone's own living room, to just be able to share music with the world. And then for the audiences to be able to share in that experience as well, to hear that. So that connection for both the audience and the musicians themselves, I think was really, really valuable. And I do have some questions for Bhai Sahab regarding where he wants to go with it, and I think that will come later in the conversation.
We're all waiting to hear that. Yes.
Yeah, and also I'm just curious of the experience that he's had when he first did 4. He was going to do 4 conversations, and did he have a foresight of where this was going to go? What would transpire within a year's time? Was that something that he could foresee, or was it something that evolved and took on a life of its own and became something that it had to be? So
that just to make sure that there is no misunderstanding, it was the first call I made, and I called 4. But the idea was not to do 4. It was just that when I saw it was 4 calls and 4 confirmations within 4, 5, 6 minutes, I knew it's on, because I'm an old wanderer, if I may, and I know if it's happening or not. 4 for me is from Guru Nanak, the way, the idea of time, the way he divides for me as a student of his, when he says Adi Sacho, Jogadi Sacho, in the beginning and until now, then have he such, here and now, and Hosi he such. And the future is then that which happens. So for me, four calls symbolize that, and I knew it's going to happen. So beyond that, my kind of a veteran wanderer doesn't think, starts walking. And after I had confirmed, started doing, and I began calling, and I have been working 2 to 3 weeks in advance. And the very first Baithak and onwards, 57 hours I logged without even a blink, no nap, nothing. And then I logged and I noted that then I had a bit of power nap and another 57, 55, 56, 54 hours. This was the initial weeks. There was no target as such, that it was only 4. And I knew maybe idea was, do I do 52 for 1 each week in a year, or I do 100? I was always wondering what to do, but I was never a finite number to end. Just FYI for everybody, so that I don't want people to think, ask questions about that part. I just want to rest that part. My apologies for the interruption.
No, thank you so much. It was a question addressed to you. Thank you for answering that. Niranjan, over to you. You're also a part of a university, and you've been a part of the whole Gurbani Sangeet tradition. How do you think the students are looking at it? Francesca shared her students' experiences, because what is most important is how the next generation is going to take this huge body of work, this huge archive. Are they going to use it? Is it going to be reachable to them? And what has been the impact already on different kinds of audiences? Over to you, Niranjan.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. It's so good to see you all. And many congratulations to Bhai Sahab on this 1 whole year into COVID and into this time of what you have given us all. And I want to quote in the Tribune, Deep Kamal Kaur, who said that this was a melodious treat to beat our lockdown blues. And I felt like during this time of COVID, especially at the beginning when there was so much unknown, that we were able to all just have this moment of musical joy and reflection, and really engage in these deep conversations. And being able to see that the virtual world allows us to go beyond borders and bring these conversations and this artistry into our own homes. It gave us a wider sense of community and beyond cultural, religious, geographical, linguistic borders, and artistic borders as well. And so we see that we have this beautiful thing that we were able to engage in live, but also, as Dr. Francesca Cassio had mentioned, it's also this idea of repetition, of being able to return to it, and thinking forward towards archiving it in some way that we as scholars, as students, can continue to return to these conversations, and upon every listening, every rewatching, learning something new is invaluable, particularly for scholars that are researching this area, and for students who are interested and still searching and finding new answers and new avenues and new ways. And what was so beautiful is that it was initially began to honor Guru Nanak Dev Ji's 550th birth anniversary, who we have heard from others how, you know, this idea of going beyond borders, and also turning into honoring Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji's 400th anniversary, who gave his life to protect religious freedom. So the freedom of expression, the freedom of how we express ourselves is so beautifully articulated through artistry. And the Baithak series then being engaged in these discussions and these performances with artists. They're visual artists, we have musicians, poets, architects, scholars. I mean, the breadth of those that you spoke with, Bhai Sahib, it was just incredible. And to hear you engage and using your own experience and knowledge within the Gurbāni Kīrtan parampara, being able to see that scholarship and the way in which you have been teaching us to see and hear, and how you could take that through into so many different genres was really inspiring. And so you're allowing also us as an audience to engage in that depth and that breadth of conversation. And so you're bringing all of us in, scholars, Sikhs, those who non-Sikhs, the laity, practitioners, musicians, artists, all of us kind of creating this beautiful community together that we've been able to experience. And then in the chats, you know, in the live versions, we all are able to chat with one another as well about these concepts and ideas that you're raising. So it's been a huge educational experience for everyone. And this documentation then of the intangible heritage, and you've also, you know, been working on the tangible, reviving the Sikh musical instruments, but demonstrating that it's this continual living conversation and that it is living. And Francesca, Dr. Cassio also had touched upon the idea that some have also passed away. So that critical moment of being able to capture this dialogue, capture being able to hear from the artists themselves is very timely. And so, you know, we can think about it being held beyond time for us in these ways, but to be able to capture it is that vision that Bhai Baldeep Singh has always had with the YaarAnād Foundation. And I thought that, and it demonstrates then how these traditions are thriving. And I actually wanted to read from the YaarAnād Foundation website, YaarAnādFoundation.org. You can go there. And the points are, the objectives of the foundation are to appreciate, respect, and preserve the excellence and diversity of human heritage the world over in the areas of culture, including architecture, classical and folk art forms, literatures and languages, education, moral values and social conduct, sports, healthcare, healing, social welfare, to discover strains of affinity among these through intellectual interaction and live presentation, and to engage in humanitarian and disaster relief. Number 2, preservation and documentation of all tangible and intangible traditional forms of the arts and culture. 3, I'm only going to read 3. There's many, and they are amazing objectives.
And I think audience should go and read all of them.
Yes,
So thank you for
indeed.
sharing these three. Yes.
Yes. And the third is to promote music by sensitizing the common people to the musical values in classical and folk traditions and educating the musically inclined, so as to create a symbiotic pattern with the divine ethos of spiritual traditions. How beautiful this is, this idea of, and it also goes on to talk about stimulating creative expression within traditional frameworks. And so it's about archiving this vast amount of work that is being done by honoring it, by looking at those interconnections between all of these various fields and uplifting them the world over. And so the Baithak series really resonates with that, that objective that YaarAnād Foundation had set forth many, many decades, 2 decades ago, to create this space. And so it's just been really wonderful to be an observer of these spaces. And Bhai Sahib doesn't sleep. It's his dedication to the quality and to the excellence of the parampara and to musical heritage the world over is unparalleled, I believe. And we get to experience that as well, because after his Baithaks on Sundays, he comes and teaches us. And so we are able to then have further discussions and engage directly with the pedagogy itself. So I don't know if I have a direct question, Bhai Sahib, but I want to thank you so much for everything that you do.
Thank you. Thank you, Niranjan. Over to you, Harshdeep. How do you look at this Baithak series? How do you think it has impacted the population where you live and even the students that you are teaching? Do you think they have engaged with it? They've been watching it? Or what do you think has been the impact or the outreach?
Absolutely. So, first of all, Bhai Sabji, much congratulations for, again, the seminal amount of work which you've done. I mean, again, I feel I don't want to even belittle that by saying that. So I'll just stop over here, So, but again, it's for me, in terms of like my understanding is that I've not seen, at least in my lifetime. I mean, again, there are so many things which Bhai Sahib has done, which have been unparalleled, of course. But again, this kind of discourse, this kind of engagement, this kind of interviews, and with the plethora that kind of he's covered, like other panelists have talked about. I mean, covering arts, music, photography, politics, fashion designing, painting, theater. I mean, again, you name it, and he did that. And be able to. When did we have a level of discourse like that ever before? I mean, at least in the most recent times, I have not seen any. I mean, again, yes, we always have seen like, folks like in the Western world, like Larry Kings of the world, like, Barbara Walters of the world. But again, they were not like any mukhis of any gharanas or anything like that. They were just like plain interviewers. But being able to kind of having one mukhi of a parampara, being able to engage with these, other stalwarts from other gharanas, and being able to kind of, make them comfortable and get into the zones where they are feeling passionate about it, where they start feeling that they are willing to become open and shed away their whole, any sort of, rivalries or secrecies and their own personalities, and then being just able to come out and talk about their love of their art and being able to talk it like for hours and hours and hours. I mean, again, I think like, kudos to Bhai Sahib to kind of, being able to kind of do that. I think like maybe he's the only one who can do it, because for me, when I was looking at it, it was not just a mere conversation. Again, of course, there's so much of education which is coming out of it, but at the same time, it was also a big celebration for the ones who were being interviewed or who were being part, and not only their own personal celebration, if they were a part of a troupe or their masters, their teachers, their gharanas, I mean, the whole lineage. I mean, again, and it just, I mean, again, towards the end, so many times you just felt like, how satisfied they all looked, that, that probably this was something which they never got something like this from any, probably like for the longest time. And they've been looking forward to that. And here was Bhai Sahab, who was basically able to, create that whole atmosphere for them and get in these conversations, which could be 3, 4, 5, 6 hours long as well, So, I mean, again, from that standpoint, if you look at it.
Some of them have gone to 9 hours and plus another 9 hours for the second session.
Right. So again, it is, it is mind-boggling. Again, think about it, for the amount of work which has happened in the last 1 year, the speed, the amount of repertoire which has been generated. And again, we used to think like, I grew up with these World Book encyclopedias, of course, now Wikipedia has replaced it. But World Book Encyclopedia was like, it used to be a huge thing for us, like, as kids. This body of work is, even much, much beyond that. This is like an encyclopedia. And the reason this is so much different to me is because, again, these are like these are videos. You're getting to see the artist. You're getting to see the context, their personalities, how they think, and their depth of thinking, and how. So reading something about it, but then be able to watch it, there are two different things. So I can read an encyclopedia, I can get to know about it, but I might not be able to imbibe it. But when I'm as a part of a conversation, there is so much subconscious learning which is also happening at the same time. It's a different impact altogether. So, again, I know people have said like this about Bhai Sahab, in my interactions with folks over here in the past, and this is not about this work, but again, the work which he's done for his conservation before, and it's like, the work which Bhai Baldeep Singh has done is basically someone will have to take 3 or 4 lifetimes. And I'm talking about his work just primarily in Gurbāni Kīrtan only. Again, I'm talking about what people said to me like 15 years ago, or 10 years ago about him, that the work which is done is equivalent to 3 or 4 or 5 lifetimes of one person's work, which he has been able to do that so far. Now you look at this, I don't even know what to say. Again, 1 year and having covered this amount of distance. And again, now I want to go back to those people and ask them again, so what do you think now? Again, does those 5 years of lifetime change to 10, 15 now? So where is your marker at? Again, this is, if you look at it, again, I know, we can get caught up in, that, the whole education and everything. Absolutely. But this is unbelievable. This is,
I think it's not humanly possible.
I was about to say that exactly. This is not humanly possible. So, again, that's something which was, other than that, I've always felt like in my interaction with Bhai Sahab, one thing which you also mentioned as part of my bio, which I sent over to you, about the whole aspect of sensitization. So my sensitization began with him through music, but again, it has gone into so many other areas as well. And when I'm looking at these cities, this is so much about sensitization of arts, culture, and so many of those things that, for example, in my case, I was never sensitized to or had limited exposure about fashion designing. And, when I listened to JJ Valaya about how his whole thinking was, how he was approaching things, I was like, oh my God, what was this? I had never thought about fashion designing and the philosophy which kind of goes behind it. And again, that to me was, again, I don't want to use a aha moment. It's like, so again, it was like, absolutely, again, I was, jumping with joy with what I could see that how, things can kind of go. So that kind of level of sensitizations, into different fields and bring it out. And again, so one of the things which I've always felt like looking at my families and everything else, and this was like being a big question, that as Punjabis and as part of a greater Punjab and everything else, where did we lose? Again, we were probably known for arts, cultures, and aesthetics and everything else, but where did we lose? And again, my personal viewpoint is we probably lost it perhaps post-partition. because again, post-partition was like a time when it was like, struggle. It was like trying to be in a survival mode, people having lost those things and being in survival mode. These are the most easiest things to, one probably can think about, they don't bother to me. They don't mean to me much. And Bhai Sahib has been able to kind of, bring all of those things which probably were lost. I mean, not only from Gurbāni Kīrtan Paramparam, but other aspects of, arts and culture as well, and has been able to bring those out in these forums and being able to kind of, help, ignite those sparks. For me, it has in so many different ways, in so many different fields by watching through those videos. So again, that's a Sukham Kala, which I believe, again, we as a community had lost it. And Bhai Sahib has been doing this kind of phenomenal work to make sure, we are able to get back to our roots again. Again, that's from the second part of the question. How are people taking it over here? So, again, there is so much there for so many people. So I've been a big advocate in trying to kind of, share those. And in the groups that I work and operate with, I know, if something people are more poetry driven and have not been kind of, part of these engagements, then I will basically be, kind of telling them that if we look at this whole thing, like, for example, Jasbir Jassi, when he had it, again, the kind of areas which he touched, and I knew, there are people who are so much close to Punjabi folk and poetry, and, so knowing kind of what could be interesting to people, I've been doing my work, in my small own ways in trying to kind of disseminate that, and also being able to help them understand about what else is out there that they should also be able to, and give them those hooks to be able to attend and become more richer about the culture and the tradition and everything else. So, and last but not the least, I think this is also something which during pandemic, like Nirvaji was mentioning, again, it was a depressing time for so many people, not only for the artists, but even people sitting at home. I think this was something which truly gave them the hope. Again, I think it was a sustained hope which was going on the way when I would be attending these things, people sitting at home, not doing anything, no work to do, no business to do. And again, and you kind of get engaged in this. And through all of those things, I think this is where the power of Sukham Kala is, I believe, which Bhai Sahib has been trying to also bring up. And that was just nothing but pure hope. So many different levels. I can't even articulate that, what it will ultimately mean, but I'm just kind of giving you from my standpoint, how, from my vantage point, how I was kind of consuming things and making sense out of that. So
right, thank you for sharing that, Harshdeep. Nihal, over to you. Everyone has talked about, how it has impacted the people, how, even Gurbani Sangeet exponents have been impacted in getting so much more information, and how the global reach, the things that I wanted to talk to you about have already come to the forum. So your conversation, I want to start from, if there are any ideas or suggestions in terms of how do we take this forward? You being an intrinsic part of the YaarAnād Foundation and working very closely and being guided by Baldeep Singh ji. What do you think, from the conversation of the artists, Bandeep and Francesca said something, and all of us have been suggesting few things. Where do you see it going? Or if you have any questions or suggestions, either ways.
Well, I'd like to begin by saying that the YaarAnād Virtual Baithak Series that Bhai Baldeep Singh curated is proof of possibility that genuine dialogue, which is among the rarest of human phenomena, can exist in public in our world. Yes. The dynamics of the contemporary media landscape reflect and exert a downward pressure on the quality of default human interaction in a relentless race to the bottom. The news media and entertainment available for consumption today all too often segregates us by our limitations. It caters to our jadedness with jadedness, to vulgarity with vulgarity, and to hyper-partisanship with hyper-partisanship. Rather than flood the airwaves with more self-fragmenting mediocrity, Bhai Sahib series and its creator demonstrate an uncompromising commitment to reflecting on and celebrating excellence in all its self-unifying complexity. Bhai Sahib's Herculean endeavor has done nothing less than create the cultural space for Vidya and Vidvans, knowledge and knowledge-bearers, to enrich, ennoble, and instruct our public life. So I'm very grateful to Bhai Sahib for what he's created. In a certain sense, this is nothing out of the ordinary, because from meeting Bhai Sahib, my experience has been nothing but extraordinary, and everything has moved online in this age of coronavirus, and there's a way in which, if one puts aside really all the sleepless nights and the countless hours and the pre-production work that goes into these conversations, that they are existing in public really just makes public the dynamics that I've observed alongside Bhai Sahib since I first met him. And I think that really the groundswell that we're seeing, even in the Sunday classes that have been taking place, is really the fruit of what's happening, because we can speak of reaching 2 million viewers, or we can speak of the number of likes and shares on videos, but I think that the real metric is the number of interested parties that want to undergo this heritage themselves and want to dedicate their lives to carrying forward the Vidya that Bhai Sahib has done so much to safeguard. So I'm really quite sympathetic to Prem Singh Ji's notion that as to how we should move forward, this is really something that Bhai Sahib is best in a position to share with us, since it's really his vision that for decades has been putting up sort of brightest torch of what the GurSikh idea can contribute to the world that we live in. But humbly, a few things that I would request is that we delve into the world of ideas, and especially as concerns a number of monographs that have come out in recent years in the space of Sikh studies, looking at some of the doctrinal aspects, looking at some of the historiographical aspects. It would be wonderful to have those scholars in this firing line, in this place of agon, of alethic discourse, and the sort of conversation that can take place, and the sort of vetting, and the sort of exchange of views that could take place, and this sort of phenomenon would be something extraordinary.
Nihal, you finished?
Yes.
Okay, that was a sudden pause. All right. Well,
there was something that came in my ear.
Yeah, Niranjan needs to leave, but before...
You can have her final word before she leaves. I know
Who?
Niranjan has to leave.
Yes, exactly what I was saying. Exactly what I was saying. But also, she needs to say a few words before she leaves. But also my question to you, Niranjan, do you think the students around, you or people who are at least connected to not just Gurbani Sangeet, because this is a huge repertoire of arts, fine arts, music, theater, dance, photography, fashion, as very rightly pointed out by Harshdeep. How do you think the students can gain from this? How can we make it reach them? One suggestion was from Francesca that all of you as scholars engage in this and see to it that how can it be taken forward. So any views on that or ideas?
That's a really wonderful question. I personally, I work at a Jesuit university, and I'm teaching Sikh studies to students, most of whom have not had access to anything Sikhi or even South Asian religions. So I'm in a religious studies department. So the call that I was hearing Nahal also making towards having more conversations about these ideas and really some critical discourse around things that are happening in the field would be very valuable for that field of theology and religious studies. And then when we think about musicology and ethnomusicology as well, while I'm not a teacher of these things like Dr. Casio is, as a scholar of them, they are invaluable, these conversations. So, and these demonstrations. The idea of an archive is very exciting, to be able to create something that's accessible. I heard, that call to keywords, having it searchable, having it be like a database that could also have those smaller clips that can be shown in classes. And so when I'm talking about Sikh Kirtan, which I do have, I do make sure my students learn about that, because Gurbāni is central to Sikhi. And so Gurbāni Kīrtan, Gurbāni Sangeet is also central when we have discussions about Sikhi. Thinking about it being used in those classes, but then also classes where where it's not only, Bhai Sahib isn't only speaking to Sikhs, he's speaking to artists of all genres and people of all walks of life. And so having this accessible for kind of that comparative approach, where we're not talking about comparison as saying one thing against another, but in dialogue to deepen our understanding and to really engage deeply, is something that's really needed at this time. And so the breadth and depth of time that Bhai Sahib takes in these back talks to go in depth, that I guess would be lost if we are just cutting it down into a nice morsel bite for people to consume. But that is also our age today, and that's what students expect, something accessible.
So Bandeep said that will be like, showing them a jhalak, a trailer to get them in, to rope them in, or what this is all about. From a 3-minute thing or a 30-second thing, they may see 3 minutes, then 15, then 50 maybe. So, it's like, promoting the thing.
Indeed. And then that interest, that can grow in the depth through which we can engage. Yes, Bhai Sahib.
Say something.
Ramanjit, when you're coming in to interact, it will be great if you can do a 2-point shot. You can be on the video as well in the 2-point, when you're coming in for the questions.
You're trying to say that when we are having questions,
No, when you
I
were
should have the gallery view.
There was only Niranjan on the screen. If you can be also like 2-point shot.
I just got excited and I did it. Thank you. Yes, Niranjan, go ahead.
Yeah, I think just what we were discussing about having these both accessible, but being able to go into the depth of conversation, because that's where you get the deep engagement. And thinking about my students in particular, they come from all of the different colleges within the university, because our classes are core classes that everyone needs to take. And so we have students from the film and television, and we have students from the fine arts, and we have students from the sciences, and all of the different colleges throughout, that being able to see that this isn't just a musical conversation, this isn't just a Sikh conversation, but we're talking about knowledge, we're talking about artistry, we're talking about human expression and engagement with that, and pedagogy of how we learn, how we see. And so as in academia, we're trying to teach students how to see and how to think, and that's something that I've gained so much through study with Bhai Baldeep Singh, is really understanding that aspect of that critical eye of what are we looking at, how do we understand it, how do we interpret it within this vast breadth and scope. And it's not limited, we're not pigeonholing anyone. And so this is the beautiful value that I see of all of this work, and how we can bring it into further conversations with our students and then with other scholars as well.
Francesca wants to add something to that.
Yes, thank you very much, Niranjan. And I would like to expand and delve into and build upon what Niranjan was sharing. beginning to say that as a student of the Parampara, I do not question. I don't have questions to for my teacher. You know, I can only observe and deeply understand and try to understand the breadth and the depth of his teaching, of my teachers. So I do invite those scholars to carefully see and reflect on what happened. Here, there is really a switch in the logic. So how South Asian musics have been framed according to European knowledge, and the switch that Bhai Baldeep Singh brought. So looking, you know, at the South Asian musics from the native standpoint, from the indigenous standpoint. And this is why these conversations are of a different kind, something that we never heard before. So this conversation have been constructed according to the GurSikh logic, the indigenous logic. And I have seen, as I said earlier, Bhai Baldeep Singh interviewing, you know, elders back in the 90s. And at the beginning, I was coming from a different school, the anthropological school, the Western school. And it took me some time to understand and follow the logic that he was, following in his mind, and that brought to the heart of the conversation, making people completely at ease and revealing something that was not, was coming from a different approach, from a different view, which is the indigenous, the native view. I think this Bhai Baldeep Singh brought this, reoriented the conversation from the Eurocentered epistemological standpoint into the traditional way. And this is why I think I found that the musicians, the artists, the scholars that Bhai Baldeep Singh interviewed were at ease with that, and were able to share something that they never shared before. I heard, Professor Sanyal, I heard, many elders, scholars, musicologists that said something beyond, what they were used to say, the usual questions that we ask them, we scholars ask them. And this is because of the capacity of the GurSikh, tradition, and what the GurSikh tradition can still bring and offer, in not only in the field of music, but the broader field of South Asian culture, which is language, is poetry, is dance, it's visual arts. So I just wanted to refocus this aspect. And I also wanted to share something. I remember when, long time back, maybe early 2000s, Bhai Baldeep Singh brought me, Maurice, and I think Faimuddin Dagar, our teacher, to Dallas Mendy's house to interview his father. And I said, why are we wasting time, And then that interview nowadays is so precious. Dallas Mendy's father was Kirtaniya. And that fact was little known. And nowadays, after 20, 30 years, it becomes a valuable thing that even Dallas Mendy in the Baithak said. And I remember very clearly that moment. And I was puzzled. I said, why this? Why should we waste time in this way? And so it was from his standpoint. From my standpoint as a Western scholar, I could not fully grasp, but slowly I changed. So as a student, not only I learned the music, the shabads and the beautiful contents and the spiritual meaning, but also as a scholar, I changed. So the approach that Bhai Baldeep Singh brought into the field really is has changed my scholarship, and I think is changing the field overall.
Right. I mean,
I
so
hope it's clear.
yeah, I mean, again, very important point, because that's another thing that can be learned from his approach, the approach itself that needs to be taught to the students, to the coming generations, how to even approach, you know, how to even look at heritage, how to scoop it out, how to talk to the maestros, how to have a conversation. I mean, you very rightly pointed out, and this exactly needs to be taken forward to the further, generations. Right. So that's been wonderful. Thank you everyone for joining. And if any one of you want to add more points to it, Cheslav has been
Final
quiet since a
words.
long time.
Words, yeah.
Baldeep ji, if he wants to share something before you leave.
I will come in first before we have final words. We can do a final round with them. It's in Punjabi. It's about, you talk of the YaarAnād Virtual Series and the purpose. So I just was my note that I took again is it's in Punjabi first, and I'll try to do a rough translation. कि एक कीटाणु मगरे किते इंसान इंसानियत ही ना भुल जावन मौत दे डर जिंदगी फुल फल ही ना भुल जावन दूरियां सिख दे तय कर दे. This duriya is not to come close, but duriya tay karna is to reach far. so it's reversed. Duniya sikh de कि कीटाणु के एक कीटाणु मगरे किते इंसान इंसानियत ही ना भूल जावन मौत दे डर जिंदगी फुल फल ही ना भूल जावन दूरियां सिख दे तय कर दे नजदीकियां ही ना भूल जावन. Roughly it says that chasing a virus, those who are trying to find a remedy for it and running away from the virus, the people or humans do not forget humanity, their humanity, in fear of death, that they do not forget life, its fruits, its bloom, its fragrances, um, in learning to be distant, uh, in in um, in uh, walking away from each other, that people do not forget being connected with each other, or the closeness. It's just a rough idea, just rough translation is what I thought is also important to the purpose of these conversations is also to suggest to people to be mindful of the gift of life, that we need to be measured, yes, but we do not need to sort of forget how precious this life is and how extraordinary is this opportunity to be meaningful. And one can be meaningful if you have understood the meaning of being. Please, final words, of course. My apologies for the
Thank you so much. And before all of you leave, Cheslav is still here, and we had a small piece from what Cheslav played, which was shared at the Baithak, just to celebrate maybe before all of you leave, if you have 4 or 5 minutes. Then I can request Abanti, if she has cued Cheslav's piece, to play it
Let's
at
have
this
the final
point of
words
time.
before we play the music, Raman.
Sure, absolutely. Absolutely. Whatever anyone wants to say, Nihal, anyone, Nirvaji, Francesca, go ahead, please. Anyone.
Can I say something? I would like to say something. I think I'd just like to try to underline or maybe highlight again what Francesca said. I think she made a really, really important point, and it's one that we should be repeating, as often as we can. And I'm kind of when I was just now listening to her make the point, I was a little I felt myself getting a little jealous for two reasons. I think one of them was that, you know, she spoke about her experiences from the early 90s, which I was kind of still a kiddie back then, and I couldn't participate in them as I would have liked to. And the second one is this idea that she spoke of transformation, or of change, of how she's changed because of the, you know, getting closer to this approach or understanding the approach more. It's something that I can relate to very much, not to the degree I think that Dr. Cascio has had, but you know, I remember when I first started hearing music from this tradition, and you know, I was looking at it from a pianist's perspective, because that's all I knew. A pianist taught and born and raised in Canada, and learning from, you know, people from these different, you know, all of my different teachers who are teaching me in also, you know, in a very good way, but in a very different way. And one of the things I've come to understand slowly, and I don't think I understand it yet, but that this way of teaching and of making music is a complete and total system. So there's no aspect of it that's missing. And there's a lot of parallels that I was able to notice just by accident, just because of the context that I was from. I would say, oh, this exercise that Bhai Sahib has, or that he's showing, is very similar to an instrumental exercise that we have, or this approach to developing elasticity with your instrument. It's exactly the kind of thing that we would practice in the conservatory. And so by seeing these parallels, it kind of slowly made me understand how developed the tradition is, and how many things it has in it to teach, or to reiterate to all of these other schools that have, in fact, the same or similar things. So all of these connections with all of the other complete and total systems. So I think that's a really important point that Francesca made, and I just wanted to underline it, make sure we're there. And I would really, as long as we're all here, I would like to say again, I think Francesca, again, Dr. Cascio, and but also Ramanjit, when you were reading Harshdeep's bio, it kind of got me to thinking. I think the thing again that I thought was missing from Mr. Baldeep's ideas about not just packaging the things, but also getting it to people, you know. And I think I saw a little bit of that in Harshdeep's bio, when he was talking. Well, he goes and he teaches, you know, and then when he was speaking, he said, "Oh, I tell this friend who's interested in this field that, oh, there's a great conversation, go listen to it." And you know, and maybe that's the kind of thing. And I'd be really interested to see. And Dr. Cascio talked about scholars doing it, and maybe being able to use it or diffuse it as some kind of didactic material, even, you know, to expose students to certain elements of the Gurbāni Sangeet tradition, or, you know, something else that might be of interest to them. So maybe that's the approach that needs to be kind of added or connected into what, you know, all the very competent and coherent ideas of packaging, you know, the knowledge and the content into smaller, kind of bite-sized.
True. Thank you so much. Anyone else? And in the meantime, there's an audience member here with us, Manjeet Kaur, who's followed the Baithaks almost every day. So Manjeet, if you could kindly switch on the video. And yes, thank you, Niranjan. I know you have to leave. It's a working day for all of you, but thank you for joining us. And if those of you who can stay, We have Manjeet here with us, and then TCA team is going to join, and they have some questions. These are young people in 20s who have not had any connection to Gurbani Sangeet, or they are not even necessarily from the musical background, but they are the Academy's team, but youngsters in their 20s who have so many questions for Baldeep ji. I know he hasn't eaten. Baldeep ji, why don't you get some food and you can eat? Of course, he won't eat. So, Manjeet ji, if you are there, I would be very grateful if you could come. Japinder is here. Japinder, would you like to share something? You've been listening to all the conversations. What would you like to add to that? I've already read your bio to the
Everybody.
audience. Sat Shri
Sorry,
Akal.
I was on meeting, so I couldn't come on video. I just all the elders and all my seniors have said such great things, and like just this deep analysis of the Baithak series. I think that's really valuable. I just wanted to add a few things. Professor Casio had actually mentioned that this whole virtual Baithak series is actually a continuation of the Udasis which Guru Nanak took, right? So and as Harshdeep Singh ji said, basically after partition, we have kind of become segregated, right? Like there used to be this cross pollination of ideas where you know, the elders of different sects and groups used to come together and share in culture and share in the music and the arts, right? And the Tat Gyan, right? So I think this virtual Baithak series is kind of takes us back to what we were, right? It shows us that Durgam GurSikh Marg, where you know, once you gain the Tat Gyan and then you share it with others, right? So one thing I wanted to point out was it's not just the viewers who are benefiting, it's also the people who are being interviewed, because it's not just, so they obviously if you look at the Baithaks used to talk about the pedagogical process and learning and comparing the GurSikh tradition with other traditions, but it also was sharing of ideas where they could take the pedagogical process from the GurSikh way of doing things, and they could imbibe it into their own way of learning and way of teaching, which could lead to, you know, recovering of things, of the intangible assets that have been lost. So I think in that way, the virtual Baithak series was kind of a torch bearer of ideas across the globe.
Very true, Japinder. Very rightly pointed out.
Japinder, before you run away, Nirvair has just written an accusation in the private chat among the panelists that you never bless us with your lavenders when we otherwise meet, you know. So you're only, now you've also told us that you're not wearing it for us, you're wearing it for your office, from where you're bunking right now to share your notes. But
I thought he wore it for TCAA
no,
session.
no. He is his Malkin's, baby. His employer Gundeep is a very daddy kudi, and who keeps him on a leash. So I'm sure he must have had gotten a to-do list. Ke pagdi kaun si hogi, shirt kaun si hogi, button khula. You know which button will be open as much, etc., etc. But I want to share with everyone, especially the TCA team, that when I began this whole. Japinder and his Malkin, his employer, who has employed him, I don't know why, as her husband, Gundeep, we did, they helped out. Oh, there she is at the back. How are you?
Very good. How are you?
I'm okay. Look, this is actually 16th, 3 days. This is exactly when we started researching on what software to use, etc., etc. So I thought that we should. I tell everybody that it was the three of us who actually were working on what platform to use and what not to use. So Gundeep actually is the one who spent, I don't know, tens of hours in weighing what to use and what not to use, and and then giving us a brief. So thank you and congratulations to you all also. for all that you've done and for the series. I think you've played an important role in helping me identify the technology that we must procure or hire or rent, etc., purchase. So it's lovely to see you, Gurdeep, but you're not at work. You just made your dulha, all sort of all this lavender and this and that. What's happening?
No, I'm still working. I just came over to say Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. He just called me. But congratulations. I think it's a great milestone. It sort of tells us how we started and how we have landed. So I'm so glad that it's
Many
worked out.
congratulations. Many congratulations.
I'm so glad.
Congratulations to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Gurdeep. Thank you. Continue.
And before all of you leave, especially the students of Bhai Baldeep Ji, I would request Abanti to share Chestof's piece as a part of the celebration. It's a short piece, so just a few minutes. And this was shared during the Baithak, so.
I'm saying, I'm counting 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Wonderful. Beautiful.
That was fantastic.
Thank you for such a treat. And I still remember when Cheslav played, and I was privy to that for the clericot, the music that we were trying for my piece. Thank you so much for that moment. Also, Cheslav, I remember you had a flight early in the morning. I don't know whether you remember that moment or not.
Yeah, I do. I was traveling somewhere. I don't remember where.
Yes.
But I remember that, and you guys were having me record something.
Yes.
And I was out the door with my
And I still
suitcase.
have that recording. I don't know why I didn't play that. It's very beautiful.
But Cheslav,
And the video is also there.
a COVID hero in the sense that when he came for the March 6th Radio Rai 3 event in Italy, in Rome, and then the next day, March 7th, was the Museum of Civilizations event with the Indian Embassy, Rome. Cheslav flew in spite of the COVID issues, and then when he went back, he had to be in quarantine for 14 days. So I appreciate that very much, and he's the one who's transcribed my whatever music, howsoever horrible I'm writing. Of course, whatever is vintage is extraordinary, but my attempt at writing music in a for a symphony, Cheslav has been doing the transcribing on in the Western notation. So I also appreciate that. It's been wonderful working with him with regards to that as well. His half Sikh, half Punjabi, I take a very, very both legitimate and illegitimate advantage because he can read some Punjabi, and I say, hey, come on, why don't you put it on in the Western notation styles? So please, thank you very much, Tesla, for everything.
Thank you so much, Cheslav.
No, thanks a lot for playing that and letting me. Actually, I wanted, if I could, I know that we have to get some other people on here before we finish this, but just a small story that my father once told me, and I was reminded of this when Harshdeep was talking about the post-partition times, and also Japinder mentioned something about that and how that could have affected. Just a small story. My father was in Poland in the 60s. And there's two stories that he told me about that moved him very much about that time that he spent there and what he saw. There were two things in particular. One of them was the first time he went to a concert there. So there was a concert hall, and he was up in the balcony, kind of at the back, kind of trying to stay out of sight, and somebody came in. And the audience started to clap for this person who'd come into the hall. And he went up to the front row and he kind of turned around, he waved and he sat down. And so my father asked his friend next to him, he said, who was that? And he said, oh, that's the president, or the prime minister, whatever they had at that time of the country. I said, okay. A few minutes went by and then another man came in. And the man was same thing, walking through to the front. And for this man, the whole audience stood and was clapping on their feet. So he, went over to his friend. He said, that was the president, of the country. And they were but for this guy, they're giving him an ovation. He's thinking, so who is he? And his friend said, oh, that's the composer. And, and it moved him so much because it wasn't about the political, the power or whatever. It was that this was the composer. And so the people celebrated the composer more. So that's that's a kind of attitude. And the second thing that he told me that I thought was also important, and it also reminded me of this, was, so in the Second World War, Warsaw was completely burnt to the ground, during the occupation. And they went house by house and burnt down everything as revenge for the uprising. And the first thing that the people of Warsaw did, when they didn't have places to live, they didn't have the houses yet, There weren't enough bricks, and everything was damaged. The first thing that they did, they had hidden the monuments of the city. They took down the statues and they buried them underground to save them for the fire. And after the fire, the first thing they did before starting to rebuild their houses and even churches was they dug out the monuments and they put them back in the places that they had been before the city was destroyed. So I think that kind of attitude of it's not only missing, you know, in certain places. I think it's missing all over the world, and it's gone. And it used to be there used to be many more people with this kind of attitude, and so that's the kind of thing that was missing. That kind of forced Bhai Sahib to take the steps that he did. There was no other way to do it. And so I think part of what has to be done when thinking about what the way forward is with the Baithaks is, well, how do we give people this attitude back? The respect that used to be given to these kinds of people and things and knowledge and, you know, all of that stuff. So sorry for taking time, but yeah.
If I
Beautifully pointed.
I may, say a couple of notes with regards to the persecution. What the Nazi Germany, when they occupied and destroyed so much, and I was very moved to visit the concentration camps in Poznan with Czeslaw. And the stories that the instruments were destroyed. So I see that the persecution that the Polish community felt in particular, and also as a double jeopardy in the sense that at times, just because some of the worst concentration camps were within Polish territory, many people have been accusing them of somehow, as if because they were in Poland, as if they were Polish enterprises. There's been some conspiracy theorists as well, but the idea that instruments, pianos and cellos and violins and manuscripts were burned by the occupiers in the streets, in the squares, piled up and put to fire. That was very interesting. My ancestors, they fought against such persecution. My ancestor Baba Tehel Singh, he was known across beyond the historic and the geographical Punjab as Bhai Punjab Singh, as Baba Sham Singh notes him as the Guru's warrior, Bhai Punjab Singh ji Guru ke Veer Hanuman Veer Sam, who was a sequel, as if was an equal to the grand warrior Hanuman, is how Baba Sham Singh remembers him. But for example, the persecution, I mean, if you fight against such persecution, such occupation, such atrocity, you're a hero, isn't it? Here in 2018, for example, the Sikh uniformed policeman, inspired by a Sikh politician, local legislator, and with the silent complicity of even the Chief Minister of Punjab, the current Chief Minister, Captain Amrinder, and the local MLA being Navtej Chima. And look at the cops, and they destroyed. What do? If you say something, it is your what do you get? You know the one who's actually trying to recover, who's trying to nurture and feed the roots, prevent the tree from the civilization tree from dying, from being just a fossil, another lifeless fossil on the planet. The kind of restraint one has, it's a new kind of persecution which which in history have not studied. So in a way, I'm writing the book of how do you deal with when your own people are so corrupt and blinded by the idea of power, that their own civilization frightens them. The celebration of their own civilization, which has birthed them, horrifies them, intimidates them. The attendees of the civilizational assets, both tangible and intangible, the theorists, the grammarians, the conservators, practitioners, horrify them, intimidate them, give them nightmares and nightmares. So that's one which I thought, Cheslav, your narration about your dad and the idea of how much in Japan, for example, protagonists are considered the intangible heritage. People, masters are considered, composers, etc. The way the narration is extraordinary. But I want to end something again subtle, as I spoke about the well next door, the pond in the village, in the square, in the small hamlet. Again, invoking the memory of Cheslav's dad, artist Hardev Singh, who was for 6 months artist in resident at the Kila Sarai in Sultanpur Lodi. He painted, 31 raga paintings and several. I mean, in Guru Nanak's place, Sultanpur Lodi, he painted the hawk of Guru Gobind Singh. Did many paintings. So that was. I suggested. I said that's going to be very exciting, very romantic. He loved the idea, and this, tough old man. He came and he was there. It was a fantastic time. It was a small thing, an anecdote from him. I'm remembering him. When he was to take the ship to Europe, his mother came with him to Mumbai. I think that was the port where he set the sail. And she began to have tears when he was to go away. And he says that I was very moved. And she says, son, you're going away. He says, I've heard stories, what people do. But you do whatever you want. But these hair that you have on your head, your hair, she says, I have irrigated them. I'm just doing a rough translation. It was a conversation in Punjabi. I've irrigated them with milk and yogurt. Don't cut them. And Hardev said, I never cut them because I remembered that story from my mother, that she is the one who has, who's massaged them every day with milk and yogurt and then given bath. He says they belong to my mother. So it's also a small story of conservation, of values, of being connected with the roots. And his relationship, he would always be humming Tilang. I said, but where is this from? Is that the second story? There's only one more that I'm going to take the liberty of sharing. He says there was a Muslim Rababi from a village, and he used to sing Tilang so well. And he would be humming, just when he doesn't even know he's humming in Tilang. That was Hardev, artist, and he's painting. And then I tested him. I said, you know what? They're abstract paintings. There are no names written on these paintings. So I tested him one day. Third story about him. I said, hey, which is this painting? He just looked at it and says, this is Vadhans. And it was actually Vadhans. And then I randomly brought in like many images later. What is this one? He says, this is Gaudi. And it was actually Gaudi. I mean, they were like his own children. Like he knows Cheslav Bala Singh and Vaslav, Mardana Singh. He named both of his sons, Cheslav Bala Singh and Vaslav Mardana Singh. That's how, you talk of conservation. Look at that. Somebody who's living in Poland, run away. Look at his small ways of connecting with his history, with his heritage. And, painting with colors. But he's humming the Naad, the Panchanad, the Shresht Naad. Thank you so much, Cheslav, for reminding me of your very dear dad.
Thank you for those anecdotes. And yes, Cheslav, how poignantly you interwove actually both the narratives together, the narrative or the anecdote that your father shared with you with the narrative that Baldeep ji has built. So thank you for sharing that. At this point of time, I would also like to, and Francesca wanted to say something before she left, but also I would request you all to continue being with us while Team TCA joins us, because it would be very interesting to hear the questions that they have and they want to ask Pradeep ji, and all of you can chip in also. So I request Team TCA to switch on their videos and start that conversation. And before that, if Francesca could share what she wanted to.
Sure, just an ending thought on my part, and I would like to share that this is World's Heritage, and this is also how people who do not hail from Punjabi or Sikh heritage can really benefit, and how this can change our views, as I think I changed mine. And just an ending thought about the way forward. I think that Bhai Baldeep Singh ji has already triggered our ability to critically see and critically hear and change our mind about how Indian music was presented, is South Asian culture, and we have to broaden our view and see it from a non-Westernized perspective. And I think the Bhagats hold an incredible wealth of knowledge that is available, and is now time our part to critically see and hear again and again and again and again and again. Thank you. Bahut shukriya.
Lovely.
Thank you, Ramanjit, for hosting such a wonderful.
Thank you for being a part of it. And please do stay back, Nihal, or anyone who can stay back from a working day and be a part of the conversation even now.
Nihal has something to say. Wants to.
Sorry?
Nihal wants to come.
If I might chime in briefly, I had the privilege of going through a good number of the biographical CVs that had come in preparation for the conversations, and trying to figure out how to represent this information in the context of the Baithak series. And what was really extraordinary to me was just how much more came out in the course of the conversations, because as Bhai Saab had mentioned, one of the real purposes was to ask what questions, what desires, what modes of attention and attendance is it that makes a Vidwan, and how is it that these individuals engaged with the most important protagonists of their generations, such that they in turn were imbued with the civilizational idea and put in a position to carry that forward to our time. I'm reminded of a very insightful article by Professors Cascio and Khalsa that in turn evoked an idea of the Zinda Kitab that Bhai Saab got from Ustad Bhai Arjan Singh Tarangad. This idea of being a living book, being a emic repository of gyan, of knowledge. And I think that Bhai Saab is undoubtedly today a Zinda Kitab, but he also teaches us through his conversations, his virtual Adasi, how it is that one goes about reading a Zinda Kitab. And finally, I'd just like to say that when it comes to those that are Vidwans, those that are brimming with Amrit that comes from their creative endeavor, one of the nishanis, one of the signs of this, is that after a certain point they really want to share this with others, and they seek others that are imbued with the same nectar, and just to engage in the comment sections and really to just overhear the sort of conversations that take place between these sorts of individuals. It's truly through these sorts of formative impressions that I think civilization lives on, and even though we've really fallen so greatly, by putting this forward digitally, it's impossible that we fall any lower than we are. This is a stopgap measure that this series has really put into place. So I'm just very much looking forward to seeing how we can build upon this. Thank you, Bhai Saab.
Thank you so much, Nihal. Thank you for sharing that. So, Baldeep ji, this young team has been very intrigued by the technicals and the kind of discourse that has happened, and they have also taken out some segments that they want to share before posing their questions. I would request Abanti to kindly play Abida's segment, Vidyadhar Vyasa's segment, and Nihal has suggested a segment from which one was it, Nihal? Because I've been doing so many, it's kind of slipped my mind. Which one was your segment?
It was from Aruna Sairamji.
Aruna Sairam, yes. So I think let's do Abida, Vidyadhar Vyas, and Aruna Sairam, and then the other two are very different segments. So let's do these because those questions are interconnected. Go ahead. Do we have your permission, Baldeep ji?
No.
So can we request?
Okay, you can.
Thank you. I knew it's going to be easy. Go ahead, Avan.
I mean, she didn't request it.
Sir,
Okay,
could we
so
please play the videos?
Team, go ahead, make your request.
Yes, I just made the request. I think sir is just pleased. Sir, shall I? Thank you.
He gives you the permission. Go ahead. Anyway, the button is in your hand.
ਪਰਵਰਦਿਗਾਰ ਨਾਲ ਫਿਰ ਜੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਅਰਜਨ ਦੇਵ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਰਚਨਾ ਯਾਦ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਮਿਲਾਪ ਹੋ ਵੀ ਜਾਵੇ ਜਾਂ ਹੱਕ ਬਣ ਪਵੇ ਉਸ ਨਾਲ ਉਸ ਦੀ ਦੁਆ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਇਸ ਬੰਦਾ ਯੋਗ ਹੋ ਜਾਵੇ ਕਿ ਦੁਆ ਵੀ ਕਰ ਸਕੇ ਉਸ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਵੀ ਕਰ ਸਕੇ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਐਸੀ ਮੰਗ ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਤੇ ਟਹਿਲ ਸੰਤਨ ਕੀ ਸੰਗ ਸਾਧੂ ਕਾ ਹਰੀ ਨਾਮਾ ਜਪ ਪਰਮ ਗਤੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਨਾਂ ਉਹਦਾ ਨਾਂ ਹੀ ਮਿਲ ਜਾਵੇ ਉਹਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਮਿਲ ਜਾਵੇ ਤੇ ਇਹੀ ਮੰਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਫਰਮਾ ਰਹੇ ਸੋ ਗਾ ਰਹੇ ਸੋ ਕਿ ਆਪਣੇ ਹੀ ਰੰਗ ਬੇਰੰਗ ਦੇ ਇਰਸ਼ਾਦ ਫਰਮਾਓ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਮਾਲ ਹਾਂਜੀ
ਮੌਲਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਜ਼ਾਤ ਹਰ ਵਕਤ ਮੈਂ ਇਹੋ ਹੀ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੀ ਸਾਂ ਕਿ ਉਹਦੀ ਜ਼ਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੈ ਇੰਤਹਾ ਹੈ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ
ਬਿਲਕੁਲ
ਇੰਤਹਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਜ਼ਾਤ ਵਿੱਚ
ਪਰ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਪਰ ਰੱਬ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਕੰਜੂਸ ਹੈ ਹਰ ਇੱਕ ਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਰੰਗਦਾ
ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਦਰਗਾਹ ਕਿਬਰਿਆਈ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੁੱਛਦਾ ਜ਼ਾਤ ਦੇ ਕੌਣ ਹੋ ਤੂੰ ਉਹ ਰੰਗ ਦਿੰਦਾ
ਪਰ ਵਿਰਲਾ ਰੰਗਦਾ ਹੈ ਹਰ ਇੱਕ ਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਰੰਗਦਾ ਇਹਦਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਕੱਲੀ ਹੈ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਇਰਸ਼ਾਦ ਫਰਮਾਓ
ਪਰ ਇਹ ਕਿ ਅੱਖ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਪਹਿਚਾਨਣ ਦੀ ਅੱਲਾਹ ਨੂੰ ਪਹਿਚਾਨਣ ਦੀ ਅੱਖ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਉਹ ਅੱਖ ਉਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੰਦਾ
ਜੇ ਉਹ ਦੇਵੇ ਤਾਂ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ
क्या बात है बहुत अच्छे सुभान अल्लाह
रंग दे अपने रंग में और अपने रंगीले रंग दे रंगीले रंग दे रंगीले तू तो साहिब मेरा
वाह
महबूब इलाही
वाह वाह
रंग दे
Thank you so much, Abanti. And I think immediately I would like her to see the question that we had, that, you know, the Batak had a lot of phases to it, lot of texture, a lot of different kind of things that were discussed from personal life of the artist, not in terms of, kind of going into their personal space, but the personal space that affects an artist's creative space. To spiritual discourse, to discussing the real, heritage of Gurbāni Sangeet, to discourse about, the vivad of the swaras and the ragas and the ancient compositions. There have been many textures. And Abidas, we felt, was one where you both discussed spirituality a lot. And then Vidyadhar Vyas and Aruna Sairam, these were the places where music and the, raga compositions, the swaras were discussed a lot. So, Abanti, if you could play Vidyadhar Vyas and Nihal's suggestion of Aruna Sairam now.
YaarAnād Now, in all traditional compositions in the Rag Vyag, there is no Tivra Madhyam. Samamaga, Saga, Pa. Now, with the Pa, Ma, Ga, Ma, Ga. Now, this Tivra Madhyam, I call it like a small baby in the arms of Pancham. Pancham ki गोद में बैठी है baby. Without Pancham, Tivra Madhyam doesn't stand at all. Samaga pa ma pa ga ma ga ma pa ni da pa ga ma ga. gama bani dani ba sama ma ma ga pa और आगे चले जाओ ma pa ma ga ma ga इतना ही मध्यम आ गया like Marubiya also sa sa ga ma ga re sa re ni sa ga ma pa ga ma pa ni sa ni pa ma ga re sa. Then you take sa ma ga, that's it. No place for Shuddha Madhyam to go. Sa ma, what you go? No, you have to come back to go further. Composition, there are composition, old traditional composition. They don't have Shuddha Madhyam in
Gurbani.
Marubiya.
In Gurbani, yes, in Gurbani, for example, Bihag has been sung with both Madhyams. That's interesting. That with Fahim Sahib also in the Dagrabani, they have sung mostly only with the Kopal.
You can sing Bihag without ever using Tivra Madhyam.
Yes, I know. Fahim Sahib, yes, Fahim Sahib sang. That's what I'm saying. But in Gurbani, for example, we have
later on it came into raga like a Raktivardak swar embellishment. Raktivardak beautifying.
Although in Gurbani the compositions are much older also. For example, this one. Azaj kahan sulfakta sun le o sabai sun le o sabai sach kahan sun le o sabai जिन प्रेम कियो नहीं प्रभ पायो कावयो जो दो लोचन मोद का बैठ रहे हो बग ध्यान लगायो नाद लियो लिए साध समुद्र ने लोक गयो परलोक गवा. But very, as you rightly said, it is very subtle. But what my interest is again was that I found a new term from you. Yes.
Thank you, Abanti.
One more example.
And now if we could play Aruna Sairam.
What the structure? Ma, but then lot of Pakhawaj will be played very fierce, like actual Varnan of Yuddha. And Mahabir Kari, Mahabir Kari, Heri Mahabir Kari, Dopari ko bhan mano. देवन को काज देवी देवन को काज देवी डाल उदय मान के महावीर कहरी हेरी महा. This is, for example, in the Vrindavani Sarang, that to hear him sing and compose in Vrindavani Sarang, it's such an important raga. And I'm intrigued, I'm amazed by the recurb and courage that name that he brings. Can you render that again? It's just the aside, the part where the Re Sa comes, the way, that is fantastic. And I want the students and the listeners.
The opening of the song.
Yeah, the opening, the composition when it starts up there, from the Re Sa, the mean that Samagam ki. Yeah, this is fantastic.
Shri Ram
क्या बात है क्या उदात है वाह वाह वाह
जय रामावतार रघुवीर श्री रंग
ये बात क्या बात है वाह वाह वाह
what a conception ना
what an idea और दोनों जैसे समागम की ताने जैसे खरच पे it is coming from the ray merging coming back into the some lean rupa the two lean rupas is anudatatmak and then the udatatmak lean and look at the mean usage my goodness and the swas you know wow what a thank you so much for sharing this it's I'm so moved actually I had not heard this particular composition before so it means a lot really so this was Muthuswami Dikshita's.
Yeah, so we first spoke of not Shama Shastri but his guru.
Thank
but Shama
you,
Shastri's
Avanti.
style
Thank you so much.
was
Why are you laughing? Huh?
What a reminder.
What a reminder. In fact, Bandeep said that I would love to watch at least 1 hour of each, so if 5 hours could be in 1 hour. But I mean, I know Nihal or even, Niranjan said that small bites will be so tough, but even they are so delightful and so amazing. So my team, please stop switching off the videos. Please come on. Yes, Baldeep ji, you were saying something.
No, I mean, the thing is that making those snippets, etc., has been in my mind for a long time. It's just that I had a laptop from 2013, although it was ahead of time when it was taken, but then I was supposed to get it early last year. But my trip to the UK and to the US was obviously sort of, had to be cancelled. Um, to edit out stuff, I learned later that there were other softwares in which you can actually simply clip it without editing. But then the idea that I have not done so far was because there are audio issues as well. There are video issues as well. And I thought that if I'm to make snippets out, I would rather have, audio restoration done to somehow compress it so that to balance out the highs and the lows, etc., etc. And then share the snippets. But the art of snippet making, I mean, that's an entire genre in itself. And I'm versed.
So what do you think of our first step?
Well, it's a first.
Give us some marks, no? Give us pass marks or something.
No, I think the introduction that was done, that trailer that was made was very well made. Thanks to my interventions.
Thank you. Definitely. It was just my 10 pages of notes to my videographer and about 10 nights, but your interventions are very crucial because those were important ones. Sorry?
No, it was just I was watching only myself on the screen, and you were only talking and no video. Yes, no. I'm jokes.
Now you won't.
I mean, I'm kidding. But the point is that wait on when I will take stuff out. You see the cut where you splice it. It's someone who has to be an insider to the entire thought process. Cutting out a piece from an editor's perspective or a filmmaker's perspective. I've now aged, working with filmmakers. They don't know. It's not the forte. They're just technicians. Seldom you find a polymath within the genre of filmmaking or editing, for example. People who are more than mere editors and much more. Filmmakers, script designers, and much more. People who understand, who are men and women of letters, for example, who can understand the idea, the theme, who do research to first understand what the project is about, who's the vision, what is the vision behind it, what's the perspective, that has led to this accumulation of resources. As has spoken, in fact, in my socio-political stints, my reprimand, my dant, my scolds were exactly in that asset, identification, then asset evaluation, then asset consolidation, and then asset, dissemination, etc. is how you, or utilization. The punji is all to do with punji. How do you identify? So the four processes are very, very important. These are like theorems in the background that I have. I'm, I have a updated laptop now. The softwares are back to running. I had 3 days recently, so whenever I have time. But again, it takes time to do that. Even doing YaarAnād Virtual Series, I had to take time away. When I say I was doing 57 hours, that means I was no longer writing music. I was no longer notating, etc., etc. So with limited resources and time, especially, even if I were to generate resources, I still have to work with a team. So much time, a few hundreds of hours will be spent in just educating the team, bringing them onto the table. I mean, making them walk to the table where I sit will take several hundred hours from me, spent separately with different, few tens with one, let's say, film editor, few tens of hours with a script designer, script writer, few tens you add, there'll be few hundred hours from my side. Then you have a desk, and then you churn out something which will have my nod and my stamp on it. It's
So,
tough, but I mean, thank you for sharing.
no, so
Listen to the three conversations when I was speaking to Dr. Pandit Vidyadhar Vyas. What a darling elder he is. The idea of Bihag, because there's a sargam that we sing, the tika. I've shared it in another Baithak. But when I'm talking to him about the compositions that I've received, I've got both the madhyams. But again, he's not, wrong in the sense. I'm not saying that it's wrong, but I was talking about but he was also in a way talking about two things. One, saying that it didn't exist, but then also saying that it exists but glued to the pancham, as if attached to the pancham. That's what the point is. Bihag has usage like that. But the sargam, for example, the tika, as my granduncles have taught and have written, it goes my students, all of them saying etc. It goes on like that. So this, for example, is not even a show of Tivar Madhyam. But in the compositions that I have been taught, one I sang is a Dhurpad and Surfarta. It is very, very extraordinary composition, sung so well in the Darbar Sahib tradition, both by the GurSikh protagonist and the Rababi GurSikh protagonist. It's again Guru Gobind Singh's Rachna, I mean his Pada. It goes sab rajan ke raja tum ho sab rajan ke raja ab garib newaja tum ho sab rajan ke raja das jane kar kripa karo moe har param aan duar tue sab rajan ke raja, tum ho sab rajan ke. This, for example, is a centuries-old composition which employs both, but then there are also the other ones. But thank you for reminding me of these three different kinds of snippets, which talk from spirituality to musicology to looking at the grammar, the advent of ragas, the sort of which somehow laid bare the distance that has become, the absence of conversations. Why is it that it has taken a Bhai Baldeep Singh in decades, a parampara, bearer, to converse with other traditions? They're all living in, one is to have a fiefdom of vidya, of knowledge, and live it, but the other is to only live within it and not to even engage in any conversation. And I think we've incurred irreparable civilizational losses because we do not, when we seized, I mean, post partition, the intertraditional or vidya pranali dialogue, exchange of ideas just simply evaporated. It just poof like that into thin air, as if it was and then it wasn't. I mean, it was there for thousands and thousands of years, hundreds of years, and poof, it's not been there for now decades. I mean, would we have absence of it for times to come, for a few thousands? Is it like the revenge of the idea of, from the idea of conversations and dialogue and inspiring each other, competing with each other, competing in a very holistic, in a constructive manner, where composers inspired composers. I mean, look at Bollywood, what they call Bollywood now, but the film industry of South Asia, how masters like Naushad and, I mean, Ghulam Haider is a descendant of Rababi Pernali and so many others. I mean, look at, the S.D. Burmans, I mean, extraordinary folks. Look at the poets who wrote lyrics. They were inspiring each other. They were not enemies. There was such an exchange, like Ustad Bahadur Singh at All India Radio Lahore, when a Pai Malang is playing 1 week a solo, and Mia Kadir Baksh is playing the next week, there's a conversation. Then Ustad Bahadur Singh is playing after that, there's a conversation, they're responding to each other. In a very beautiful manner.
Yes.
Notifying each other's hair and pulling each other's beards and, tearing each other apart. No, in a very dignified manner, the tehzeeb, there's so much that transpires in a tehzeeb. When you set the dice, when you set the table, and you engage, when you know what is it to engage, as wise men and women, and not as idiots and fools. I think that line is somewhere gone. It's lost. Anyway, thank you for sharing.
So the reason we shared these snippets, and thank you, Bandeep, for joining us back.
We are already past time, no? We should end now.
Well, this time it will end when TCA team decides to end. And if these kiddos are awake, then I'm also awake.
I'm getting messages from everybody, like, Avanti has written to me, sir, can you make an excuse, that you're tired or something?
Oh, you can say anything. I know my team.
Boss, she said, boss, that's it now, stop it, and, others have all run away anyway.
They are all here and some of them are hiding. So the reason we share these, to share the texture of it. And if any of the youngsters want to comment on it, or you want to talk about that, how you've talked about such varied stuff, or what has it meant to you, or any one of you who are present here, if they want to comment on the kind of aspects that were touched upon during the conversation, is really commendable, or is really so insightful, exciting, enriching. Yes, Abanti, over to you.
Yes, my habit
And
of
also,
raising a
Baldeep ji,
hand.
you know, 1 second, Abanti, I would like to point out that what you said that, you know, training the team. So what has happened since Guru Nanak Dev Ji's birthday, uh, when they were making the first video, and Swastisha and Upasna and all of them, you know, worked for 1 month to take out the snippets. That's when their initiation happens. And from November to here, I think about 6-7 months, they've been tuned into it, and hence they requested that they would like to have a panel with you so that they can have a conversation with you. So I'm very happy
I'm so glad
about
because
that.
Bengal, I mean, Guru Tegh Bahadur, whose fourth centenary we're celebrating, was stationed in Dhaka, you know, and Bihar, and GurSikh heritage is very, very massive. And especially singing of Gurbani as well. People have forgotten from even the Baul tradition, the masters became part of the Udasi sect, which is founded by Guru Nanak. How people have forgotten late 19th century. I mean, the idea of how the society was fragmented by the occupiers. The people to people contact was taken away. People were segmented and kept away. No communication, because they were afraid that those communications would lead to also a resurgence, a political resurgence, and which was seen as, you can see, freedom fighters, the kind of nexus, if I may, on a romantic note, use the term nexus between, you know, protagonists. Look at the Indian National Army, Subhash Chandra Bose, but, you know, it's Sardar who founds it, you know, Mohan Singh, General Mohan Singh. And then the camaraderie of getting Bose when he is insulted out, you know, again, people are afraid of him, and his sort of his you know, the idea against corruption that he had, for example, you know, people were afraid. And I'm so glad that, and Rabindranath Tagore, his ancestors, they were all Nanak Panthis, and their visit to Darbar Sahib was legendary. 80-85% of
Now
Rabindranath
that about
from
Tagore would be very less. I mean, very few people would know about Tagore.
people
I mean,
forgot
this aspect of
rare
Tagore.
ragas that the first vice chancellor of the university he founded was the legendary singer from Darbar Sahib. He wanted him to come and be the first vice chancellor, who refused, that I cannot, who was then martyred in the first Gurdwara reform movement, you know, march, shot down by the British police. So he's the one whom Rabindranath Tagore, and it was affiliated to the Punjab University. Funding Tagore Sahib used to come to Lahore to raise funding. So, you know, extraordinary relationships. So I'm very glad that we have some wonderful up and budding, you know, young minds.
Bengali.
I know their creative capabilities, and compliments again. Thank you from everyone at Anād Foundation and YaarAnād for to you, in fact, Raman. Yes, but your team. I mean, some fantastic. I mean, I know you're a fun mentor in spite of the true reputation that you're a bully. Taran, your sister,
You
tells
had to get back.
all the tales, but it's wonderful. I think a Mali can be seen from the you know, state of the kind of flowers and the state of flowers and the bloom that is, and compliments to everyone at TCA and to
Thank you.
the founders and the board. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Means a lot. Abanti, so
Extending
what did you want?
warm support to the endeavors that Anād has been
Abanti, over to you.
engaged in.
Yes. Yeah. So it's been a 5-hour conversation. This is the first time I'm sitting and listening to all of it, and I am a part of it. So last time I was having a conversation with Bhai Baldeep ji I had a question. Why so long? What about the process? I mean, how are you archiving and and this is the first time I'm experiencing that process all by myself, and
So
it's
you have your
true.
answer?
I do. And there are words that I have picked up from the entire conversation, starting from culture. starting from, okay, culture, knowledge, heritage, and
Sorry, Baldeep ji.
I said put the two frame. When I was speaking, then I was Abanti speaking. I was coming on the screen. So if you can put two, so that
I have actually put 2 frames. Can everyone see 2 frames?
not on the live stream.
Not on the live stream. Yeah, I have noticed sometimes that doesn't happen on the live stream. I don't know why.
Because you're changing here, not there.
Okay. So, all right. I will keep it like 1 and then maybe
Yeah, just
might
let
work.
it be like that. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
and
Go
this is
ahead,
also,
Abanti.
yeah. So where I left, it was this, that I picked a few words like which starts from culture, knowledge, heritage, and exchange. So we are standing at 2021. The second wave is already there. The virtual medium is in front of us. We are all running. We do not know where. We have a very mixed kind of a lifestyle. I'm a Bengali. I dance South Indian dance form. I do not know the language. I have a feeling. So there are multiple layers to what my identity is, and this one is I mean, I have heard, because I haven't studied, because I'm lazy doing that, but I have heard DNA memory is something that you're born with, and then whatever you do is your acquired knowledge. So this was a very, important and a precious acquisition that I had today, and I'm taking it along my heritage, because heritage is a collective, as ma'am already said, and that I have been studying about heritage as well. So thank you everyone. Thank you Bhai Baldeep ji for bringing us this thing, and me being a part of TCA, it is my privilege that I am getting to know and meeting so many people, talking here. I don't know what, quite nervous, but yeah, thank you so much. That's my comment.
Baldeep ji, you want to say anything to that?
I said thank you very much, Abanti, for everything that you've done. Yeah.
All right. Now, while Bandeep is here, I am going to steal this moment to share a clipping that Upasna, is she still here, wanted to share. Though, because that clipping involves me. So I'm very happy that she has a question about that clipping, and Abanti is going to share that, and I'm zabardasti going to show it to Bandeep now that he has done the mistake of joining us back.
No, but he revealed that he has already seen yours. He spoke of the Aina and so on and so forth. So you have to take
I'm
back
sure
your
just the
accusation.
first bit. Sorry?
I and Bandeep are sword enemies, but I'll defend him on this.
Okay, let's see if he's seen this. He's not saying anything. He says, "Bolte raho, main baad mein bolunga."
He's a photo shooter. That's his style.
I see.
Yeah.
I see. मेरा काम देखना है, बोलना नहीं.
I see, I see. Go ahead, Avanti.
Lovely. कोकला छुपा के जिम्मे रात आई है जेड़ा आगे पीछे कोकला छिपा के जिम्मे रात
कोकला छिपा के जिम्मे रात आई है जेड़ा आगे पीछे वेखे ओदी शामत आई है कोकला छपाकी जिम्मेरात आई है जेड़ा आगे पीछे देखे दिशा मत आई है कोकला छपाकी जिम्मेरात आई है जेड़ा आगे पीछे वेखे ओ दिशा मत आई है कोकला छपाकी जिम्मेरात आई है जेड़ा आगे पीछे वेखे ओ दिशा पंछियां दी डार बन के ख्याल कोई आंदे रहे होठ मेरे सा तेरी दी महक नू पींदे रहे
चाह खौरे एक चश्मा बनी होवांगी ते जिवें झरनियां दा पानी उड़दा मैं पानी दियां बूंदां तेरे पिंडे ते मलांगी ते एक ठंडक जई बन के तेरे सीने दे नाल लगांगी
मेरे शहर की हर गली पीड़ी है मेरे शहर की हर छत नीवी है मेरे शहर की हर कंध चुगली है मैं सोचा जे तू कितों लभे तो समुंदर नू अपनी छाती के उत्ते रख के उसकी दो किनारियां दे वांग हस सकते ते ना पीड़ियां गलां ते नीवियां छतां दे शहर च वस सकते
सारी दोपहर तेनू लभदिया निकली है। ते अपनी अग दा मैं आपे ही घुट पीता है ते समुंदर दे तूफान नू समुंदर नू ही मोड़ दिता है। ते हुण रात पैन वाली है ते मिलिया है। तू भी शांत चुप डोल ते मैं भी
उदास शांत चुप ते अडोल।
उदास ते अडोल।
तू भी उदास शांत चुप ते अडोल।
सिर्फ
दूर
दूर ਜਾਂਦਾ है ते सब कुछ मुक जाता पर चेतियां दे ताके कायनाती कणा दे हुंदे। मैं इन्हां कणा नू चुनांगी धागियां नू बलांगी मैं तेनू फिर मिलांगी। पता नहीं किथे किस तरह पर तेनू जरूर मिला।
Thanks, Abanti.
That was fantastic. But this is from the rehearsal, is it?
Yes, I think this is the rehearsal bit.
It's
We
from the
could have
rehearsal.
taken it from the
Because he was
final
telling cut because in
one.
the actual one live there was nothing. There was
Yeah,
transition from.
yeah, and there were a couple of shots that were not there. But I'm glad Upasana chose this because uh, it is my thank you to you, Baldeep ji, because this was many days of rehearsal, and so many of us. Rocky was in Chandigarh, Taran was in Mumbai. Taran's piece is also very beautiful, and I was in Kolkata. You were in Delhi, so we were covering 4 cities, and yet, somehow I had seen so many live performances, but when people were acting, you didn't feel uh, or you felt little connection, at least for the good performances. Over here, thanks to your intervention of taking the camera close, making us use the space at the back and still be able to hear the audio, and all the technical stuff that you did, and all the rehearsals, so much time that you put in with us, really made it pleasurable. It was almost like Rocky and I were together, and we were trying to feel each other, because we're very physical actors, and we could really feel our closeness and physicality, and I mean, we could create that thanks to your interventions. And I have to share with all of you that on the day of the show, Rocky, the moment we were going on, Rocky said, "I can't see you." I said, "Well, we're going on now. You will have to imagine me." So he imagined me for the most part of the time, and we kind of managed. But I think no one came to know.
Yeah.
So, Pasna, your question, and then Pradeep ji,
It
and
was
if
beautiful.
Kastisha also has a similar question.
It was beautiful. बहुत अच्छा लगा. I really, really liked it.
Yeah, I was
Thank you.
managing the entire camera scenes from here, rehearsing. I chose when to go close, when to go far, choosing moments of when she's going to stand, etc., etc. So
I liked the certain metaphorical things with the garments. It was beautiful. I really liked how that, you know, dress gets into a spiral under her feet. That this thing. It's a very, very strong metaphor. Very, very strong.
Bandeep, I'm trying
Thank
to wake
you.
you up. I think you're.
I'm so glad, Bandeep,
You're
that you
praising
noticed it.
Ramanjit. I'm just trying to wake you up from your from the hypnosis.
Very difficult. Remember, I have a focus and concentration of an actor. When I focus, then you can bhuchal gir sakta hai, kuch nahi hoega.
नहीं मैं Bandeep ਨੂੰ जगा रहा ਸੀ. I was waking him up. Okay, he's
मैं तो performance में खोया
by
हुआ
mistake
सीगा.
he's praising you.
मैं तो performance ਵਿੱਚ खोया हुआ सीगा. It's beautiful and
I was trying to snap you out of it.
very beautiful.
Let him speak. For a change, मेरी तारीफ हो रही है. मैं भी सुन लवा हुन 5-6 घंटिया तो ਅਸੀਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਤਾਰੀफ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ. Bandeep, please carry on.
No, I'm just saying it was very beautiful. Very tender, you know, very tender, very delicate. And the way that shirt exchange happens, beautiful. It's also, you know, I'm reminded of, there's a beautiful Urdu poetess, very less known, from Lucknow, called Aziz Dara Bano Wafa, you know, and you know, she says, there's a beautiful, she says, I remembered a verse of hers. वो कहती है कि मिला के मुझसे अपनी नजरों को जरा सी देर में खाली गिलास कर देगा, मैं उसके सामने उरिया लगूंगी जमाने को. उरिया मीन्स नेकेड. मैं उसके सामने उरिया लगूंगी जमाने को, वो मेरे जिस्म को मेरा लिबास कर देगा. You know, मैं उसके सामने उरिया लगूंगी जमाने को, वो मेरे जिस्म को मेरा लिबास कर देगा. What a line! And you know, this is written back. We have no documentation of something like this.
I think Raman, you need to act on that. These are extra.
You know, you Bhai Baldeep, this woman, you know, I get goose pimples to tell you this, is easily one of the most powerful poets this country has produced. But today you will not find her name even on Google. You know, just because nobody documented her. And she was not the person given to, she was not a darling of the Mushairas because she was a very, very serious poet. You know, and what she has written, you know, would put to shame many of what, you know, her contemporary male poets have written.
Male counterparts. She was
You
a
know,
threat to them, obviously.
Yeah, you know, and so she's not recorded anywhere. And I was in college when I happened to be on a mushaira stage with her, and I remember she read this sher, and I still shiver to think what, you know, that this sher means. This particular one, it says something like this, that बहुत मुहीब हैं तारीकियों के नजारे. Muhib is terrifying. बहुत तारीकियां, darkness. बहुत मुहीब हैं तारीकियों के नजारे, नजर पे मगर नाखाब ठहरेगा. बहुत मुहीब हैं तारीकियों के नजारे, नजर पे मगर नाखाब ठहरेगा. फसीले शब से जो लटकता है सर आज, हटेगी पौ तो वही आफताब ठहरेगा.
क्या बात, क्या बात.
फसीले शब से
Almost talks about today's times.
Yes, फसीले शब से, from the wall of the night, the head that hangs today, when the dawn will happen, that head will become the sun, the rising sun. You know, what poetry.
Thank you for sharing that, Baldeep. Thank you so much.
You know, it's beautiful. But this is where, you know, again I'm reminded of the work that Bhai Baldeep has done, you know, of recording conversations and recording processes and recording even in a minute form, even in the space of a few hours, a template and a sampling of the person's craft and his art, you know, that will record. It stays as a reference point. We today know nothing about Aziz Dara Bano Wafa. You know, I have been looking for her. There was a I don't know how many, staying in Chandigarh, you would know, you know, the Khan Baba in Pinjore. Do you know of him?
Of him, yeah. Of him. I know of him.
Yeah, but
That's it.
Khan Baba in Pinjore, you know, this almost fakir person, you know, phenomenal poet. He was a Hindu and he had, his takhallus was Khan. And what poetry!
Yes.
What poetry! I mean, तबस्सुम आ ही जाता है लबों पर, तबस्सुम आ ही जाता है लबों पे, जो छेड़ देती है सबा कली को, नक्शे पा का जलवा दिखा यारब, दीवाना मुंतजिर है बंदगी को.
वाह, बहुत खूब, बहुत खूब. Thank you.
Nobody knows about him. So Bhai Baldeep, you know, despite all the nafrat that you do, this thing, I will tell you that, you know, what you have done is a labor of love, you know, and I hope ਤੁਸੀਂ ਨਾ bother ਕਰਿਓ snippets बनाना ਤੇ cuttings बनाना ਤੇ clips बनाना, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬਸ ਇਹੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਰਹੋ and let people take it forward. And I overheard, you know, the bit where you were sensitive about the fact that, you know, you will have to bring people up to page with you. The beauty of digital content is that it doesn't get lost even when it gets edited. You know, if you don't like it, you know, you can still retain the integrity of your content by your edit, you know, by your observations of the edit. You know, you can still retain that, but you will, I believe, you know, sometimes youngsters do certain things which are much ahead of our times. You know, Khalil Gibran says their dreams lie in the land of tomorrow, which we cannot visit even in our dreams. So let them speak this language of tomorrow. Let them take this content and reimagine it. Because that's where that's where the new streams will emerge.
Yeah, true.
That's where new perspectives will emerge on the same thing.
Just to, you know, sort of not just an assurance, but just to share with you the thought process that has been happening on my desk. When I saw the technological handicap that I had, the very first edits that I did when I was in Italy, I edited the entire thing. I took out snippets and so on and so forth, and I was about to make those small modules to share on Twitter, Instagram, etc. When I was exporting them, the very first export, it said it'll take 27 hours from my laptop because I was using Adobe Premiere with all the corrections and color correction, rendering and all, 27 hours. And my next Baithak was in 8 hours. So I said maybe I'll let it go for some time.
Yeah.
But then 2 hours before the Baithak, because I was up and running, working, I had not, as I mentioned, the very first 57 hours which I logged without sleep. This was all that was happening also simultaneously. And then to speed up, then I thought, okay, let me not make the posters. I did the calls, etc. I was doing other things, but then it was just taking time, and that was it. So what did I do? I went on doing the conversations. I was not bothered about, oh, how will the snippets be? It'll be great for marketing purposes. It'll bring a lot of
now,
footfall. I
Ajay,
said, let me generate the data. Let me continue with the conversations. All these byproducts, if I may, will come up. That's not a problem. If I don't do it, somebody else will do it. So I'm so glad to hear from you also that those
Yeah.
things will happen. If they happen, if I'm part of it, well and good. Otherwise, if there are others who will do it, who will do it. My purpose, I mean, I've slowed down now because I've been writing the book. My book is about to go into publication, and I've got two Baithaks tomorrow and day after with Gurmeet Shant, one of the finest, one of the most important ragis now in our midst, Pelvan Nayak on Sunday, who's a Dhurpad, exponent, and is, and
So that
so
uh,
the idea is only slowing down because of that, because of writing. But my focus on my desk is to continue the conversations. Yes.
and that brings us to the question of the next generation. Upasna, you had a technical question, so go ahead.
Yeah, I'm audible, right?
Yes.
Great. Okay, so I had a technical question, and I hope it isn't too anticlimactic. So what I noticed when watching the Baithak is that sometimes you often zoom into the speaker's face when maybe when the conversation is a little intense or maybe a little significant. So this is I because I am into film studies, I compare it with moments in film and things like that. So I wanted to know that, why do you do that in the middle of conversations and things like that, just to know your thought process. And another question which I had was on the documentation of the behind the scenes process. So in the Baithak, we see that, okay, let me start this way. Okay, in live performances, we don't generally see the behind the scenes processes unless it's part of the trailer or it is part of, the documentation provided to the entire artistic team. So over here, the behind the screen process is live on camera, and we see every aspect of, whatever is happening, of the thought processes of everything, basically. So, what was your decision in including that? So basically, those are the two questions. Yeah.
A very beautiful thing that Bharat Muni says in Natya Shastra, कि निपथ्य भी दर्शकों के सामने होना चाहिए. Even the backstage should happen in front of the audience, and that very beautifully came out in your Baithaks, and that's what Upasna is referring to, apart from other things.
Well, I would rather not do the katha of my own work. I would rather have the thinkers and thinker filmmakers and others see if there is any symbiotic relationship or mutualism or even logic of me using different frames, simulating a lens from wide angle to a telephoto. Is there a reason why am I doing it, or is it just because it's a random use of technology? When is it that I want to just become sort of merge myself into the soul of the protagonist at a given moment, or have a bird's eye view, suddenly become the hawk, 10,000 feet up in the air. So if someone like me, with the kind of trek that I have logged, if I'm using technology, there would always be a reason. There would always be a logic behind it. The frames that I do, it's like behind the scenes, again, it's data, it's management. living in lockdown now, here at my desk I have records, but then I don't do it just because I'm doing multiple things. But it's about 2 hours preparation before I go live. The name tags that you see, from setting up of the frames, about 30 minutes before I go live, I take the protagonist, my interviewee, online, and I set things up, set the frames up. I see what I want, how I want to approach. I have them sing or talk. If I'm doing just conversations, people are usually sitting closer to the computer, and you will see my limited use of frames. It'll only be two wide angle and one close up. But if I have got a musician, and if the signal allows me, if it's not too pixelated, sometimes I've even dared to celebrate that moment, even if the image is pixelated, because it is again doing something, mapping something in the time when we are technologically handicapped. So yes, there are times when I'm going in, when I feel I need to go in. There is a reason why I go. There's nothing random. It's not a random switch from one scene to the other. Hanji.
I wanted to, this is stemming from an important thing you said about pixelation. I see, the screen resolution of the conversations, since they are primarily recorded on the laptop camera or the screen camera, the resolution is very, very less sometimes. So for example, the Ramanjit's clip that we saw just now had very, very poor resolution in terms of the pixelation and the whole thing. Now going forward, I would just want to park this idea with you that if we are to think of taking these conversations on a broader platform like YouTube or Instagram, resolution is something, Instagram pe to utna nahi, but on YouTube, the resolution thing is going to be a very, very important thing to take care of. And going forward, just keep that in your mind that we need to get resolution thing working. This thing, it will limit the reach and the repackaging of the content at some later point.
The thought is behind. Of course, I have I've been concerned about this from even before. As I mentioned, I rejected platforms like Zoom and others which were available just because they were compressing the image down to even audio to 32 kilohertz, and I wanted 48 kilohertz. Skype as a medium, because it uses a better quality, less compressed video, takes up more megabytes upload download to be able to operate. So at times when I'm connecting with someone who has a feeble connection is when the pixelation occurs. So it is not just about, so it's as I mentioned, about technological handicaps that one is to live with. So online, there is no way that we can do, like right now, if you were to look at, if you can make my screen, can you make a 1-point shot here? On the screen. So I want you to look at.
You're asking me?
Yes, I mean on the live. Yes, on live, if I can have. Now you see, how do you see this image, Baldeep? This is, through a Zeiss 25 millimeter f2 lens mounted on a Nikon D810, connected through HDMI through that Elgato's cam. I mean, I don't want to advertise, but Camlink 4K. This image is now manually controlled. It's not enslaved on. It's not webcam, but you will see a different resolution as such. I hope it is visible as such. Of course, it is what you see there is again coming via the Zoom, and then the kind of streaming resolution that has been chosen by the host. in that sense. So
The
that's
recording is going to happen in.
we can have everybody back on screen, Raman, before Bandeep speaks, because I would rather have him on the screen when he's sharing his thoughts. The point I want to just add here is that as long as we are sort of, I cannot, if I'm, let's say, if I'm doing 3 or 4 Baithaks a week, it is impossible for me even to courier technology to the other end to do that. Yes, when I go on YouTube or Netflix and other ideas that have been on my desk for quite some time, I have plans. The idea was to raise funding, etc. But then I have other ways of how I'll do it. They will be obviously pre-recorded, for example. I will not be going live because anyone, for example, they don't have to go live. If I'm doing something like, let's say the example of Ramanjit and Vansh and Taran, if I've got 3 or 4 protagonists, I can manage that online and people can just put their phones on their own sides and I'll do, of course, it'll be post-produced. It'll be a 2, 3, 4 days work and then sharing it online. Otherwise, if we talk of live stream, this is a genre now already because of the longevity of the, the global pandemic. And there is no end in sight yet with the multiple streams of the streaks of this virus. We don't know how, Delhi now with the weekend curfew now for the first time. We cannot go past 9 p.m. today onwards. Gurliv's, my nephew is getting married on the 25th. I don't know if I'm able to make it to Ludhiana, right? So live from my end, Bandeep, if I have the right connection, at least 100 Mbps connection and using all the technology, as I said, which again costs money, but it is there. But I cannot then control what goes via line. Signals sometimes go, even the finest signals, they have sort of interruptions. The streaming, even if it's digital, goes up and down, download, upload. But then the other end, whom I'm interviewing, they are handicapped. These are the kind of handicaps I am having to live with. Thought I'll share that with you.
But what about productions that one has seen, collaborative productions of dance and music where the technical quality is very, very high, and they have been also done online.
So, online, but there were some in which, for example, Ragini Chandrasekhar's work or Ilyana Chitaristi's, whenever it has happened, it's a good quality. It is because the signal at the other end is good. If the signal at the other end is compromised that day, the signal is not good or internet connection is off. Sometimes I've had issues with one signal being used because there would be some people in the family watching simultaneously using the same web signal. So I learned how to make sure that please ask everybody not to use the signal that day because the image is getting pixelated and so on and so forth. So I can write even a manual on it now on live streaming, the kind of experiences and the issues.
I think you should
grapple with. I wish I had time, if somebody wants to, send me nice funding to write the manual book, I would do that.
Can Airtel help in this?
Some money to the
Can Airtel help in this as a company?
Yes, they can. Yeah, why not? They can help. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Any company which is able to manage, which has outreach, can help. I've got ideas again how they can help. They can come in as if they were to work as sponsors. I can work in anticipation, and things can be handled differently. Yes.
Be great if someone has the inroads.
I think one going forward, just one important thing I'm parking here with the group and Ramanjit, especially for your team, if one can prepare a small 3-minute promo of Bhai Baldeep's conversations.
We we did of the Baithak series. Did you see that promo?
Yeah, the one you played in the beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that, but I didn't see it from that critical eye as to when it is going to.
That purpose is different. It has to be.
That we may have to, include different kind of stuff. Yeah.
By YaarAnād also, but with a perspective of
the right
showcasing
Yeah.
Making a show reel, yeah.
And also, some very, very influential artists whom Bhai Baldeep has spoken to, they also, each one's bites also in their
plans of that as well.
and then somebody also talking about the significance of what you have done, some serious people who everybody knows about. I think we should do a 3-minute promo which we can take to people. So
Let's do that.
That will be a very important step forward. So that will open up possibilities of collaboration and some kind of a sponsorship. I feel. And now that it is 1 year old, the whole thing, I think one should now target sponsorships in a much more planned and serious way, because with all the content behind this whole thing, it makes a very, very important, pertinent claim for that kind of an intervention, a sponsorship intervention. I think we should do that, and that would be
completely agree.
much helpful. If you need any help with the inputs regarding that edit, I'll
be grateful
to do that, and I don't.
Thank you so much.
We can. I think we should, Taji, we should get into this, get this promo done very importantly, because there's no point telling people what the whole thing is and telling the whole story. Because when you start telling the story, it automatically appears like an exaggeration, because it is an exaggeration.
It's completely humanly not possible.
So, and it will appear like an exaggeration. Exaggeration puts people off immediately. Exaggeration.
I'm reminded of one event, a home event in San Francisco, where my host asks me when we are driving to the venue, Bhai Sahab, you're to sing, but can you please spend 10 minutes before to tell about the journey that, as your grandmother says, the journey that the knowledge took, and your family, your elders. So as I was requested, I spent about 10 minutes talking about that, and I sang for half an hour later. And what was the feedback? Oh, ji, Bhai Sahab just speaks about himself and his family. Come on. The guy who's hosting me is begging of me, requesting me. I said, no, let it be. I'll just sing a song. I'm not interested in talking about it, and so on and so forth. It was upon insistence that I agreed. But then everybody was not informed. I learned later that BBS has been requested to tell about his thing. So it's important to take about those listeners. So it's not about telling a joke, but I'm talking from, because everybody cannot be told that what is being. So the work should be in a way universally acceptable. Universal kind of a thing. People who know the context or do not know the context, the idea of being measured, or if there is something we told, people are informed, sensitized about what is the perspective. If there's a segment about telling, because in scholarship, you have to tell, what are your credentials? If you have an opinion about knowledge, about rag, let's say, or the tal or lay or histories, how come you have an opinion? So sometimes you have to present your credentials, but it has to be measured and it has to be told in a way. But I think it has to be very, very wisely done. And I'll appreciate all inputs, in terms of
very, very pertinent inputs.
This series again, is not my thing. I've been serving for a long time.
It's a community thing.
No, this is what we learn from journalism. That even as journalists, like I would have a definitive opinion about, let us say, the farmers' protest, right? But if I am doing a story on the farmers' protest, I am not allowed to talk about my opinion at all. I have to put other people voicing my own thoughts, and that's the choice I can make. Who I choose to say what, and how I edit what they say. But I don't say that. I am not my mouthpiece of my opinion. So it creates the impression that it is and it is a reported story.
Yeah.
And
it's yet
research story, and that is what is getting the view across. And I think we need to do some things, some smart things like that, because you have to be very wary. There is the Newtonian law. If your excellence is too much, excellence creates its own negativity as a natural process.
Always. Mediocrity is celebrated
because excellence is a punch in the solar plexus of the other person.
Yeah.
Not everybody can take punches.
I would intervene, and Swastisha and Megha have been waiting till 12 midnight to share
So sorry.
few lines. Not at all. This is so important, and she being a media and film study students, they are all learning so much, and I hope the audience is still watching and also learning, because there are so many comments, and in Baldeep ji style, I'm going to share some of the comments. But Swastisha, over to you, dear. And thank you for waiting patiently for so long. Your segment was supposed to be there at 9:15.
No, I would request Baldeep Singh ji to please say what Sir was saying, because Sir got interrupted, and we would love to hear from him, and then we will move on to
No, I said what I
so sweet.
I said what I
Go
had.
ahead, Baldeep.
No, I said what I had to say. It's important what.
So firstly, it has been an amazing journey, right from making the video when I was just an intern at TCAA, and so I have my thoughts. So as someone who has had a journey of, it's an initiation into culture, as Abanti rightly said, I think the key word here, or the highlight here, is culture and conservation. So I feel it's like imbibing a new language, the way you, as a performer, as a student of dance, imbibe a language. I think the Baithak series has taught me to experience both the art and the artist, and imbibe that language with which I have not been familiarized earlier. So this is what I had to say, and I want to thank Bhai Baldeep Singh ji, and it's a privilege for me to know and get to know all the artists from diverse fields. So thank you so much, Bhai ji.
Thank you very much.
And I think Swastisha is one person who spends the maximum number of hours, going through the batches
Compliments
along with me.
Work, yeah.
Thank
Megha, you wanted to share something?
Vaiguru ji da Khalsa, Vaiguru ji de Fateh, Sat Sri Akal, Namaste sir. Sir, you're a magician, and really honored and feel privileged to see you and sharing valuable insights with us. And thank you for meeting us and talking with us. I believe I'm a naive human who does not have any knowledge of music. And one afternoon, ma'am told us that, Megha, please view some episodes of YaarAnād Virtual Series. And I listened to your songs, and instead of doing research, I just go into a trance mode, and it's like a meditative state, and I cannot express in words how I felt, but it was so full of positivity. I'm so grateful to God, and as well as ma'am, for providing us the opportunity to get to know you, get acquainted with your work, and vast opportunity to get to know about the work you have done and work with you. And just wanted to ask that any advice you have for the younger generation and for us.
Well, for the younger generation, I'll have to be sort of dispatched out of the mandala of the young to be able to have a note for the younger generation. And I'm very much young, and if I start advising you guys, will then not sort of catapult me into the orbit of the of the gods and goddesses. You guys will then flush me out. So So what can I say? It's like in my journey, my kind of felons, they become very naughty. So they like to wait. So they don't. It's like when you go to a safari, um, uh, you know, a jungle safari, you cannot uh, intervene if a lion is hunting or a beautiful cobra is being eaten up by a very rowdy mongoose or whatever. You cannot intervene. You have to watch it. So I have given lots of advice, but now I have stopped having, forming advices to share. I now witness. I like to witness the youngsters, people who have um, sort of who are, let's say, a few years behind me in the journey. Uh, I now watch from a vantage view with my curiosity and awe in full bloom. I like to, see how they are negotiating with the hurdles, and I don't interfere when they fall, when their chins get, busted, when their nose gets smashed, when they have scars on the face, when the elbows are scratched, the knees are, tortured. Um, um, so I, as I said, the kind of journey I've had, I understand. I'm not a believer. I don't believe in anything. I know things. If I know it, then I just know it. I don't like to believe that I will know it. I'm sort of spoiled by the likes of Baba Sheikh Farid and Bhagat Kabir, Bhagat Ravidas, Bhagat Namdev, Ramanand, Guru Nanak, till Guru Gobind, and the wonderful romantic sarcasm of Pai Mardana. So all of these guys, and grand elders have sort of spoiled me some, irretrievably so. Hukum is a raza in a way, the will, the grand will, and the way, uh, you know, uh, I don't know. Maybe I can share an anecdote. When I was being selected for the Air Force, for the 147th Flying Pilots Corps, 147 FPC, it's called. My selection happened. The Service Selection Board interview happened at the number one Air Force Selection Board in Dehradun. It was the month of November, yes, November 1989. It was odd because very torturesome, because on the 6th of November, I was to lead Punjab. At that time, I was expected to head Punjab's in the interstate squash. That was happening in Mumbai. But on the 5th of November, my call for the Service Selection Board came. So I said, fudgy kid, who's going to play squash all his life, who'll play squash even when in grave. It's okay. I'll let go of that and I'll just get myself, undergo the selection process. So there, as a duffer like me, who only knew how to fly and who never studied much.
Baldeep, can I intervene? Could the volume be raised a little bit? I just checked on live also. It's gone a little low.
Is this okay now?
A little better.
Yeah. So, yeah. And so in the Service Selection Board, there's an extempore, you have to give 3-minute talk. So you have 3 minutes, including 10 seconds, etc., whatever. There's a process. And there were 10 strips, and I'm, an ignorant felon like me. What would I know how to speak and what to speak on? So there are strips and you can choose. So you just choose one and there are 3 options written in it. So I was like wondering, ki ab kya hoga, meri besti hogi. So I'm going to get exposed. And, as, what do you call it? And I was number 2. There was one guy before me who went and picked up. And I was number 3 in that, in fact. So chest number 10 was Group Captain Pupinder, who's now a test pilot, ace pilot with the HAL Bangalore. He was speaking when I had to pick up the strip and look at the 3 topics and choose what to speak on and come and speak. So I picked up the strip out of the box. There are only 10 strips. It's a group of 10. And I picked up one which I thought I should. For no reason, I picked up and walked away. And I thought, now I'm going to have a walk of shame back in front of all the entire batch, the batch of 10. We were all sort of split in groups of 10. And I read the first one was some nonsense to do with physics. The second one I read something even crazier, something to do with chemistry. The third one, as I was reading, I was in bloom, and it's etched in my DNA. He says, if destiny is predetermined, why waste time in futile prayers? I said, Chakade Phate. So I came and I said, let's understand, let's try to look at destiny. I'm like, what, 19 and a half and 20, and I'm talking about destiny. Hoti kya hai? What is destiny? Destiny is something we talk of what we don't know. And why do we say it's predetermined? And what is the idea of prayer and the futility? And I was just into it and having fun when I did a ting, 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 done. So point I'm making is, at the very onset, the idea of advice, destiny, determination, predetermination, preparation. So, as I said, quote unquote, a felon like me, we guys, we undergo a pilot aptitude battery test. You cannot train for the test. So you're tested. If you fail it, you cannot fly for the military. You can fly buses for any airlines, that's okay. But you cannot be a flying pilot for the military. That's a aptitude test you do only once without training, and they only tell you what to do. If you're trained, you would already pre-disqualified. So what does it tell me? And what does it, sort of propel me or compel me to state is that I would just say, follow your inner voice. Believe you me, it's like listening to your body. It'll tell you before it is thirsty that it will now soon require water. Can you start looking for water? It'll tell you in anticipation, right? If you're hungry, if you know how to, if you're in a state of being, if you are, then if you're Majood in a way, you're sort of living the moment, living in the present, and not lost in the past or sort of too confused and worrying about the future. Then you will hear these conversations of nature, and nature which is immediately yours, the nature to whom you belong and the nature that belongs to you. So close, so intimate, right? Small things. You will know in anticipation that you are going to be hungry, so that it gives you enough time to look for food, prepare for food, and by the time, and your creative juices and everything will allow you to be very, very involved in it. You will not feel bored with it. If you doubt, look at your mothers, respective mothers. I know from my mother, from my sister, from every woman who's a mother in the world that I've known, those who are not even mothers, they know what it is to sort of prepare for food, for example, and preparing for oneself and preparing for others. These are conversations with nature. My note, if at all an advisory, would be to sort of not to listen to, it's like drugs, it's like external sources. Just learn to be. Believe you me, you're as connected to Mother Nature as I am. Believe you me, we were all churned out at the same time by the Kartapur Parmeswara. So bodily, I may be older and younger to folks, but solely, if I may twist the word, we are Hamumar. And when we are Hamumar, we can watch in awe at each other and admire, and if you see someone falling, you take lessons from it, right? And if you feel that someone is succeeding, you take lessons from it. And if you feel that this is not how I would do it if I had the mental, if I had the baton, if I was on the driver's seat, you take notes so that when it is your time to be the heads of a civilization, all the lessons you've quietly amassed, the weeds that you have removed, as Maharaj says, Ki Nori Sagal Singar, Taji Ori Sagal Bekar, Guru Arjan says, that I have adorned, ornated myself with all the virtues that there are, and I have eradicated or removed, weeded out all the vices that there were. And when it is your time to deliver, that is when it is Satyuga. Even in Kali Yuga, you cannot be laden now with more advices. I mean, advices that I give you an advice. If I, on a naughty note, if I say, "Oh, what will you do with my advice?" You will say, "I'll keep it with yourself." Then I'll ask you, "How many advices have you already gotten?" It's like people ask me, "Oh, Bhai Sahab, can you please suggest a name for our child?" I said, "You're very enthusiastic, dummy heads. Why ask me? I'm not responsible for the child." No, we would want you. I would go around digging up a dictionary looking for this name and that name and this name. In the end, they have kept another name. And what was the name that people keep? It's their own name. The mommy and the daddy of the little child are the ones who are in the end deciding. So why bother me? So advices are like that. I would ask you 20 questions, but why? Who told you to get an advice from me? Why are you taking my advice? What will you do with it? And then if I give you the advice, I'll then own you, because I'll now need to know until the end of the world about what you have done with the advice. Give me the action taken report every 5 months or every 3 months. So baksho mere ko, just be, believe you me, the karta purkh, the doer of it all resides within you. There is enough written, scriptures written, transcend any boundary that people have told you. Mathur Guru Arjan says in a beautiful composition, he says, Aisi hoye pari. He says, such has happened with me. Aisi hoye pari, jante dayar. The only one who can know is the one, the benevolent one who has done this state unto me. Aisi hoye pari, jante dayar. And then he says, Matar pitar tyag kai man santan pahe bech ayo, jati janam kul khoiya, ghaon gavon hare hari. Lok kutumb te tutiya, prab kirt kirt kari. Gurbon ko updesya Nanak save ek hari. So, lok kutum te tutiye. You just break off from what people, man-made concepts, hypotheses, concepts which are given. People have written books, but as Kabir says, if you've written books, who's the one who created the writers of the books? So connect with the one who's creating the writers of the books. But then read everything that is written, every line, anywhere. Read, but then process it. And believe you me, the guide is within you, who would eventually have to make the final decision. So learn how to listen, but listen not just to others. Read what others say, listen to others, but then the most important listening is listening to the one within, because that is your quota, your bite of Mother Nature, your bite of existence, your bite of the universe. Usko chakho. Don't bother about anything else.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Baldeep ji, and thank you, Megha, for bringing that out, such sublime thoughts. It's really ending at a good philosophy. But before we end, Baldeep ji, if you are not too tired, let's end it at a poetic note. I don't know whether Bandeep is still there. And if he's listening or he's still there, yeah, please do. So once he comes back, he had written a poem on women empowerment, and because we are a women prominent team and we represent a women theatre group, it would be lovely to end it at that poetic note. What say, team?
Which one?
Definition of
Baldeep ji, I sent it at the beginning of the session. I sent it to you on WhatsApp. It's called Zindagi Nama. And you can straight away, if you open your WhatsApp chat, it's right there. I can send it again to you.
No, it's okay. Find out.
It's about women empowerment, and it's very, very beautiful and powerful.
Yeah. You want me to read it now?
Yes.
Okay. Um, मैं ही जिंदगी हाँ जिंदगी नामा मैं ही जिंदगी हाँ धी भी पर आप दी मां दी बेटी भी अपने पिता दी भैन भरावां दी यार माही दी सुहागनी सुहाग दी ते फिर मां भी मेरे प्रेम दा लिहाज दा मेरी हलीमी दया दा मेरे गुनाहां ਨੂੰ ਖਿਮਾ ਕਰ ਦੇਣ ਦੇ ਬਲ ਦਾ ਨਾਜਾਇਜ਼ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਹੀ ਉਠਾਇਆ ਭਾਵੇਂ ਜਦ ਮੈਂ ਪਾਰਵਤੀ ਸਾਂ ਜਾਂ ਸੀਤਾ ਸਰਸਵਤੀ ਦੁਰਗਾ ਤੇ ਚੰਡਿਕਾ द्रौपदी कैकेयी होलिका स्वरूप नखा मिरियम फातिमा राबिया सुखनंदी सुलखनी सौंदर्या सस्सी हीन झूम गावदी मीरा धरती भारत मां भी हुण बस बहुत हो लिया अपने मुंहों अपने बोलां अबोलां बहुबल हे मर्द आ आ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਸਿਆਣ ਕਰਵਾਵਾਂ ਕਿ ਤੂੰ ਮੈਂਡੜਾ ਸੁਕਰਮ ਹੈ ਮੇਰਾ ਸੁਪੁੱਤਰ ਰਾਜਨ ਰੰਕ ਵੀ ਹੈ ਮੇਰਾ ਕਰਤਾ ਰੱਬ ਆਪ ਹੀ ਤੂੰ ਮੇਰਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਕਰਾਇਆ ਹੈ ਗੁਨਾਹ ਕਰ ਕਰ ਤੂੰ ਪਰੋਸਦਾ ਖਿਮਾ ਅਵਤਾਰ ਮੈਂ ਹੀ ਹਾਂ ਪਰ ਹੁਣ ਮੇਰੀ ਤਕਦੀਰ ਮੈਂਡੜੇ ਹੱਥ ਆਸਾਂ ਮਨ ਪੰਗ ਮੈਂਡੜੇ ਰੱਥ
Thank you so much, Baldeep ji. That was really beautiful and in your and very powerful. You know, it really, really brings out the spirit of women empowerment. And I would love to render it at some point of time if you allow me, whenever the occasion arises. And you know, in your style, there have been so many comments in these 5 hours. If I have the permission of the team and yours, then I would like to share. They have shared it with me. If I could take a couple of minutes to
there is one
share
other
this.
that you had farmaishified of 50
Yes. So I thought after the comments, if we could read that and finish it over there.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So team, thank you for sharing these right from the beginning. You've really been phenomenal. I know Anath Foundation has been phenomenal, but even my team has been amazing. So Rajbir Kaur, Tarinder Kaur, Raju Burman, and all these people had joined and they were paying compliments. Manjeet Singh Chatrik also joined and he paid compliments. Sunanda Sharma. Vinita Bothra Bhani has written some lovely comments. Also Manjeet Kaur, the audience, and Devinder Gilji, you know, kind of tried joining a couple of times, but
saw them briefly, yeah.
yeah, and then they couldn't keep the video on, and you know, a lot of stuff was happening. Niranjan has already said on the screen also, but over here also she's written. Poonam Ayub from Pakistan, you know, she says that was packed beautifully and very tightly as a head-spinning kaleidoscope of Anath Foundation and Bhai Baldeep 2021. I think could be about the video that we shared. Vinita Bothra Bhani says, and she is one of the actors at the Creative Arts Academy, very powerful actor. I wonder how Bhai Baldeep ji, you do so many series day in and day out, conversations each day with amazing people from around the world, knowing about them, endless conversations, your amazing sense of humor and the drive to work so much. So she is paying a compliment of wonderment, full of wonderment. She again says, you've created a treasure trove for generations. Poonam Ayub says, mother's love was the overarching theme of her latest body of work, if one remembers
Maria, grazie.
correctly. I think this is about Maria, yes. And Sunanda Sharma, Pew Simon is an ex-principal. She lives in Bangalore. She says, this is great. Sunanda Sharma, he says, amazing to see this program. Great work, dear Ramanjit. Okay, Bhai Baldeep Singh Ji's congratulations are so inspirational. Okay. Rupinder S. Olak says, I want to share my sincere appreciations कि BBS जी ने इस recent dark period अंदर डक के बैठियां ਨੂੰ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਨਾ ਸਿਰਫ ਤੜਕਦੇ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਸਗੋਂ ਹੋਰ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਜਿਉਂਦੇ ਹੋ ਜਾਣ ਵਾਲਾ ਵੱਲ ਸਿਖਾਇਆ ਜੀਵਨ ਪਰੋਸ ਪਰੋਸ ਕੇ ਦਿੱਤਾ. So beautifully and poetically expressed, Rupinder ji. And she also says, or it's a he, I want to share my sincere appreciation कि BBS ji ने इस recent, acha, I think it's just repeated. Randhir Basavada, honored to watch this live event.
Of course, it was Savara's son, yes.
Okay, I thought as much. And Sunanda Sharma Di again says, really nice to see and listen to everyone present here in the program. Ramneet Kaur says, wonderful work done. Ramanjit ji, not G, Ramanjit, Bhai, I'm seeing G. Bhai Baldeep Singh ji, a remarkable conversation, highly inspiring, one of rare kind between artists, about artists, superb. Then Vinita is paying compliment to Chesler, well said. Balihari Kaur, Francesca says it's also scholars' responsibility now to review, share, which she's also said. Pragya, lots of laughter and loads of love, Poonam Ayub says, and Pragya says very interesting. They've all been connected even till now. Sagar Singh says, all battles with segmentation can go on special website, and that is YaarAnād with search engine optimization, better keywords as suggested by Bandeep ji for it to always be on first page of Google results. Ramneek says, contributions of Bhai Sahib are amazing, wonderfully, delightfully, and with deep insight expressed by all, which brought many new ideas to be implemented. Taranjeet Kaur, she's in Goa right now with the family. She says, how beautiful, Baldeep ji. Poonam Ayub says, what a lovely example and parable for Bhai Baldeep ji's carefully and lovingly collated treasures. I think this is for Chesler when he was giving an analogy. Somagiri, wow, ma'am, another very powerful dancer and actor. And then Pragya has written a lot. She is again one of our powerful actors. Thanks to Ramanjit Kaur, ma'am, I found myself experiencing a few episodes of your YaarAnād series. Very insightful and poignant conversations. Congratulations. My tiny mind has a tiny query. In today's times, people just walk across each other, touching nam dupatta, a wet dupatta, asking kaise ho, without even waiting for an answer. Later, some might realize the nami and some might not. Very few stop and fewer take time to question and ponder on the nami. But you, Bhai Baldeep ji, really make time, 5 to 6 hours for all the maestros of different walks of life and dig deep into their how, why, what the nami of their dupattas gave them, and that too with such elan and love for the creative work of each one of your plethora of series. It's amazing. I just want to know where you get your inspiration or how you keep yourself going on and on from the humane perspective. Aapko sat sat pranam bhai ji. She expresses very beautifully and she's again done it. And fabulous Nazma Bandeep ji, she says. Yeah, so those are the ones I've received from the team till now. I'm sure there are many more on Facebook. This is where my request for I am greedy, Avanti, because there was one, he has been creating the works of some very big poets. And as you know, I'm not even a poet. I just scribble a few lines now and then. But Bhai Baldeep ji was very, very kind, or I don't know what came into him.
You know, Avanti, her trick is that she would send these all 2, 3, 4 lines. She'll say, "Oh, I have something to do with them. Can you do the translation?"
No. This is no.
This is how she
Never. This is the one
Sir,
that's
read
a
it
few
and I'll write
lines that are scribbled on Facebook, and he transcreated it into a complete sublime poem. So this is Boond, Baldeep ji, if you can find out that one drop.
You want to read yours first?
Yes,
Or shall I read? No, you should read yours.
I'll read mine first. So this one goes like this. I just scribbled few lines, and I want to share with my audience that I don't consider myself a poet at all, but yeah, I do write my thoughts. That one drop of water merged the grays with crimson, lined the blues with gold. That drop from the painter's brush splashed onto the palette of life. That drop from the ocean contained multitudes in its womb. That one drop was enough to bathe my soul. Yeah, so that's what it was. And now I request Pradeep ji to share what he wrote.
Sure. So I received this. I don't know, got a notification or something at 5:14 a.m. So
I think around that time I pasted it. Yeah.
This is my original 2-page handwrite, and this is the first draft. Huh? So I'm reading what. So on the side here is Ramanjit's note. So writing
Oh,
is
thank you.
says boond, rang, boond, arang, boond, sarvatarang, boond, sarvang, बूंद एक बिख दी, बिख जहर को कहते हैं, विष। बूंद एक बिख दी, बूंद एक जल दी, बूंद आमृति, बूंद सुलखणी, बूंद अंड पिंड खंड ब्रह्मंड समोई, बूंद निरंग आदि ओंग बरसाई, बूंद अग्नि जल पौन थलाई, बूंद करतारी खिड़ी खिड़ी, सप्त समुद्रन लहर लहर, सहर सहर, पहर पहर, बूंद धरती कुख बलिहारी, कुल अकुल आदि मद अंत, बूंद तृप्ति, बूंद अगम अद्भुत अनोखी, बूंद बेदन बंदन बंदगी।
Thank you so very much. You just took it to another level.
So that is bound to happen.
Of course, of course. But I have one last one, and which is my favorite. English is also yours, Punjabi is also yours. But if I have your permission, I'll read the English one, and you could read the Punjabi version. And this is all poems are half yours, half mine. This is my favorite. So I just want to read this in today's program. May I?
Please, please, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So, Bhai Baldeep Ji's poem, 50-50. All poems are half yours, half mine. Our bond holds our dream-laden words. My desires, your desires, half fulfilled, half pleading for consummation. This moment, though, half yours, half mine, is the most fulfilling of them all. Thank you so much. It is so beautiful, so beautiful.
And this Punjabi is in two parts. It's almost like two different narrations, two different perspectives. So the first one is Akhar ek, Akshar ek, Akshar ek, Akhar ek, Adda mera, Adda tera. Akhar ek, Adda mera, Adda tera. तुक एक, अद्धी मेरी अद्धी तेरी, काव्य भी अद्धो अद्धा, आधा आधा, काव्य भी अद्धो अद्धा, मेरा भी तेरा भी, कल बीती भी आमदी भी, हुण अद्धी मेरी अद्धी तेरी, अखरां च वसदे ख्वाब, अद्धे मेरे अद्धे तेरे, खाली पन्ना अदाग मेरा अदाग तेरा, ना तू तेरी ना मैं मेरा. So, and then there's a second follow up of this which says, मैं भी तेरा तू भी तेरा, मैं भी तेरा
This is so beautiful.
मेरा आदि अंत मद हद, मेरा हुण कद तद, मेरा आवना जावना सबो तेरा तेरा, मेरा दुख सुख, मेरा ससत सासत शस्त्र शास्त्र, मेरा दुख सुख, मेरा ससत सासत, मेरा मान तान अपमान अभिमान, मेरा भरम धर्म, मेरा करम सरम, मेरा जीवना मरण सबो तेरा तेरा, मेरी दौलत मेरी गरीबी, मेरे नसीब मेरी बदनसीबी. आखिरी फिक्रा है कि मेरी दौलत मेरी गरीबी, मेरे नसीब मेरी बदनसीबी, मेरी हर चढ़त हर गिरत भ्रमी फिरत, मेरा धन पुन दान सबो तेरा तेरा.
Wow, wow. This is almost like what we talk about Ishq Habibi and Ishq, uh, Ishq Hakiki and Ishq, Ishq. Are? Okay, I've forgotten the word. I say, quote it all the time. I think it's midnight and I haven't eaten. But thank you so much. It was so sublime. And thank you so much for taking out time and sharing this whole journey with us. I hope it was meaningful for the audience of Anad and all the viewers who've been watching us for so long.
Well, I don't know about them, and I'm not a wishy-washy guy.
I hope it was meaningful for you, or it was.
I wouldn't say, I don't want to use the term meaningful.
Right.
You know, I hope it was meaningful for you guys.
Very, very.
I'm only grateful. For me, I just know how to celebrate life. If I may twist the word, I'm just a celebrator. So, YaarAnād Virtual Series is celebrating and honoring, you know, world heritage, human heritage. Our collective civilizational dharti is one mother, you know, like complexions of siblings, you know, they are different colors. We may have different skin colors, but we are the children of the same mother, and we are the children of the same, you know, water. Pavan Guru and Pani Pita Mata Dharati, Maharaj Guru Nanak says, and taught by the same Pavan, you know, cared for. We live and thrive in the three. And the days and the nights, as Guru Nanak says, Divas Ratu Idai Daya Khela Sagal Jagat, as Guru Vachan says, or Guru Nanak says. For me, I just do it because I love it. I love reading living books, as my most important mentor, Bhai Sadhāraṇ Taranga, taught me a long time ago. कि बरखुरदार किताबां लिखण दा बड़ा शौक है ते जिंदा किताबां लिखणियां सिखो. क्या बात है पिताजी, हाँ जिंदा किताबां लिखने I imitated him, बरखुरदार किताबां लिखने का शौक है तो जिंदा किताबां लिखनियां सीखो, I say, hey, you naughty fellow, we were like what 70 years apart. He was 1900 born, and I was only 21, and then I was sort of once I was done like an addict, once I was done with that, sip, I said, Pitaji, but how do you write? Zinda kitab. कहना हाँ बरखुरदार नशा उतरिया ना हुन सवाल पूछा. So now you're intoxicated, inebriated self is now worn out. Now you're asking the right question. So I tell you. I said, हाँ जी दसो पिताजी. He says, जिंदा किताबां लिखन लई जिंदा किताबां पढ़नियां पैंदियां ने. I said, पिताजी जिंदा किताबां लिखन लई जिंदा किताबां पढ़नियां पैंदियां ने. And I got lattu, for the next 4, 5, 6 minutes. And I realized, kya baat, this is the end of the world. And then suddenly a question, when the fog went, and I said, but Pitaji, zinda kitaba hundiyan kithe ne? Padiyan, कहते हाँ. Then he went into a narcissistic mode. कहते हाँ थोड़ा सवार किया अंगड़ाई लगे. कहते ज़िंदा किताब जिमें कि मैं कहा हाँ. So for me, he inspired me to become a reader of living books. So they take time. Sometimes it takes tens of hours, and my book reading is not done. So all these baithaks are not any nazara, any mujahara, or any mubasa. No, they are my attempts to read a book, a living book. Some books are small, but they are heavier than a ton of books. Some books are very large. But they're, as the most important Pakhavaj book of my granduncle was thrown away because the ceiling had fallen, and his room in the village Pular in Taran, next to Taran, had seen many rains. And by the time my uncle, who just passed, I just lost him, Mohinder Chacha, who's national champion swimming and chief swimming coach at the National Institute of Sports in Patiala for ages. He was in his 80s now when he passed away a few months back. When he went and opened the door, there was no ceiling, and I saw the empty book, big book, but no ink. Sometimes you have books, but the ink is not there. But I know the worth of those books also, and I get a lot. So these are my attempts from books that are very young, upcoming. Sometimes they're books which have only gotten a few words written only. The pages have just begun to be written, right? And I'm reminded of young prodigies like Wajiha Athar Naqvi or Tribal Gulabo, Wusat Iqbal, right? Some of the young, prodigies who are up and running, but then, those who are, who've been significantly written. And my attempt is only to help people read them. I'm just showing them how I read books. I ask questions if I do. They are just from the standpoint of a reader who's just asking the book to tell the meaning of a word here and a word there, a concept here and a concept there, a simile here, a parable there. So the fact that the creative arts and you, Ramanjit, have been so kind and to become YaarAnād fellows, friends of Anād, and I've when I was like totally crowded with work, you had some of your interns attend to some of the design, Shivangi, and another Fauji kid like me, the little one, and Upasna.
Upasna was writing the content.
And helping, with Nihal, of course, we would do the sifting. And I'm only grateful, as I said, So for me, when I see that there are folks out there, and many whom I have known now because of the yard, because mine is a thankless work. I've done such work for decades now. It's 31 years, 32 years since I renounced my career. Um, but mostly it's been logged. I don't know when it will be made public, thousands of hours of work. But now people have seen how I work.
Yeah, so this has been
So the
wonderful
thing that
to
I
bring your work to light.
it was all this was happening public. The process and the methodologies and the application was there. I mean, people talk of, oh, I work 12 hours, I work 18 hours. Well, this is how you work until you fall dead. And then you wake up and you go. So that's another level of.
That's what's happening to my team today.
I hear all my Pradhan Mantri and others talking of 18 hours a day. Well, that's bravo, but there's a lot of work else.
Yeah, you work 48 hours a day. So this is our tiny attempt.
Just to finish the thought, I don't
Please,
want
please. So I'm so sorry.
I don't want to leave at a naughty note, but I'm just saying that I want to come back to where I want to end this particular narration, so that there's no misunderstanding of what I'm sharing. It's just that for me, everyone who, by way of this happening publicly, and the audience that I have now, the friends and fans that I have now, many of the um, fantastic achievers and contributors who have borne witness. I don't call them as fans or followers. They are witnessing. They are bearing. They are sort of. They're, they're, um, they are witnesses. They're witnesses of this. They're witnessing the entire process and the work and the conversations and their participations, both online, offline, privately. I'm only grateful. I'm grateful for the I don't even want to use the term opportunity, because I'm a person who's all opportunity. It's not a problem. That's term which doesn't becomes redundant in my kind of world. But the fact that it happened, so it could have happened something else. I wanted to write. I was writing thanklessly, and people don't even know what I'm doing. Right? People posthumously they will see 100 years, 200 years, the work survives. I think it'll survive because it's now in a digital format. Much could be has been destroyed. I'm a persecuted fellow, but usually we are posthumous celebrators, right? If I were to recite something to what I'm sharing, for example, with Amar desired that he wants to study, the Nagara compositions. So I shared with him some Nagara and the whole Bajat and whole Mardang Nagare, but people don't know. So I started, this is the first page I've written for Leonardo, and his name is up there. Leonardo Amartyan Singh, Vidya Bakste. He says, Ga, the, Ga, the, Ge, de, Ge, 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 Guard, 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 guard again, guard again, guard again, guard again, guard again, guard again, guard 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 again, gede, 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 guard again, 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 guard again. So this is ancient. This is like primordial. And then you look at the immediate follow up of that. These are from ancient memory. Kran, nana, 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 nanan, kard, kardak, kirnan, kirnana, 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 kard, kard, nana, 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 kirnana, kard, kirnana, kard, kenanake, kenanake,
Kenan Nake, Kenan Nake, Kenan Nake, Kenan Nake, Kenan Nake, nan, Kran, 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 Kran. This is dhol, ancient dhol compositions. And then nagades, bhajat, dhol, mardang, nagade. These are gargargin, gargargin, kirna, gargargin, gargargin, kirna, kedan, nana, kirna, kedan, nakin, 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 nana, 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 nagin, nana, nagin, nana, nagin, nana, nana, kedan, nana, kedan, nana, kedan, nana, gargargin, gargargin, gire, ge, kirna. Ah, so point I'm making is
Amazing.
This is rare. I mean, this are not even shared, right? This is I'm saying people don't even know. People talk all this. Oh, why Bhai Baldeep Singh? My son wanted to learn, for example, the Nagada and the compositions. So I started writing for him. So, but these are thankless works. People don't know. The work by way of YaarAnād and the kind of conversations that have ensued, as I said, offline, online, privately, publicly, I'm grateful. And I thank everyone for even taking time out to even watch for a few seconds. I'm grateful. And I'm grateful to the Karta that this is how it happened, because I have been able to read books. People see only a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 hour portal. But at times to create a PDF, I've spent 30, 40 hours before that.
Yeah.
So every Baithak is 30 to 40 hours minimum from preparation, from the thought process, from the first calls. So many that have not even happened. So many. The conversations which ended up, for example, to do with commercials. I had to rescind my invitation eventually, because it was at times the conversations, even some of the big names were turning nasty. And so those are part of my stories. They would never be public as such. But I'm grateful. I'm grateful for every acceptance my request brought for me. Every, I wouldn't say rejection, but when many of the pool jo khile hi nahi, there are kaliyan, that safar, zindagi ka safar song, I'm forgetting that line. फूल ऐसे भी हैं जो खिले ही नहीं, जिनको खिलने से पहले
खिजा छा गई, खिजा छा गई.
So, those also, they're part of my story, and they are part of they're part of the books. They're not public, but they're also the books that I read. When I get to see the real face under the veil, and I'm grateful for them too, because how poor I would have been if I had known that there would be a fool that would not bloom. I'm only richer. So thank you very much at TCA. My apologies.
Thank you, Baldeep ji. This is our just very tiny
all your
drop.
contribution and time and application. I know it's not easy, and I've witnessed you conversing with my students and other elders. But as I, wrote to Puram earlier today, that I've kept my distance, because and much of what was happening was also fresh for me. That's my style of doing it. I don't want to have the ownership. I did not want any way to own any part of today beyond, okay, yes, the data and conversation is revolving around my work and my contribution. But I wanted, total freedom for TCA. I kept my, very minimal.
I hope we've been able to do even tiny bit of justice, just a tiny drop. And, to have such a long conversation, I know for the 100th, we it went on till 2:30 for your 100th Baithak.
Or 12 hours.
But this is almost 1 p.m. And trust me, Baldeep I would not have the guts. Forget about the strength. We are artists, we continue and we work. That's fine. I would not have the guts to have a session running for so many hours. And we've learned it from you that it's important to have these kind of discussions at length, involve everyone, engage in such discourse for real context to come out. I want to ask the audience, why are we always in a hurry? Why such short webinars? Yes, do those ones, but why not learn from such a protagonist? And why do we always want Maggie noodles? And it was these kind of lengthy discourses that our ancestors, our elders did, out of which real stuff came out. It was these long addas that artists did, out of which some beautiful creations came out. Real teachings happened through these kind of discourses. The performances like Kuriyattam performance going on for all night, operas going all night, Dover Lane conference, Harballab conference, and we staying up all night listening to all the singers, and sometimes only 2 singers would be there all night. Now we have about 10 packed together. So let's learn to pause. That's what this time is trying to tell us. Let's learn to pause and listen patiently. There's no hurry. We're not going anywhere. It's all here right now. And Baldeep ji wants to say something.
Yeah. Attention span.
Yeah.
Very
short.
Did not allow my eardrums to be bored by advice about, attention span is very limited, my lovely boy. You're doing fantastic work, but keep it to 20 minutes, my darling. I'll say thank you very much, my lovely elder. That's it. I would never, let such nonsense reach my eardrums. Why? There's a logic. I'm being naughty, but there's a logic. I'm a producer of nature. I'm Mother Nature's child. Attention span is like sunbathing. Don't all those creams, sun creams, and all that. Forget about them. Its exposure to knowledge is like taking sun, bare, natural. You can't take more than 15-20 minutes. You bloody die. That's attention span. But now, because your attention span is the 20, 30, 40 minutes, what do you want to do the sun to switch itself off? That cannot switch itself off. That's knowledge. If you have an attention span for that much, come and go, move on. Don't talk to the sun about, oh, my attention span is only going to be 20 minutes, my lovely son. No, thank you very much. That's your problem. It's not my problem. Now, the idea of conversations are comprehensive, yes. If people say, oh, my attention span is so much, I tell them on a naughty note, I said, why don't you do something which is very important? Why waste 20 minutes, in this, I'm only be talking about nonsense, anyway. It's futile, isn't it? Isn't this knowledge that you guys have anyway destroyed? You left for dead. So why bother? Just do what you do. These are my naughty notes, yes. But on a philosophic note or on a logical note, the distance between how much we can take from sun, how much wind can we take? Wind can we take as one single inhale. That clip that you had from my talk of, when I was doing Katha at the Loyola Marymount University, hosted by Professor Dr. Niranjan Kaur Khalsa Baker in Los Angeles, that where I had the Mridangam, Nanak, Hum Admi hai ekdami, molat mot na jana. Just because my bellow is maybe a few ounces of air worth, I tell the Pavan not to be. Pavan has a longer agenda, has a bigger agenda. It is to witness, I don't know how many countless generations. It has been a witness to some of the greatest genealogies, as Guru Tegh Bahadur says, Ram gayo, Ravan gayo. Jaako Bahu Parivar. Such clans have gone and extinguished. Kaho Nanak ke chithir nahi supne jo sansar. Hawa is to bear witness to so many supnas, realized and merging back from where they came
Right.
from. So I think I'm so glad to hear from you that if the idea of serious conversations, it's not for the sake of elongation, it is not for the sake of stretching or meeting some record.
Yeah.
Oh, I've done 9 hours, I must do 9 hours.
Yeah. Setting a record. Yeah.
It is a matter of
And
flowing with the flow, but then not stopping because I have to go somewhere. Okay, we have to go, but if there is something still to go, let's meet again. Let's have a second follow up, third follow up, 10th, 20th follow up. I'm ready. I'll listen. So I'm so glad if it has inspired. I know that it has inspired
thank you.
conversations around the globe, this
No.
Baithak series, and I'm only grateful again. Because I don't want, I cannot be talking to everybody in the world. If it's a model which is important, which sheds light, which makes as a test pilot, as if checking technology, people can fly the way they want. But my role can be seen as a test pilot who stretches and tests, a bird in hand, to the extent, to the G forces that it can take, to the patience it can test, to the stress, etc., etc.
No, you're amazing, and I know that you had a bad back, and I have another counter to that from TCAA. Abanti's back is completely gone right now. I can see she's even unable to sit. She had a bad back, but really grateful to both of you. I mean, Baldeep ji was the protagonist. We were is the protagonist we are celebrating. But Abanti, thank you for giving this. So two people with bad back continued for more than 6 hours now. So I am really, really grateful, and I'm sharing this with the audience to say that yes, things are happening, and thank you for being here with us. Thank you, Abanti and the team. I know you're all there, hidden over there, but if you want to come forward, take a bow. It will be wonderful. Thank you so much, Baldeep ji, for taking out time. We weren't even sure because his back was Upasana is also here. She rarely switches on the video, as you know.
I'm there. Yeah.
I mean, thanks to
She was
Dr.
also
Hussain, my physiotherapist, who came at a short notice at 9:15 and fixed my back and and did some ultrasound thing on my back. So I thank him also. I mean, I've been able to last as much. So
No, I mean, this is really commendable. And Abanti, I know Baldeep ji can manage that, but you pulled it off. It's really commendable. Salute to you. Thank you so much, Swastisha. Thank you, Megha, Upasana, Umang, Ruhani,
Harshdeep is
Akash,
here as well.
Violet Lab, everyone.
Glad to see that you lasted too.
Huh?
Harshdeep also is listening. That's lovely.
Oh, he's still here. Okay, right. So Harshdeep, thank you so much. Thank you, Baldeep ji. This evening will really stay with us for a long, long time. And I'm sure with these youngsters, as a cherished moment, we'll tomorrow sit back and think, oh, remember we had this lovely celebration of Anad. And thank you for what you're doing for the heritage and the coming generations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Goodbye to the audience. Stay safe. Things are not good around. Please take care of yourself. Stay safe, stay healthy, and keep smiling. Bye from the Creative Arts Academy. Thank you so much. Okay.
Recording.
One recording is going on. I don't know which one. Baldeep ji's.
Yeah.
You can switch it off. You want to, or you want to have the post?
Harshdeep, come on now. Yes.
Wow. Abanti, you lie down now flat. Shall I come to your house to give you a massage? I told her sometime back, I could see that she couldn't sit anymore. I said, is it sleep? She said, my back is going to tear apart. I said, then go.
Yeah.
You know, because winding up also takes time, and you were sharing
No,
such lovely thoughts.
that I would have flown specially tomorrow to fight with her in Kolkata.
Oh, so that's exactly, you know, she's not even in Kolkata. She's 2 hours away from here in Shodhpur.
It doesn't matter. I would have just
Chandan
taken
Nagar.
a parachute
Chandan Nagar, in a very beautiful town, huh?
out of the plane with a parachute.
So, you know, अब मेरे को पहले अपनी टीम को इस वक्त बात कहने दो, क्योंकि मुझे लगता है हम दोनों तो बात करते भी रह जाएंगे. Team, you were not there fully with me last 2 days. Upasana, I missed you so much today, and I also gave you so much gali. But salute to you guys. मैं सब कुछ भूल गई. The fact that you guys are here with us till now. Upasana, you can show me your face.
तारीफ करे
Yeah, 1 second.
अरे अभी तेरी लाइट भी ठीक हो गई. जब लाइव चल रहा था तो ऐसे डॉग उसमें, जैसे अभी स्वस्तिशा बैठी है, मैंने कहा ये क्या कैरेक्टर बना के बैठी हुई है. हाँ, उपासना सिंह.
Yeah,
लाइट भी
actually,
ठीक हो गई.
yeah, the background you wanted doesn't have good light. Like this thing has
But
like
this is
better
also
light.
okay. So जितना मुझे तुम लोगों पे गुस्सा तो नहीं, I was missing you, and बंती बेचारी को सारा सुनना पड़ रहा था. Then she also shouted back. I said, you said this to me, and we were doing all that. I said 45 minutes.
Nice
This,
one,
that.
Abanti.
We were like just two of us.
Fatte, you know, you should shout back, give in kind, you know, soothe.
Oh yeah, she gave it back. That day Upasana did something. Today she did. She says, "आप देख रहे हो घर क्या or something." She said, "आपको दिखाई नहीं दे रहा." Something she said. So then I continued. Then after 20 minutes, I said, "हाँ हाँ मुझे दिखाई दे रहा है. तुम देखो, तुमने भेजा ही नहीं है मेरे को." And she had not sent it to me because we work like this and we open our emails like this so we can do. So वो सारा धुल गया. My team members, Sara dhul gaya just because you all are here. Swastisha, I would have missed you so much and given so much gali to your college if you had not been here with me, even though you're dropping dead with sleep and you have deadlines, and they all have deadlines of these assignments of college and everything.
No, bravo.
पर वही है कि ये जिंदा किताबें पढ़ के तुम्हें कुछ मिलेगा, वो किताबें पढ़ के तो जो मिलेगा कि नहीं.
I hope it was worthwhile for you, you know, team members. I hope it was talking of meaningfulness.
Girls, bolo.
It was worthwhhile for you.
Yes. Pearls of wisdom तो last sunbathing में मिला. इतना appropriate. क्योंकि this is true. I was thinking that because when I ask so long a process to stretch out to experience, I mean, performance, this is also a performance of the entire thing. Just performers being there, up straight, content. So, yes, I got my answer very well. Thank you.
So glad.
Upasana, तेनू कुछ कहना है? स्वस्तिशा तू बोल ले.
Yeah, Swastisha, go ahead.
Anything.
So, like, it's the
How come you're away from your deadlines? I thought you will just come in for 15 minutes. What happened?
Yes, ma'am, but then you asked us to
Stay, and then you
we did
stay.
not know for how
Wow,
long.
I love you. इतना तो शायद मेरे बच्चे भी मेरी बात ना सुने.
How
नहीं
long?
सुनते हैं, लेकिन दोनों सुनते हैं. उनको मैं बोलती हूँ खड़े हो जाओ, खड़े हो जाते हैं. हाँ.
We did not know when we are supposed to come. So it was 9 and then, okay. So, but having said that, sir, I feel what I gained was like, sir, you have, I mean, you have found artists from all over the world and from all disciplines. And that is something that intrigues me. I mean, I don't have a question, but or maybe I'm not able to articulate how I feel, but I think one word would be it just intrigues me, especially when I see episodes of Baldeep Singh, Tavleen Singh ji, Neelam ma'am.
नीलम मैम का सेगमेंट रह गया.
जी. So and so that is when, and having said that, and especially when I watched Neelam ma'am segment, so I had seen this for this Baithak as well. for today's Baithak. So one thing that I wanted to understand is, how do you, as the curator, because Neelam ma'am was also talking about
ऐसे रह गया बनते
in the process
फिर से चलाओ लाइव
Let us
making
speak. हाँ.
Kumbh Hai,
अब
creating
नहीं
Kumbh
मेरे
Hai.
से कुछ होगा सिस्टमैटिक हो गया मेरा पोस्ट शो डिस्कशन ऐसे ही होता है पागलपंती में
Swastika, continue.
Yes, sir. In the process of creating Gum Hai, that is something she said that stayed with me, was the fact that as an artist, you are not always consciously, all the experiences that we are living is manifested on stage when the artist is creating art. And that is where uh, I had this thought that, sir, when you are curating a series with ma'am or with another artist, how are you also experiencing the art and that
बच्ची लेट
artist?
जा how are you experiencing
The art as well as the artist, because that was what I wanted to ask, but I
Can you
wasn't
come
sure.
online? Yeah.
उपासना come online
I'm taking a photo.
मेघा तेरा
Yeah,
पर्दा
one
पूरा
second.
कर एंगल ठीक कर अबंती अब तो फ्रेश लुक जा
coming
मतलब वहां ऑडियंस देख रही होगी कि ये बंदा गिर रहा है अभी गिरेगा अब कौन चला गया
coming just 2 minutes 2 seconds
तो स्टिशा लैंडस्केप कर ले यार
लिपस्टिक भेजूं क्या?
Touch up.
उपासना तो बहुत ही
Swastika, you
Megha, what happened?
I'll just check in my settings.
Swastika landscape
on my phone. I'll just do that.
What? उसका रोटेट बटन को खोल
Which one ma'am?
बेटे ऐसे कर वो रोटेट वाला बटन होता है ना ऐसे ऐसे वाला उसको टैप कर
जी आ नहीं रहे हैं मैम क्योंकि ये फोन पे है
उसको ऐसे स्क्रॉल करेगी तब वो दिखाई देता है ऐसे टुंग करेगी तो नहीं आ रहा तो ठीक है ऐसे ही खींच लेते हैं चलो 1 2 3 Okay, that was long.
Swastika, yes.
Question, so how do you experience the art and the artist? That's what's the question. Abanti to late jump, please.
Say that again, Swastika. Can you sum the question up again? Rephrase it for me.
Yes, sir. So
Just a little when interruptions in between, you know.
Oh no, it's okay. Sir.
Still continue to happen. अब नहीं कुछ हो सकता. बोल स्वस्तिशा.
जी मैम.
आधी रात है 1 बज गया है खाना खाया नहीं है मतलब इस वक्त अक्लमंदी की बात नहीं हो सकती. नहीं अभी. बोल स्वस्तिशा.
So when you were having the Baithak with Neelam ma'am, so she was articulating her process of creating art, and which she said is a reflection of the experiences she has lived, but it is not consciously manifested directly or translated on stage. So that was when a thought occurred to me, and it's not a very it does not fit into a very methodical or perhaps a calculated way of thinking, but maybe an instinctive way of thinking that occurred to me was the fact that, sir, you as the curator of the series, you've been experiencing art and artists, not just the art, but also the artists when you're curating. And
Very
so
interesting.
how is that for you? How is that experience for you?
Well, it's a, so my work, for example, is multidimensional. Let's say just a story writer would not know my story. A director of a play would not know my story. An actor would, howsoever great, would not know my entire story, would not be able to understand even had and then have the opportunity to sort of enact my story. So a spectator, therefore, will not be able to, his or her extract would be even decimated. Um, yes, Neelam is absolutely right. When she's doing something, it's a manifestation of all her understanding, inadvertent, known, and being aware. But the Achet, Achetna as Guru Tegh Bahadur speaks about, Achet Paap te dar rahe. Be beware of your inadvertently committed sin, which you're not even aware that you are sort of you're denying somebody that belongs to them and not to you, which is technically the definition in a very subtle way of what sin is. Um, uh, Punya is to grant that which people don't even deserve. That is punya. That is the shubh karma. And my conversations are, if you were to have even a theater or a film writer, producer, director, actor, even that would not be a complete story. You have to still add the audience into that at the same time. So my work is in that dimension. It's like four ends or all, it's a complete ring. And I'm like the chakra. It's the, I'm not like a trishul, but I'm the chakra. It has to be that kind of a revolving idea, but a composite idea. It's like the color white. It has all colors, but in equal, measure. So it's difficult why it stands out versus other many attempts at doing series is, most of them are relying, like Durga Jasraj's work is concert based. She invites in people from young to elderly, anybody, and whoever gets in touch with her gets his space. That's like another series which began just a few days before I began, but that was again a concert series, and that's platform, her father's platform name, etc., etc. So that's one opportunity that one had, and to get people to come and perform for Durga Jasraj bandwagon is very easy. So it's like Shah Rukh Khan were to start a series tomorrow, Amir Khan or Amitabh Bachchan or Dharmendra or Hema Malini, Jaya Prada, any one of these, Jaya Bachchan, or my very elderly, dearly Tiger Pataudi's wife Sharmila, or Bishan Bedi, Bishan and Tiger, they both had love for tabla, extraordinary love. Bishan Bedi used to say, the skipper of Indian skipper. They say there's only been one skipper of the Indian team. Skipper, is that Bishan Bedi, the daring guy, the ruthless lion on the field, and they both loved it. He would say that if he didn't play cricket, he would have been a tabla player. So such was their love for Begum Akhtar and others. So many people, they were so close to and listened to music. Now, when you look at there was a thought which came, I was about to share. It was a memory of Tiger that came. But the point is that if they were to invite and start a series, right? And they were to make it open, there'll be like thousands of people. Like Shabana Azmi and Javed Akhtar were doing a poetry thing. Sometimes there were like 1,000 live viewers, right? But for me, who am I? Because my work is a thankless domain. Conservators, who knows conservators? But the quality of people that I knew, people were not aware. People thought, many of my dear friends who can also, pull a leg and who can pinch back, they would say, Bhai Baldeep, Bhai Ji, or whatever the way somebody called me, this and that. He says, now we know, when you walk, we thought this guy walks with a lot of arrogance. Oh, look at his stride, he walks, as if God knows what. He says, now we're realizing, you know all these people. You have this history. Because the background that I come from, we don't spill out that, people like Abida, Parveen and others, they're touching my feet when they meet. People they like worship are the ones who have been seeking to study with me, but I've been so busy in conservation. I've not had the time to even cater to that. Right? So suddenly it became public, but it was my other work, the silent work, which was known to very many people. And there were people from South Asia, people in Europe and beyond. And for them to honor my request, it happened. And but again, when I'm sitting to connect without answering, it just bind your the thread here with what I said about reading the books. So coming from a perspective, and you can join it, take the other side, the other flip side of the coin, as what I mentioned about the Zinda Kitab idea of me as a reader of the books, as someone who's got the capability to read a Zinda Kitab. And even Zinda Kitab, the uniqueness is that you're able to ask the writer, hey, why this word here? There's a difference. It's not artificial intelligence. It's real intelligence I'm conversing with. Right? If I'm asking Ramanjit to do Aina, it may seem like a joke, but it is something that I'm really asking. It is not for the sake of it. To someone who thinks, oh, that's a good joke, ha ha ha, they will laugh. But for a philosopher, for a thinker, for a sadhu, they'll say, that idea of the Aina. Because it's real. It's not a joke. Even a joke within a conversation is not a joke. There's something happening there. So there is a story there. So if you combine all of this together, the kind of work that I've done, the sacrifices that I was propelled to take, people call me a fool, when I left my flying career. Who leaves to the opportunity to be a fighter pilot, to get your eagle and you get your stripes? And you're already a champion or a model. The Air Force wants you. You're a designer of planes. You're going to be testing planes. You're designing missiles and satellites. As a young kid, you're talking of this. And where there are letters written about me, they say, oh, he's the perfect raw material for the Indian Armed Forces. He should not be let to waste time in the civil world. Air Marshal Bhatia writing to Air Marshal Ramachandran, the then Director Personnel Officers. And that for that little kid, 20-year-old guy to renounce everything, they said, are you a fool? You've gone bonkers. So where did that courage come from? Vayu Bhavan, sitting in front of Group Captain J.V. Singh, Deputy Director Personnel Officers 3. They're like etched in my memory. You want my 2, 3, 4, 5 visits with them? I'm sitting, there I'm not able to decide. Whether I sign the bond 20 years, I'm gone. Or to serve the parampara, to recover the parampara. I went as close as joining the armed forces, passed the selection and everything. So when you bind all of that, as what Neelam Mansingh is saying, the experiences, all that has happened, I went around, my dears, I have not opened a shop. I can be a multi-millionaire just having a musical instrument shop. You know why a taus, a rabab made by me, it begins at about $28,000. It begins from there. But I don't have time to make them. I have orders. I don't take money in advance. I promised Nihal, for example, a couple of $1,000. He sent for the wood, etc., etc. Right? Maybe one more. There are other orders. People have waited 12, 13 years. I don't take advance otherwise because I don't know if I will be able to make them. But why did I learn? Because I found a master who knew how to make them. And I said that even if I don't make them, just teach me. I just opened up my joli. I said, दामन खोल के मैंने कहा जी आप मुझे ज्ञान ये दे दीजिए, कहीं ना कहीं काम आ जाएगा, I'll pass on. But the fact that we've met, pass on. Just give it. Don't let it die. You're the only luthier. Last luthier, you've not made instruments. You're a World War II veteran. And you've never made the instruments after 1949. You're the only one who has a know-how of making these instruments. Here I am. Teach me. I'll take notes. So all that perspective, coupling with the ability to read books, is how this YaarAnād Virtual Series, that's how it is also unique. That's how it's not easy to emulate, because you can learn to be a theater director, but you cannot suddenly become Neelam Mansingh. You know, my real love affair is with her dad, Dr. Mansingh Nirankari. I've known Neelam for ages. You know, I'm from Chandigarh. She's from Chandigarh. We're all Chandigarh folks. But, and I knew her work before. But
I've got some food.
2001, please.
Someone wants to eat?
Yeah. And we'll close in 2 minutes. The idea that in Bhraddeshi in 2001, when Sangeet Natak Academy, Dr. Man Singh came and heard my talk on the musical instruments. The way with tears he met me after. He invited me to his residence again to send books to my granduncles whom he knew as his own buddies from his childhood. Right? And, what all he said with tears in his eyes. When I got up and said, well, I do not represent the political Punjab of India. I represent the historical and the geographical Punjab. There's like formulations people have not heard before. But where do they stem from? They must have come after a certain block, that was removed, and a plug-in that happened with our civilizational idea, the idea of the Indic civilization. When you connect with the past, and then you have the present, and from that conversation with the past, masters, a future can be, readied, which the coming generations will, thrive in, live in, knowingly, and they may not even know the authors of that, the future they will live. But that's the joy as silent founders of the future. I'm one of the silent, quiet founders of the future. I cannot deny that. I hope that makes
any sense. That's true. Megha says, I have a small question.
Okay.
I hope your back is okay, Pradeep ji. I can't believe my team who's dropping dead, they're still asking questions.
But yeah, go ahead.
Are you okay?
Go ahead, Megha.
Yeah, sir. Actually, I'm very much interested into spirituality. But do you think sometimes I have a lot of questions, but I don't have anyone to answer that question? Like I do meditation. Sometimes some thoughts come in my mind. So do you think I need a guru? And what's the importance of guru in somebody's life?
Yeah. It's very important. I mean, if your endeavors are there, I'll be very glad to, accept a Zoom or a Skype call once a month. And we'll keep only 15 minutes, not 16, 15 minutes. And you come up with one concept, and I will talk about it. Okay, and I might give you to do. I might give you a task to do, and you'll have to do something. Come back. Only 15 minutes. And the idea that in today's era, there are many God men and women. Chiranjeev Singh I is one of founder trustees of YaarAnād Foundation, said something very beautiful recently in one of the seminars. Said that the idea of what was the quote-unquote Hindu traditions was just puja. The idea of quote-unquote God, men and women is Guru Nanak's. They're all aping Guru Nanak, who spoke with people. That was an outstanding observation. So, but again, just to, as I've already given you time, and if again the choice is yours, whether you take that opportunity or avail of that possibility or not. But the point is that there's much written already, there's much that is available. But my reason I give you attendance is allowance in that sense is that I'm an exegete of a very rare kind. I've been passed on the kunjis, the keys, by the last generation of masters. How is it that entire, the world is fighting on the Ardas, Pritham Bhagavati Samar ka hai, the Hindutva bent Sikhs, they would say, oh, this Bhagavati is Bhagavati, is Devi. See, Guru Nanak till Guru Gobind, they're all Devi worshippers. That is the Hindu bent Sikhs. The non-Hindu bent Sikhs, they say, oh, Bhagavati is Kripan. How is it that it took a Bhai Baldeep Singh to reveal what actually it is? But again, I'm connected with the masters who lived in anonymity, for example, some of them. And it took me 7, 8, 9 years to knock their doors down. Even when I had the credentials, even when they had the greatest admiration, they owed and vowed everything to my ancestors. But I still had to trek the treacherous path before they saw and opened the doors. So my attendance to those 15 minutes would be because I have the kunji. So I'm just sharing with you my credentials that I am an attendee of a very rare kind, of a civilizational attendee of a very different kind. But I have the keys. Now the doors would open, there would be treasures within. That's the difference people don't know. The grand masters of our civilization were only the key keepers. The awe that would be only yours original when the door opens, that has to be yours. That cannot be a borrowed experience. Otherwise, you see, audience, एक स्वर लगा, एक विद्वान ने कहा आ, तो 50 लोगों ने सुना वो आ, तो उन्होंने भी कह दिया आ, उनको तो मालूम ही नहीं क्या हुआ आ. So that ah there's a latency between that ah. The first strike, when you see Abeda singing and I'm looking at it, I'm responding to it. When you see Aruna Sairam singing, I am in that ah, that first ah. She shared, you open the door, she shares, and I'm able to see ah, kya baat hai? Wah, wah, wah. But that's original. It's not being said, because that's why they also respect my work and my attendance and my response, because it's coming from a perspective.
Okay.
I'll be glad to just be a witness to your journey, and it is important to have those conversations. That samvad is very important. And normally, I am spoiled. I'm from the Guru Nanaki tradition, which entire Hindustan had become a Nanak Mati. Guru Nanak traveled. All the kings in Nagaland, Assam, and everywhere, Bengal, they would send gifts and so on and so forth. South and so on and so forth. People of Raja Jai Singh of Amer, the very famous Raja Jai Singh, Bangla Sahib Gurdwara was his Haveli. He's a Sikh of the Gurus. People have forgotten. Where Guru Harkrishan left his body, and that's where Bangla Sahib is. You see, the one who made the Amer fort in Jaipur. So point I'm making is so widespread, but the point is that people say, oh, you should do seva for 10 years or 20 years or 30 years in total dedication. Thank you very much. I don't know if I have 10 more minutes to live. So give me gyan like this. So we are spoiled like that by Guru Nanak. We don't fall for any ritual that will maybe, if I were to do 50 years of penance or the 50 years of punnadan, then I will gain Bhagavan. But then if I don't have 50 years to live, then what do? What if I get robbed? What if the stock market falls and I have nothing left? I'm a pauper the next moment. That means I cannot do punya. That means I will never have attained great karma. But then the Karta Parmeshwar is different. You know, Guru Nanak says, how papi patat param pakhandi, tu nirmal nirankari. That I'm a papi, he says, I'm a sinner. Patit, I'm impure, I'm spoilt, wretched. Param pakhandi, no more deceitful than I am. But you are the nirmal nirankari. That's the relationship. So where is my story that I must attain a great karma, accumulate great karma? And Guru Nanak washes that. Ape karta, ape bhukta. He says the karta is ape karta, the doer, the nirankar, parbrahm. That means the nirgun, nirbikar, nirlamba, the one who's attributeless. Before the karta came into being, before the nirankar became the omkar, and the creation, that nirankar is itself, not himself, herself, itself the karta. Karta is an attribute. The first attribute before creation came into being is the ornamentation of being the karta, that I am going to be the doer. Oh, I can do. That realization. This is ape karta. The one nirang is ape, the doer, ape bhukta. But that one itself is the bhogi. So when one itself is the doer, one itself is the bhogi, one is the karma, one is the karmi, who the heck am I? I'm okay. Freed in an instant. This is Brahm Tat, and I've shared with you before your breath is gone. You're freed from all karma because you never accumulated a karma. If you've never accumulated a karma, it is the karma of the kartar. You're a bhogi, but you're not a karmi. You're bhogi because you're living. I take water. I take air. I do some bhog. I'm utilizing air and water. So I'm a bhogi. I'm a jivan bhogi. But I'm not a karmi. It's not my doing. So when it is, the karma is not my own, how can I accumulate good karma or bad karma? So in 4 letters, ape karta, ape bhukta, Guru Nanak frees you from the idea of karma. There's no karma theory. It's washed away, flushed away. That's how Guru Nanak became that big a phenomenon. Because he was responding to misconceptualizations, misunderstandings of knowledge. And that is why people do not celebrate life. Because they're burdened. And fear. Fear of what? Of tomorrow.
But that is true. Our gurus took out the fear from us. And that's why
let's not generalize it. Because there is no us. I only see Sikhs living in the biggest jathedars are full of fear.
Okay, whatever. Whosoever understood this.
Generalize, there's nothing us, because
whosoever understands this.
Rare. So it is, we never, in world of learning, we do not even look at who are us. We look at only the knowledge. That's a Gurgam Marga. We never look at the followers. Who cares? Maybe there is no follower. Maybe Guru Nanak's words are not even understood by anybody. Who cares? If there's a word, I'll spend my life to unravel it. Maybe if I find the original pada, one tuk, forget about what is written by others in Gita and Mahabharata, one line of Krishna original, I'm willing to spend my entire lifetime fondling it, opening it. One original kalma by Hazrat Muhammad. One line by Christ, not those written by others. One stotra by Buddha. One by Mahavir Jaina. Original. One line, one word. Maybe it was Ajay. Maybe it was Abhay. Maybe it was Ajoni. Maybe it was Ananta. I'm okay with one words, ek akshari chand. And that's good enough for me. But I hope that this is the first 15 minutes that I've spoken about. There's no karma. So never, and listen, let people say, do not engage in a conversation with them. Do not try to teach that, oh, now there is no karma. Because people will entangle you. Oh, how can you say that? Oh, who said it? Oh, who the heck is Bhai Baldeep? No. Guru Nanak says, Murkhe naal na lujiye. Do not entangle your horns with fools. He says, when you look from far, when you come across a fool, duro jaiye bhaj. He says, run away from far. Don't even cross your roads, because they will entangle you. The Maya will come and bite you. Oh, hi. Like I was teasing Cheslav. What did you eat? That's how Maya comes in. I'm being naughty then. I was just teasing him. What did you do today? What are you doing here today? Aren't you teaching? I was joking, but that's how Maya works. It'll come and distract you. It'll come and distance you from your actual state. So in learning, we are not leaking pictures. We don't leak. We don't even tell what one drop is inside, or it is 50 drops inside. Or there is half a bucket full already, or a half a pitcher full, or almost full. It only is visible when it begins to overflow. It's rules of the Gurgam Marga. And the ancient mystical path is called the Gurgam Marga. Gurgam is a, Guru Nanak mystical path. Gaman is avagaman, is going, is journeying from a point A to point B. But as Gurumati, with the wisdom of the Param Guru is the creator itself, whom Guru Nanak calls as Guru. So for me, Guru Nanak is the Guru who tells me who the Guru is. He is a recipient of a revelation, of a moment, in a moment of awakening. And his words, his songs are now my own. And I can sing them, but then I wait for my own revelation. That's how it works. That's one law. Deep se deep chala, as Guru Nanak says. Deep se deep chala. Deep se. My last mentor, Baba Thakur Singh, lived in anonymity for 48 years. When he was 20, was 14, Sarojini Naidu had him in her laps, crying after his violin recital. He says, Kanha phir se aa gaye. She was a governor, I don't know of which state. Prithviraj Kapoor used to do Dandaut Bandhan in front of a 14-year-old child after he played the violin in 1950, raised 200,000 rupees for his orphanage in Mumbai. He was 25 in Shatidos, lived in anonymity. It took me 7 years to open his door. Right? And what would he do? When he would be on the phone, the maximum bill I paid before WhatsApp and other came? 88,000 rupees. I'm here in Pebble Beach on the 17th hole in the residence of one of my students, Indian origin, Dr. Satnam Singh and his wife, Yashupal. It was their summer home, the extra home. And I'm teaching and I'm there on the phone. What is he doing? Deep se deep jala, deep se deep jala. Every time I would call, he would just start singing. And I'm not going to tell him that, Sire, it's been 1 hour and my bill would be about 20,000 rupees already. He died in 2006, so I'm talking about the time before. Right? Those are conversations. And if he ever knew, because he was a Bal Brahmachari, he would never take a single penny from a married person. Can you imagine? Such masters have existed. No chanda, no married person could even offer a single rupee to him. If you offered, he would say, you've got children, you spend this money to your children and that money is coming to me. Such selflessness. If he ever knew I'm paying such bills, he would stop calling me. So I would never tell him. But the idea of how important that took from Guru Nanak is deep se deep jala. From a light to another light. A lamp lights another, and then another, and then another. Our civilization is in the actual Diwali. That is the Deepavali. It is not this Deepavali. It is not about Guru Hargobind being, finally being freed from the Gwalior fort, or Rama coming, and Ram, Sita, and Lakshman coming from Banvas. Everybody has a reason, this or that, to buy. The actual, in the systems of Indic knowledge, the Deep Se Deep Jala is the actual lighting of a master to the birth of another master. Until your lamp lights, it's like the chulha. When the master, mother, is pumping, it's the breath, like you give those EPR, whatever, when somebody's dying, when you give mouth to mouth breaths, you exhale. You're pumping from outside, from inside, anything that would bring somebody back to life. You're lighting the flame and you make an attempt. And you're a student, an advanced student. You've been receiving the breath of life, a breath of hope. But you're still not lit. And then when you're lit, you're a master already. A touchstone to another touchstone. That is the day of Diwali. But that Diwali is very private, one master to another. You see, these are misconceptualizations, misappropriations of ideas. When they become herd mentality, herd, bhed chal ban jati hai. Arey, sab diva jalao. Kyun diva jalao? Dhaga bante rakhi. My own sister got disallowed. My real sister, 16 years my senior. Can you imagine what it is to? She's half my mother. And my other cousins, none of them can tie my thread. When I came of age, when I was just 22, 3, I said, I am already tied by my umbilical cord to you. We share the same umbilical cord. Those who are my sisters do not need to. You need to tie a thread on me? Come on. That thread is for those who do not share the same thread of umbilical cords. And if somebody wants to become my sister, I have my wrist available. Like Malti Upadhyay, Pandit Vidur Malik's daughter, is the only one who has that privilege as of now, who would come and tie the thread to me. So small things. लॉजिक होना चाहिए. बट भेड़ चाल बन गई रक्षाबंधन, भाई भैया मेरे राखी का बंधन बंधाना जी भैया मोरे. I mean, गाते रहो यार. But I don't need to. If I don't stand with my own sister and my own sister doesn't stand with me, then what is our umbilical bond? We're from the same womb, damn it. The same line of womb. And I'm born out of that. Anybody who shares the chain of that womb doesn't need to do the ritual. That ritual is done by Mother Nature. And if I don't stand when I can and when I must, then there is nobody wretched and lowly than me. Okay? I must end that. I must take leave. Thank you so much again, and lovely. Thank you, Ramanjit, and
thank you so much.
Everyone else. Yeah. Bye-bye. Yes.
Thank you so much, Baldeep ji, and thank you for the discourse, post-discussion also. I'm sure it meant a lot to all of them. The fact that they are all hanging out and asking one question after the other. So thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Thank you,
My
sir.
pleasure.
So when can I call and where shall I call?
My number, my Gmail is bhaibaldeep@gmail.com without the C. You can always write to me.
Okay. Okay.
You take care. I hope your back is okay. Stay well. Please do take care of yourself.
All right, folks. Bye.
Avanti is also back.
Bye,
Say
sir.
bye.
Bye, sir.
Bye. Yes.
Take care,
Bye.
sir. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.